Chapter 31-36. Sacred Lord, I'll go. A young official stepped forward and cupped his hands. Although he looked young, he wore a purple robe and had an extraordinary aura. He was the youngest ancient transformation realm existence in the Saint Virtue dynasty. Since the Marquis of Divine Courage has asked, we won't fight with him. The other ancient transformation realm existences looked at the young man and said with a smile, "Well, then I'll leave this matter to the Marquis of Divine Courage. I hope he won't disappoint me. A Shenluo stone mine is much more important than a heavenly fire essence and 2 human cultivators." The sacred lord of the Saint Virtue dynasty said lightly, "I'll personally send those 2 to the Yellow Bell tribe of the Sky Bull tribe within half a year." The Marquis of Divine Courage cupped his hands and left the hall. "Don't worry, sacred lord. With the Marquis of Divine Courage taking action, this matter will be foolproof." But this time the Yellow Bell tribe was so rude and only sent a Grand Unity to see the sacred lord. "We can't swallow this anger," an ancient transformation realm existence said. "Since ancient times, the human race has been declining. Even in the divine Luo realm, where thousands of races coexist, the human race is not ranked. If we want to get out of this predicament, we can only wait for the right time." The sacred lord of the Saint Virtue dynasty smiled and left. "Farewell, sacred lord." Seeing this, everyone knew it was time to leave. 3 months later, Ning Qi returned to the divine Luo mystic realm. The immortal slaying gourd's cooldown had been restored, and the fire Qilin had successfully advanced to the mid-stage Dao querying realm. Ning Qi hadn't expected the fire Qilin's advancement to be so smooth. He had thought that even if a Dao querying realm existence broke through a small realm, there would be a terrifying phenomenon. However, the fire Qilin had only slept for 100 years. After waking up, its aura was completely different and several times stronger than before. More than 10 times stronger. Ning Qi shared a bond with her, so the feeling was the most obvious. After the fire Qilin broke through, Ning Qi asked if she could break through to the late-stage Dao querying realm with a few more heavenly fire essences. The fire Qilin's answer surprised Ning Qi. It turned out that she could advance not because of the terrifying energy contained in the heavenly fire essences, but because of the heavenly fire essences. If he wanted to easily advance again, he would have to swallow different kinds of flame essences, but ordinary flame essences were useless. He needed to have at least 1 level higher than the heavenly flame essence. This was also one of the innate talents of the fire Qilin. Qilins of other attributes had other shortcuts, and no Qilin would be completely the same. Almost all of them were unique existences. For example, if a fire Qilin like her had been born in the world, it meant that there would not be a second fire Qilin in the Qilin clan. Now that the fire Qilin had advanced to the middle stage of the Dao querying realm, it was of great help to Ning Qi. It was equivalent to Ning Qi's strength rising to another level. At least, he didn't have to be afraid of any power in the human race of the divine net realm. After all, the strongest in the human race was only at the initial stage of the Dao querying realm, in the wasteland in front of the mountain gate of sacred Jiang sect, for figures broke through the air one after another. "This is the place," Jiang Yu said with an ugly expression. Sacred Jiang sect was single-handedly established by him. Although he had recruited quite a number of rogue cultivators and only had a few personal disciples, no matter what, it could be considered as his true nest. Even the Tiandao clan could not compare to his nest. But now he had returned to sacred Jiang sect, but he had become a human immortal. Homesickness, but he was the opposite. Young master is the mistress inside. Little you, Anzueling, looked at sacred Jiang sect curiously and sent a voice transmission. "If there are no surprises." Ning Qi nodded slightly. He didn't hide the purpose of his visit from the 2 girls. At this moment, Jiang Yu suddenly frowned. Why isn't there anyone guarding the mountain gate? Usually, there would be Xian immortal disciples guarding the mountain gate. I can feel the sounds of fighting inside. It seems like you haven't been here for too long, and someone has come to bully you. Ning Qi smiled. Just as he finished speaking, a few loud sounds came from within sacred Jiang sect, followed by an angry roar. Jiang Yu's expression changed slightly as anger flashed in his eyes. He wasn't just angry that someone dared to behave atrociously in sacred Jiang sect. He was also angry that his cultivation was so low that he couldn't even sense it. Ning Qi's smile, once again, made him feel humiliated. A battle was taking place in front of Xingzong Zhang's palace. Xingzong Zhang's side was at a complete disadvantage, while the other side had an absolute advantage because they had an Emperor Realm existence. At this moment, the Emperor Realm existence was smiling as he stood in the void, watching the battle in front of him. He had no intention of interfering. Give up. Jiang Yu hasn't appeared for so many years. He probably died from qi deviation. Why are you guys struggling for him? Why don't you bring sacred Jiang sect and merge with my ancestral nether court? The Emperor Realm expert suddenly said, If you don't surrender, only death awaits you. Surrender! Surrender! The cultivators of ancestral nether court roared. The immortal monarchs of sacred Jiang sect, who were struggling, looked at each other and suddenly stopped. They bowed to the immortal emperor and said, We are willing to bring sacred Jiang sect and merge with ancestral nether court. Please show mercy, ancestral nether court lord. The other cultivators of sacred Jiang sect saw that the elders whose strength was second only to the sect lord had already surrendered. There was no meaning for them to continue persisting, so they all stopped. But everyone's expressions were not very good. Sacred Jiang sect was a second-rate faction, and Ancestral Nether Courtyard was also a second-rate faction. In the past, when Jiang Yu was around, Sacred Jiang sect was still a level stronger than Ancestral Nether Courtyard. Whenever there was any conflict, Sacred Jiang sect's disciples would usually have the upper hand. But now, because Jiang Yu had not appeared for so many years, the Ancestral Nether Court Lord had suddenly led the cultivators of Ancestral Nether Court to attack Sacred Jiang sect. Originally, the two factions were evenly matched, but now they were going to merge with Ancestral Nether Court. It was equivalent to the destruction of a country. I don't agree. A woman suddenly spoke. Her expression was stubborn. Sacred Jiang sect was founded by Master with great difficulty. How can we just give it away? All of you have received the grace of the sect, Lord, in the past to have your current cultivation. You don't want to fight to the death for Sacred Jiang sect, but join Ancestral Nether Court? If the sect, Lord, returns, how are you going to explain yourself? The Ancestral Nether Court Lord frowned. An immortal monarch elder of Sacred Jiang sect hurriedly said, Ancestral Nether Court Lord, this woman is Jiang Yu's personal disciple, Jiang Fian. Other than her, Jiang Yu has a few other personal disciples. As long as we kill all of them, Sacred Jiang sect will be able to unite and merge with Ancestral Nether Court. At the same time, the expressions of several faces changed greatly. Chapter 30:137. Who is that? Everyone looked at Ning Qi, who had suddenly blocked the killing blow for Jiang Fian, with slight surprise. However, their attention was immediately focused on the other three figures, or rather, Jiang Yu. Sect Master. The disciples of Sacred Sect of Jiang looked at Jiang Yu excitedly. The immortal lord who had just surrendered to the Ancestral Nether Courtyard and then attacked Jiang Fian turned pale. He subconsciously looked at the Ancestral Nether Courtyard Lord. We don't need to surrender anymore. The Sect Master is already back, and we will beat the Ancestral Nether Courtyard out soon. The disciples of Sacred Sect of Jiang gradually became excited, and when they looked at the Ancestral Nether Courtyard Lord and the others again, there was a hint of killing intent in their eyes. Jiang Yu. The Ancestral Nether Courtyard Lord frowned. as if he was also surprised by Jiang Yu's sudden appearance. But then he was even more shocked. Human immortal? Jiang Yu, how did your cultivation fall to the human immortal realm? The ancestral Nether Courtyard Lord suddenly laughed. Ancestral Nether Courtyard Lord, you should worry about yourself first. Jiang Yu said coldly. Human immortal? Everyone was shocked by the ancestral Nether Courtyard Lord's words, and they all looked at Jiang Yu. Immediately, both the cultivators of the ancestral Nether Courtyard and the disciples of sacred sect of Jiang Yu found something strange. They had indeed smelled a trace of the aura of a human immortal from Jiang Yu. Even the disciple with the lowest cultivation could clearly sense this. The disciples of sacred sect of Jiang Yu's expression changed drastically, from disbelief, shock, elixirs, and ecstasy. The immortal lords who had surrendered to the ancestral Nether Courtyard heaved a long sigh of relief, and then a hint of ecstasy flashed in their eyes. They had been afraid that Jiang Yu would come after them. But now that Jiang Yu had only the cultivation of a human immortal, he had become an ant that they could crush at any time. What was there to be afraid of? Sect Master, did you encounter a powerful enemy in these years and was seriously injured, causing your cultivation to fall from the Emperor realm? An immortal Lord Elder of sacred sect of Jiang Yu said with a smile. Actually, since you're injured, you shouldn't have come back. The great wilderness isn't a safe place. There are hundreds of sects, big and small. Even if the ancestral Nether Courtyard Master didn't come today, if the news of your fall in cultivation were to spread, my sacred Jiang sect would probably be torn apart and devoured. The other immortal monarch harumphed. His words caused the expressions of the disciples of sacred Jiang sect to change drastically. When they looked at Jiang Yu again, their gazes had already become extremely complicated. Those personal disciples who were originally ecstatic about Jiang Yu's return and were about to greet him were now looking at him with a strange expression. In the end, they did not greet him. Speak freely. The ancestral Nether Courtyard Lord looked at this scene with a faint smile. His gaze would occasionally fall on Ning Qi, but he did not care at all. One worldly immortal, two great Circle Shen immortals, and one immortal monarch. These four added together were not even enough for him to take a breath. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. Jiang Fian finally came back to her senses and hurriedly cupped her hands towards Ning Qi. She then immediately looked at Jiang Yu. Disciple Jiang Fian greets Master. Jiang Yu forced a smile and nodded at Jiang Fian. Ning Qi's gaze had been on Jiang Fian's face ever since he shattered the immortal monarch's attack. From time to time, he would scan her up and down. Many people noticed this. After greeting Jiang Yu, Jiang Fian also felt that Ning Qi's gaze had been wandering around her body. She could not help but blush slightly and looked at Ning Qi strangely. Senior, do you recognize me? Primordial unity. Thinking about it, the time you were taken away by Jiang Yu is not too long, but you can actually cultivate to the primordial unity realm. No wonder Jiang Yu wants to take you in as a disciple, Ning Qi said with a sigh. Jiang Fian's eyes were filled with doubt. Taken away? What take away? When little Yu, Answilling, heard Ning Qi's words, they instantly reacted and looked at Jiang Fian in surprise. Could this be their mistress? Ning Qi had seen the image of Wang Yuding in the Wang family. At this moment, this Miss Jiang Fian looked exactly the same as Wang Yuding, but their expressions were different. Wang Yuding's expression was serene and dignified, while Jiang Fian had a chivalrous aura around her, making her look younger. Closer. Jiang Yu, you once said that only you can restore her memory. Do it. Ning Qi smiled at Jiang Fian. Then his gaze fell on Jiang Yu as he said plainly. From the beginning to the end, Ning Qi did not take the ancestral Nether Courtyard Master seriously. My current cultivation is not enough. Jiang Yu's eyes flickered. Do you believe that I can kill you directly? If I get someone at the third step to do it, won't they be able to restore her memory? Ning Qi's face gradually turned cold. Restore her memory? What the hell was that? Everyone's gazes became increasingly strange, but they knew that the relationship between Ning Qi and Jiang Yu was not what they had imagined at the beginning. Senior, what are you? Jiang Fian's expression gradually turned ugly because Ning Qi's tone towards Jiang Yu was extremely disrespectful. You're not Jiang Fian, nor are you someone from the god Luo mystic realm. From the very beginning, Jiang Yu had erased your memories. He's not your master. If we really look at the relationship between the two of you, it would be more appropriate to say that you're enemies. Ning Qi looked at Jiang Fian and said seriously, What? Jiang Fian looked at Ning Qi in shock, and her gaze gradually changed because Ning Qi was right about one thing. Indeed, she did not have any memories of her childhood. When she had her memories, she was already in sacred Jiang sect. In Jiang Yu's words, she was beaten until she lost her memories. Jiang Yu saved her and took her in as his personal disciple. However, the other party said that Jiang Yu had erased her memories. 5 breaths of time. I'll give you 5 breaths of time to consider. Ning Qi looked at Jiang Yu and said indifferently, Ha ha ha, what a show. So this lady was forcefully taken back by you. The ancestral nether courtyard master suddenly laughed and looked at Jiang Yu mockingly. Shut up for now. I'll deal with you after I'm done with my matters. Ning Qi looked at the ancestral nether courtyard master and said. The atmosphere became extremely quiet. The cultivators of the ancestral nether courtyard looked at Ning Qi in shock. This was merely an immortal lord, but he actually wanted their courtyard master to shut up? The eyes of the ancestral nether courtyard master turned cold, and he looked at Ning Qi. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Ning Qi take out the old lord elixir cauldron. The fire Qilin walked out gracefully and stood beside Ning Qi. A trace of the aura of the intermediate stage of the Tao querying realm emanated from the fire Qilin. She was connected to Ning Qi's mind and knew what he intended to do. Therefore, this trace of aura was only targeted at the ancestral nether courtyard master. Uft! The ancestral nether courtyard master spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the fire Qilin in disbelief. Tao Querying Realm? Chapter 30-138. In the vast human race, there were only over 20 Tao Querying Realm patriarchs. The 9 dynasties had 1 each, the 5 major sects had 1 each, and the rest were in the 3 sacred grounds. But the ancestral Nether Court patriarch had suddenly vomited blood and cried out the words Tao Querying Realm while looking at the fire Qilin. How could they not guess the identity of the fire Qilin? As such, they looked at Ning Qi with fear in their eyes. The fire Qilin was obviously Ning Qi's mount. A Tao Querying Realm mount? What was Ning Qi's identity? Could Ning Qi not be human, but a genius from the 3 sacred races? Say, Senior, I was rude just now. Please forgive me. The ancestral Nether Court patriarch bowed respectfully. He did not even dare to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Seeing their own court patriarch so respectful, the cultivators of the ancestral Nether Court did not dare to be impudent. They all shut their mouths and looked at Ning Qi and the fire Qilin in shock and fear. All right, I'll do it. Jiang Yu looked at the fire Qilin and nodded with a defeated expression. He had wanted to buy time, but Ning Qi did not buy it at all. Based on his understanding of Ning Qi, this brute clearly knew what kind of existence the Sky Bull race was, but he still chose to offend them. He was afraid that Ning Qi would really disregard everything and directly kill him. If he killed him, then everything would be for naught. Master. Jiang Fian looked at Jiang Yu in disbelief. When Jiang Yu nodded in agreement, it also proved that everything Ning Qi had said was true. Jiang Fian did not want to believe that she had been living in a fake environment all these years, living a life set up by someone else. Without waiting for her to react, Jiang Yu suddenly waved his hand and something flew out from between Jiang Fian's brows. Before the lump could land on Jiang Yu's hand, Ning Qi had already grabbed it. In Ning Qi's palm, There was a fat worm wriggling continuously. This is the worm that sealed her memories. If you want it, I'll give it to you, Jiang Yu said awkwardly. With a flip of his hand, Ning Qi put away the insect, and his gaze landed on Jiang Fian. At this moment, whether it was the cultivators of the ancestral nether courtyard or the disciples of the sacred sect of Jiang, all of them were looking at Jiang Fian with different expressions. After the insect flew out from between her eyebrows, Jiang Fian's eyes gradually became confused. Only after the time it took to drink a cup of tea did her eyes regain a trace of clarity. Her eyes once again had a trace of focus. She swept her eyes over Jiang Yu, Jiang Xingzong, and the others, Little Yu, Zuoling, and finally her eyes fell on Ning. On Ning Qi, my son? Jiang Fian said uncertainly. Her current demeanor was completely different from before. It was as if she had become a completely different person. In other words, she could no longer be called Jiang Fian. She should be called Wang Yuding. Hearing Wang Yuding's words, everyone present was shocked. Jiang Yu stared blankly at Wang Yuding and then at Ning Qi. Suddenly, a trace of regret flashed across his eyes. If he had known that Wang Yuding and Ning Qi had such a relationship, he would not have acted so easily. At the very least, he would have used Wang Yuding to find a way out for himself. This woman is actually his mother. The ancestral nether court, Lord gasped in his heart. The immortal monarch who had almost slapped Wang Yuding to death just now did not know what to say. At this moment, everyone finally understood why Jiang Yu had turned from an immortal emperor to a human immortal. He had stolen someone's mother, and now the child had come knocking on his door. Your memory has recovered. Ning Qi bowed respectfully. It should be recovered. Wang Yuding's eyes became a little dazed again. Then, a smile suddenly appeared on her face. She walked in front of Ning Qi and reached out to touch his face. To think that you have already grown so big. Where's your father? Have you found him? Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. Wang Yuding seemed to have sensed something. Her eyes suddenly dimmed. He should be gone. Mother, I will slowly tell you about these things in the future. Ning Qi sighed in his heart and said softly, All right, it's best if you tell me everything that has happened to you all these years. Oh, when I gave birth to you, I left you alone in the Champion Marquis residence. It must have been hard on you. Old Master Ning should be gone too, right? Wang Yuding sighed. Old Master Ning is still alive. Ning Qi smiled. Still alive? That's good, that's good. If he had not accepted us mother and son, I'm afraid. Wang Yuding muttered to herself. After a pause, Wang Yuding suddenly looked at Jiang Yu. I remember you. You took away the opportunity that the ninth spirit obtained. You heavily injured the ninth spirit and brought me here. Jiang Yu kept his mouth shut. He knew that no matter what he said now, he would anger the other party. Only by keeping his mouth shut would he have a chance to live for a few more days. Mother, I still have use for this person. When this is over, I will hand him over to you. Ning Qi transmitted. Wang Yuding nodded slightly and then rubbed her head. A look of pain flashed in her eyes. It seemed that the seal on her memory had just been unlocked, and there was still a trace of aftereffects. Seeing this, Ning Qi waved his hand and suppressed Jiang Yu into the creation field again. He then looked at the ancestral Nethercourt Lord. Senior, I am Lin Ziyo. I am willing to lead all the cultivators of the ancestral Nethercourt to serve at your beck and call. Please take us in. The ancestral Nethercourt Lord hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. When the cultivators of the ancestral Nethercourt heard this, they also lowered their heads and bowed. They did not reject the decision made by their court lord. The other party had a Dao querying realm mount, which was equivalent to a Dao querying realm cultivator. If they could serve at the beck and call of such a person, they would be the ones benefiting. I have something for you to do now. Ningqi nodded lightly. Senior, please speak. The eyes of the ancestral Nether Court Lord flashed with joy. Sacred Sect Jiang. Ningqi smiled and led Wang Muting, Little Yu, and Zhuoling, towards the direction of the Sect Lord Palace. The ancestral Nether Court Lord was slightly taken aback and then looked at the other disciples of Sacred Sect Jiang thoughtfully. After Ningqi and the others entered the Sect Lord Palace, he suddenly waved his hand and instantly killed the few immortal lords of Sacred Sect Jiang. From today onwards, Sacred Sect Jiang no longer exists in this world. The ancestral Nether Court Lord smiled slightly. Kill. The cultivators of the ancestral Nether Court charged towards the cultivators of Sacred Sect Jiang excitedly. Hearing the sounds of fighting behind her, Wang Muting's expression did not change at all. Not long after, a faint smell of blood permeated the entire Sacred Sect Jiang. The millions of cultivators of Sacred Sect Jiang were almost all slaughtered by the ancestral Nether Court Lord. He walked into the palace with traces of blood that did not belong to him. His eyes first swept across the fire Qilin standing beside Ningqi. Then he respectfully half-knelt before Ningqi and said, Senior, Sacred Sect Jiang has been annihilated. Very good. You will stay here from today onwards, Ningqi said lightly. Chapter 30, 139. In the Sect Master Hall, Ningqi told Wang Muting about what had happened in the past few years. Wang Muting sighed after hearing it. Mother, when I find Shui, Oi's soul, will return to the immortal world. Grandfather and grandmother will be very happy to see you. Ningqi smiled. Little Yu, and Zhuoling, sat beside Wang Muting obediently and quickly agreed. Granny Yuting has been talking about Mistress. Little Yu smiled. Wang Muting's eyes flashed with excitement, then dimmed. If only your father was still here. Mother, nothing in the world is certain. Although father is dead, there might be other possibilities. When Senior King Qin Guangwang regains control of the 6 paths of reincarnation, I'll let him investigate. Ningqi comforted. Wang Muting's eyes lit up. She felt that Ningqi's words made sense. There's no time to lose. My wife was sold to the soul-refining demonic sect by Jiang Yu. Quickly go and rescue her. The soul-refining demonic sect is one of the 3 first-rate sects of the Great Wilderness. There are ancient transformation realm ancestors in the sect, and their disciples are extremely vicious. No matter what kind of soul it is, they will refine it into a soul beast. It exists. Wang Muting suddenly said. Ningqi nodded. Just when he was about to let Jiang Yu out and ask him about it, a miserable howl suddenly came from outside. The howl came from the ancestral Nether Courtyard's lord. Mother, wait here for a moment. Ningqi instructed before walking out of the Sect Master Hall with the fire Qilin. Outside the hall, all the cultivators of the ancestral Nether Courtyard were kneeling on the ground. The ancestral Nether Courtyard lord was sprawled on the ground in a sorry state, unable to get up at all. In front of him stood a purple-robed young man who was radiating an extremely terrifying aura. He was emitting a terrifying aura that pressed everyone to the ground. A group of cultivators stood beside the young man in purple robes. They were all immortal emperors. One of them said to the young man in purple robes, Marquis Shinyong, the news from my subordinates is absolutely true. One of the 2 who killed the cultivators of the Sky Bull race is indeed the sect master of the sacred Jiang sect. Jiang Yu, my Xianluo sect, has fought with sacred Jiang a few times. Our disciples would never mistake him. Pausing for a moment, the immortal emperor's expression was a little ugly as he swept his gaze across the surroundings. I just didn't expect that we were a step too late. Sacred Jiang sect was actually destroyed by the ancestral Nether Court. He knew why the Marquis of Courage God wanted to capture Jiang Yu and the others. If Jiang Yu died and couldn't be handed over to the Heavenly Bull Tribe cultivators, then let alone the Saint Virtue dynasty, even the sects in the Great Desolate would be wiped out by the Heavenly Bull tribe. Moreover, the Saint Virtue dynasty wouldn't help at all. Lin Zio, speak. Why did they suddenly destroy the sacred Jiang sect? Where are Jiang Yu and the other cultivator? If you kill them today, you'll be causing a great calamity. Not only will your ancestral nether courtyard be destroyed, all the sects in the great wilderness will be dragged in as well. That immortal emperor glared at Lin Zio and said. Lin Zio was suppressed by the Marquis of Courage God's aura and couldn't even stand up. He could only raise his head with difficulty and grinned. Jiang Yu didn't die, but you guys have caused a great calamity. His gaze fell on the Marquis of Courage God. Marquis of Courage God, I know that you're in existence in the ancient transformation realm, and you're known as the strongest genius of the Saint Virtue dynasty. You've already broken through to the ancient transformation realm at such a young age, and you have a chance to become the second Tao querying realm ancestor of the Saint Virtue dynasty in the future. Impudent, the expressions of the immortal emperors that the Marquis of Courage God changed drastically. They hurriedly shouted at Lin Zio and then looked at the Marquis of Courage God with fear. The Marquis of Courage God had walked step by step from an ordinary cultivator to where he was today. His hands were stained with so much blood that it could form a river. This time, the Marquis of Courage God had suddenly come to the great wilderness, and all the sects in the great wilderness were on tenterhooks. When they learned that 2 great wilderness cultivators had killed dozens of cultivators from the Yellow Bell tribe of the Heavenly Bull tribe, the fear in their hearts intensified. The Heavenly Bull tribe was a terrifying tribe that was ranked 17th on the 100 tribe ranking. There was a late-stage Tao querying realm ancestor in the tribe, and it was not impossible for the Saint Virtue dynasty to hand over the entire great wilderness to them as an apology. At this moment, Lin Zio had angered the Marquis of Courage God, and if they were not careful, they would also be implicated. These immortal emperors wanted to kill Lin Zio on the spot. Oh, you seem to have something to rely on? The Marquis of Courage God glanced at Lin Zio and suddenly stomped on his back. Lin Zio spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura became very unstable. If he had been a little more forceful, this stomp might have caused his cultivation to drop. Court Master. When the cultivators of the Zhu Yu court saw this scene, they were instantly shocked. Senior, save me. Lin Zio suddenly let out an angry roar. At the same time, the Marquis of Courage God suddenly sensed something and looked towards the sect leader hall. The other immortal emperors seemed to have sensed something as well. They saw a figure standing in front of the sect leader hall, and beside the figure was an unknown demonic beast that was covered in flames. Let him go. Ning Qi said calmly, Immortal Lord. Lin Zio's eyes moved, and then his gaze landed on the fire Qilin. In the next instant, his expression changed, and his body stiffened. The aura that was suppressing everyone also retracted. Lin Zio grinned and flew behind Ning Qi in a sorry state. Who is this? The immortal emperors that the Marquis of Courage God brought looked at Ning Qi and the fire Qilin in shock. They were all famous sect leaders of the great wilderness, but they had never seen Ning Qi and the fire Qilin before. From the looks of it, they were Lin Zio's people. This one is the Marquis of Courage God from the Saint Virtue dynasty, Wang Chao. May I ask who you are? The Marquis of Courage God suddenly cupped his hands towards Ning Qi. The Marquis of Courage God is... The immortal emperors looked at the Marquis of Courage God in shock. For the Marquis of Courage God to introduce himself, it meant that the other party's strength was no weaker than the Marquis of Courage God. The immortal emperor's gazes landed on the fire Qilin. After sensing it carefully, they finally sensed an unusual aura. This aura was the same as the one they felt when they met the holy leader of the Saint Virtue dynasty. Tao Querying Realm. This flaming demonic beast was actually at the Tao Querying Realm? They finally knew why Lin Ziyou could be so unyielding even when facing the Marquis of Courage God, Ning Beixian. Ning Qi said calmly, "Are you a human?" Wang Chao looked at the fire Qilin and asked in a probing tone. "Yes." Ning Qi nodded calmly. Wang Chao's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. Although Ning Qi's cultivation level was very ordinary, just an immortal lord, the fire Qilin beside him was a true Tao-querying realm existence. Moreover, from what he could see, the fire Qilin's aura was even stronger than a divine lord's. Most importantly, the other party was a human. The human race had a total of over 20 Tao-querying realm beings. One more was a huge improvement. Chapter 3140. In the former Sacred Jiang Sect's guest hall, Ning Qi sat in the main seat, and Lin Ziyou stood behind him with a pale face. Although he was injured, he was in a good mood. He knew that he had found an important backer this time. In the future, the ancestral nether courtyard status in the human race would increase greatly. The fire Qilin sat next to Ning Qi, its eyes narrowed as if it was resting. Wang Chao sat to the side and was explaining to Ning Qi why he had come. The other immortal emperors were the same as Lin Ziyou. They didn't have the qualifications to sit. They stood behind Wang Chao and would occasionally glance at the fire Qilin with fear in their eyes. However, they were filled with envy towards Ning Qi in their hearts. To them, this immortal monarch Ning Qi must have gotten some dog's hit luck to be able to obtain such a beast. He had a Tao querying realm spirit beast following him. However, they didn't dare to show their thoughts. In fact, the spirit beast's cultivation was equivalent to its master's cultivation. Ning Qi and the fire Qilin could be seen as one. "I did kill a few dozen heavenly bull tribe cultivators some time ago." Ning Qi smiled and looked at Wang Chao. He didn't expect that a random tribe of the heavenly bull tribe could make an ancient transformation realm ancestor like Wang Chao appear. He thought that the heavenly bull tribe would personally take revenge. But now he realized that he had underestimated the power of the races in the Shenluo mystic realm. It's fine. A few dozen heavenly bull tribe cultivators are dead. The Yellow Bell tribe wants us to hand them over, or they'll have to compensate with a Shenluo stone mine. Our Saint Virtue dynasty can still afford a mere Shenluo stone mine. Wang Chao smiled. Hearing this, the celestial emperors couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Wang Chao's attitude before wasn't like this. Also, Shenluo stone mines were extremely rare. In the entire human race, there were less than 100 of them. Even if they were given to the Saint Virtue dynasty, they would only get 3. Giving away one would greatly damage the Saint Virtue dynasty's strength. Shenluo stone mine? Ning Qi noted it down and planned to ask Wang Yuding later. "This is a grudge between me and the Heavenly Bull tribe. How can I let you pay for it?" Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. "I will take care of this matter. Brother Wang, just let the Heavenly Bull race come and find me." From the moment Wang Chao saw the fire Qilin, he didn't say a single harsh word. From beginning to end, he was very respectful. Ning Qi was the kind of person who would return the favor tenfold if others respected him. Thus, he didn't want to transfer his grievances to the Saint Virtue dynasty. "Brother Ning, don't be like this. There are 108 races in the god Luo mystic realm, and the human race is the weakest. But now there's Brother Ning and this Brother Qilin." Wang Chao smiled at the fire Qilin. "Brother Qilin?" The fire Qilin suddenly opened its eyes, and its pleasant female voice caused Wang Chao to feel awkward. "I was rash. Please don't blame me, Senior." Wang Chao quickly apologized. He had never imagined that this spirit beast named the fire Qilin would actually be female. The fire Qilin slowly closed its eyes and ignored him. Ning Qi snickered in his heart. Even among humans, the fire Qilin's temperament could be considered very gentle and graceful. This might be innate. If it were another Tao querying realm cultivator, Wang Chao would probably be angry because of what he had just said. Suffer a little. Wang Chao smiled awkwardly and continued. Now that we have Brother Ning, the strength of our human race has greatly improved. We can't let Brother Ning face the Heavenly Bull clan alone for a Shenluo stone mine, right? After a pause, he continued, the Heavenly Bull tribe has a late-stage Tao querying realm patriarch. If he comes forward. Therefore, to settle this matter, my Saint Virtue dynasty is willing to offer a Shenluo stone mine. I hope that Brother Ning will not refuse. Wang Chao's meaning was actually very clear. If Ning Qi was allowed to solve the problem by himself, it would inevitably make a big fuss. If the Longhorn Bull tribe was really pissed off, not only would Ning Qi not have a good ending, but the Saint Germain dynasty would also be badly battered. It was better to directly give a benefit to shut the Longhorn Bull tribe's mouth. The late-stage Tao querying realm patriarch of the Ox tribe was too embarrassed to make a move, and the Saint Virtue dynasty could form a good relationship with Ning Qi, killing two birds with one stone. No matter what, Ning Qi was someone with the battle power of the Tao querying realm. Such an existence was worth the effort of the Saint Virtue dynasty. In that case, thank you, Brother Wang. Ning Qi cupped his hands and smiled. You're welcome. Wang Chao waved his hands happily. There was something he did not say. If the 3 Holy Lands found out about this, they would probably take out 2 Shenluo stone mines, one for the Longhorn Bull tribe and one for Ning Qi. The Saint Virtue dynasty was not that rich, so they could only use sincerity to form a good relationship with them. Brother Ning, since this matter has been settled, I have to go back and report. Oh, is this where Brother Ning will cultivate in the future? Wang Chao stood up and cupped his hands. If you want to find me, just come here. Lin Zuyo will be stationed here. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Hearing this, Lin Zuyo was instantly overjoyed. The immortal emperors that the divine Courage Marquis had brought this time looked at Lin Zuyo with jealousy. They knew that from today onwards, the situation in the great wilderness would change. The ancestral nether courtyard would probably soar into the sky and sit on their heads. All right, then I will take my leave first. Wang Chao cupped his hands. When he left, the group of immortal emperors also bowed to Ning Qi and the Fire Qilin before leaving with Wang Chao. Lin Zuyo, how much do you know about the soul-refining demon sect? Ning Qi suddenly asked. Lin Zuyo was still immersed in his grand plans for the future. Hearing this, he immediately stepped forward and said in a low voice, Senior, the soul-refining demon sect is one of the 3 great sects in the great wilderness. There is a grand supreme patriarch in the sect called Venerable Soul Refining. He is an experienced ancient transformation cultivator. Although he is only at the early stage, his strength is comparable to the divine Courage Marquis. Oh, arrange for a disciple who knows the way. I will be heading to the Soul Refining Demon sect in a few days. Ning Qi said indifferently. With his current battle strength, as the Fire Qilin advanced to the middle stage of the Tao querying realm, even if the 3 sacred lands, 5 great sects, and 9 great dynasties joined forces, they would not be a match for him. Ning Qi's only worry was that if he came too late, something might happen to Wang Shui's soul. The Saint Virtue dynasty. In the imperial court, Wang Chao recounted everything that had happened during his trip to the Great Desolate without missing a single detail. When the civil and military officials in the imperial court heard this, their expressions became somewhat strange. Some were suspicious, some were happy, and some were expressionless. So, you privately agreed to let the Saint Virtue dynasty compensate you with a Shenluo stone mine? Divine Courage Marquis, you didn't ask the Holy Lord before making such a decision. Do you think that you can make decisions for the Holy Lord? A figure suddenly walked into the hall. This person wore a bright yellow, 4-clawed dragon robe and questioned Wang Chao sternly. After a pause, he said, Moreover, you did not attack from the start. How can you be sure that the other party is a Tao querying realm cultivator? Perhaps it was just some sort of smokescreen. It was impossible for the human race to have no reason. It is impossible for such an existence to appear in the human race. Chapter 30, 141. Among the human forces, apart from the 3 sacred grounds, the 5 major sects, and the 9 great dynasties, the other first-rate forces only had initial stage and intermediate stage ancient transformation realm cultivators at most. Late-stage ancient transformation realm cultivators were extremely rare, and there wasn't even a single perfected ancient transformation realm cultivator. As the strongest king with a different surname in the Saint Virtue dynasty, not only did the Ghost King have a close relationship with the Saint Master, but he also had a close relationship with the Saint Master. They were good comrades who had fought together, and their strength was ranked second in the Saint Germain dynasty. In the 3 holy lands, 5 great sects, and 9 dynasties, apart from Tao-seeking realm existences, the Ghost King could be ranked in the top 5 in the ancient transformation realm. This was already an extremely terrifying strength. After all, even many ancient transformation realm experts from the 3 sacred lands were inferior to him. Normally, the Ghost King rarely attended the imperial court. Most of the time, he was cultivating in seclusion. He would only appear when something big happened. When the Ghost King arrived, the expressions of the other ancient Waitians in the hall changed. They looked at the Ghost King and the Marquis of Divine Courage with a strange expression. Everyone knew that the God Courage Marquis was hailed as the #1 prodigy of the current generation. However, before the God Courage Marquis was bestowed the title of Marquis, he had killed a few of the Ghost King's disciples and grand-disciples. From then on, he had formed an enmity with the Ghost King's bloodline. Because of his status, the Ghost King didn't personally suppress him, but he had sent many of his juniors to suppress him. The Divine Courage Marquis. Who would have thought that the Marquis of Divine Courage would become more and more courageous the more he fought? The juniors of the Ghost King could not suppress him at all. In the end, the Marquis of Divine Courage broke through to the ancient transformation realm and became a Marquis. From then on, no one on the Ghost King's side dared to openly oppose the Marquis of Divine Courage. However, they would still cause trouble behind his back. The Lord will not ask. So it's the Ghost King. Wang Chao looked at the Ghost King with a fake smile. You are still too inexperienced. According to what you said, that human cultivator is only an immortal lord, but his spiritual beast is at the Tao querying realm? Everyone, do you think this situation is possible? The Ghost King first bowed to the sacred lord before looking at Wang Chao with a hint of mockery in his eyes. It's indeed quite impossible. I've never heard of a Tao querying realm spirit beast before. At this level, which of them isn't a big shot? Why would they become someone else's spirit beast? Perhaps it's really as the Ghost King said, and it's just a trick. The moment the Ghost King spoke, all the officials in his faction began to agree. The other officials did not want to offend the Ghost King. Even if they wanted to support the Divine Courage Marquis, they all kept their mouths shut at this moment. What the Ghost King said makes sense. At this moment, the sacred leader spoke. Wang Chao's expression changed slightly, and a tinge of anxiety flashed past his heart. He was 100% sure that the Fire Qilin was a Tao querying realm being. If the Ghost King interfered and did something he shouldn't have done, offending the other party, he would be pushing the battle prowess of a Tao querying realm to other forces. He went. How about this? Ghost King, you go personally. If you can confirm that the spirit beast is indeed at the Tao querying realm, then do as the Marquis of Divine Courage said before. A Shenluo stone mine to win over an existence with the battle prowess of the Tao querying realm is still worth it. Once you've contacted him, he'll go with you. You'll be the chief envoy, and he'll be the deputy envoy. The sacred lord said calmly. The Ghost King and Wang Chao looked at each other. Then they cupped their hands and bowed to the sacred leader. So you're saying that the only 3 first-rate sects among the hundreds of sects in the great wilderness aren't the top? On a ferry boat, a few men and women stood respectfully behind Ning Qi. After hearing Ning Qi's words, a profound immortal female disciple from the ancestral Nether Court hurriedly said, "Senior, only first-rate forces with late-stage ancient transformation realm patriarchs can be considered the top. Venerable Soul Refined is only at the early stage ancient transformation realm. He might be able to shake a region in the great wilderness, but he's not ranked in the entire human race. Late-stage ancient transformation realm? What about peak ancient transformation realm? Ning Qi smiled. Peak ancient transformation realm only exists in the 3 holy lands, 5 major sects, and 9 dynasties. Among the remaining first-rate forces, the strongest is known to be at the late-stage ancient transformation realm. However, nothing is absolute. Perhaps there are existences that we don't know about. For example, Senior, you're one of them. The female disciple said respectfully, what's your name again? Senior, Disciple Ji Qiaojin. Ji, you have the same name as a good friend of mine. Ning Qi smiled. Your speed is too slow. It's this direction, right? Everyone was slightly stunned. Then, Ji Qiaojin hurriedly nodded. It's indeed this direction. We'll reach the soul-refining demonic sect's sphere of influence in another 10 days or so. They have dozens of huge cities under their control. Then let's speed up. With a thought, an aura immediately enveloped the ferry boat. Then, the speed of the ferry boat suddenly increased by 7 to 8 times. At this speed, they would reach the soul-refining demonic sect in 1 or 2 days. Just as Ning Qi and the rest were rushing towards the soul-refining demonic sect, the Ghost Kings group had also reached the great wilderness. In less than half a day, they arrived at the original sacred Jiang sect. The Ghost King's trip this time was very grand. He brought more than 20 Emperor Realm existences with him, including the Immortal Lords and other low-level cultivators. There seemed to be more than 1,000 people. The Ghost King sat in a luxurious carriage at the front, pulled by 2 ferocious-looking soul beasts. The Divine Courage Marquis sat in a carriage at the back with a gloomy expression. Quickly report to the Hall Master. The Saint Virtue Dynasty's Ghost King has arrived. A few disciples of the ancestral Yu court who were guarding the original sacred Jiang sect saw the carriages and immediately recognized the origin of the flags on the carriages. A trace of shock appeared on their faces. One of them quickly turned and entered the sect to report to Lin Zio. Not long after, Lin Zio flew out with a few Immortal Lords. I am the ancestral Yu Court Master, Lin Zio. Greetings, Ghost King. Lin Zio's gaze landed on the carriage at the front and cupped his hands. The Immortal Lords and disciples behind him also cupped their hands in greeting. The Ghost King was the second expert of the Saint Virtue dynasty. He had been famous for many years and was not someone that a new ancient transformation like the Divine Courage Marquis could compare to. He held a very high position in their hearts, so even with Ning Qi's backing, Lin Zio had to show due respect. Without waiting for the Ghost King to make a move, the Divine Courage Marquis, Wang Chao, flew out of the carriage and said to Lin Zio, "The Ghost King and I have come to greet Brother Ning. I wonder if Brother Ning is here?" Unfortunately, Senior has already gone to the soul-refining demonic sect. Lin Zio cupped his hands. Soul-refining demonic sect? Chapter 3142. Go to the soul-refining demonic sect? Haha, Marquis God Courage. If you can swallow your pride, then go ahead. The Ghost King's voice sounded again. There was a hint of undisguised mockery in his tone. Lin Zio's eyes flickered. He could sense a hint of enmity in this sentence. It seemed that the Ghost King did not care about his backing at all. All right, Court Master Zio, please take good care of the Ghost King. I'll go to the soul-refining demonic sect to find Brother Ning. Wang Chao suddenly smiled. With a flash, he disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, Lin Zio looked at the Ghost King's carriage. The Ghost King walked out and looked in the direction of the soul-refining demon sect. Then he looked at Lin Zio and said indifferently, "Tell me about the situation of your backer." Backing? Lin Zio was slightly taken aback. Then he smiled. Ghost King, you must be talking about Senior Ning. The Ghost King looked at Lin Zio without saying a word. Seeing this, Lin Zio laughed. Actually, I don't know much about Senior Ning either. I heard that he's just an immortal lord and has a Tao, querying realm spirit beast. The Ghost King said non-committally, I don't know about that. My cultivation level is low, and I can't tell what the spirit beast's cultivation level is. Lin Zio laughed. Haha, if he's really at the Tao querying realm, you really can't tell. The Ghost King nodded thoughtfully. Then, a glint flashed in his eyes as he sized up the appearance of the original sacred sect Jiang. Show me around this place. The Ghost King said plainly. That would be my honor. Please follow me, Ghost King. Lin Zio smiled and nodded. Senior, the soul refining demonic sect, is right ahead. Ji Qiaojin pointed to the black building that was situated on the mountain range in the middle of a few huge cities. From afar, the black building gave off an uncomfortable aura. It was cold and dark. At this moment, they had already entered the territory of the soul refining demonic sect. They could often see cultivators with soul beasts. Ning Qi had seen the strongest soul beasts around the immortal lord level. Soul beasts of this level were very expensive. In Ji Qiaojin's words, the resources in the sacred sect Jiang could only be bought. 1 or 2 of them could be sold for 100,000 Shenluo coins. Shenluo coins were made from Shenluo stones excavated from Shenluo stone mines. Each coin was about the same size as a dollar coin on Earth, but the difference in weight was huge. A small Shenluo coin weighed 50 kilograms. Because Shenluo stones contained a large amount of power, Tao-seeking realm cultivators could directly absorb it to increase their cultivation speed. Cultivators below Tao-seeking realm, including ancient transformation cultivators, could only use Shenluo coins to buy cultivation resources, the power within. From this, it could be inferred that the power of a Tao querying realm cultivator should be inferior to that of a second step cultivator. Yes. Ning Qi glanced at the black building and suddenly waved his hand. Jiang Yu instantly appeared in front of Ning Qi. Seeing this, Ji Qiaojin and the others had a strange look in their eyes. They recognized Jiang Yu as the sect master of sacred Jiang sect. However, at this moment he no longer had the cultivation of an emperor realm, a lowly human immortal. Who did you deal with when you sold Wang Shui's soul to the soul refining demon sect? Take me to him. Ning Qi said plainly. If he entered the soul refining demon sect like this, he definitely wouldn't be able to find Wang Shui's soul. Just from the soul beasts that could be seen everywhere, it was clear that the soul refining demon sect had purchased a large number of souls. Jiang Yu looked around, and his eyes fell on the black building. He already knew that he was in the territory of the soul refining demon sect. After hesitating for a few moments, he looked at Ning Qi. You have to swear a heavenly Tao blood oath that you won't kill me. Only then will I tell you who I sold Wang Shui's soul to. Otherwise, we will go our separate ways. Let's go our separate ways then. Go on your way. Ning Qi hit Jiang Yu with his palm. He didn't give him a chance to bargain at all. Lunatic! Jiang Yu cursed in his heart and immediately said, I'll tell you. Ning Qi smiled and slowly retracted his palm. Can't you just say it? Why bother? When I went to the soul refining demon sect to visit a good friend, I sold Wang Shui's soul to him. However, it has been many years since then. I don't know if her soul has been refined into a soul beast. Jiang Yu said with an ugly expression. Tell me, who is that good friend and where is the cave dwelling? Bring me to him directly. Ning Qi said indifferently. He is one of the 3 emperors of the soul refining demon sect, the hall master of the soul refining hall, Gaidong Huang. I'll bring you to him. Jiang Yu snorted and said. Not long after, under Jiang Yu's lead, everyone arrived at the mountain gate of the soul refining demon sect. Jiang Yu said to the disciples guarding the gate, Go and inform Gai Donghuang that sacred Jiang sect's Jiang Yu is here to visit. Sacred Jiang Sex Jiangyu? You're Senior Jiangyu? No, you're just a human immortal. How dare you impersonate Senior Jiangyu and meet Hall Master Gai Donghuang? Where did you come from? How dare you make fun of me? One of the guarding disciples subconsciously sized up Jiangyu, and his expression instantly turned furious. A furious roar rang out from his body, and a ferocious black shadow broke out from his body, directly attacking Jiangyu. Jiangyu stood calmly on the spot. He knew that Ning Qi would not let him die before he saw Wang Shui. If he was at his peak, Jiangyu would have been able to blow away this Xian immortal level soul beast with a single breath. It was a pity that his current cultivation level was too low. He was only a worldly immortal. If he were to be brushed by this soul beast, he would be severely injured, if not dead. Bang! With a soft sound, the disciple's soul beast was directly dispersed by Ning Qi's punch. It was truly dispersed and could not be condensed back. Uffed. The disciple spurted out a mouthful of blood and subconsciously looked at Ning Qi. When the other disciples saw this, their expressions immediately turned extremely solemn. They immediately shouted at Ning Qi, "Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in our soul refining demon sect? Your duty is to send messages. Why do you have to mess around? You don't even know our origins and you dare to attack us. Even if I kill you now, do you think the soul refining demon sect will avenge you? Use your brains and lead the way." Ning Qi said indifferently. When the disciples heard this, they were slightly shocked. They could feel that Ning Qi's cultivation was rather high, but it was not at the emperor realm. Yet he was so calm. There was only one possibility. He either had an extraordinary origin, or he had something to rely on. Thinking of this, a disciple's eyes flashed coldly. He said to Ning Qi, "Since you want to meet Hall Master Gai Donghuang, I'll bring you there. Then lead the way." Chapter 30, 143. An hour later, they arrived at a public square. There were many disciples of the soul refining demon sect going in and out. There were also many soul peddlers who were either happy or depressed as they left. I wonder if Hall Master Gai Donghuang is free. Wait here, I'll go and inform him. The disciple who was leading the way walked towards the largest building on the public square. After saying that, time ticked by. After half an hour, neither the gatekeeper disciple nor Gai Donghuang showed up. Instead, there were fewer and fewer people on the public square. In the end, only Ning Qi and the rest were left. "Senior Ning, something's not right." Ji Qiaojin reminded him. "Yes, I noticed it." Ning Qi smiled. "Looks like they have to stir up some trouble to feel comfortable. Huh, I heard that someone wants to see me." He even crippled the soul beast of a disciple of the soul refining demon sect. A long laugh was heard, followed by a burly man who strode out. At this moment, groups of soul refining demon sect disciples surged out from the public square. They stared at Ning Qi and the rest with a trace of mockery in their eyes. The disciple who was guarding the door followed behind the burly man. He had a mocking smile on his face as he looked at Ning Qi and the rest. Brother Jiang? It's really you?" The smile on the burly man's face suddenly changed. The disciple who was guarding the door behind him turned extremely pale when he heard that. "Didn't you say that someone pretended to be Jiangyu and caused trouble in the soul refining demon sect?" Gai Donghuang turned to look at the disciple. Hall Master. He only has the aura of a human immortal." I thought the disciple was drenched in cold sweat as he spoke in a trembling voice. "Human immortal?" Gai Donghuang looked at Jiangyu and his eyes flickered. "He really only has the aura of a human immortal. Brother Jiang, what happened to you?" "My cultivation was crippled by someone," Jiangyu said indifferently. "Crippled by someone? Huh." Gai Donghuang was stunned at first, then he laughed. The way he looked at Jiangyu gradually changed. He said with a faint smile, "I wonder who is so powerful to cripple Brother Jiang's cultivation." Jiang, you did not say anything, and merely glanced at Ningqi. Gai Donghuang followed his gaze and looked at Ningqi. He was slightly startled. Gai Donghuang, I sold a soul to you in passing. Do you still have it? Jiang Yu said. Oh, you're talking about that soul? Back then, I reluctantly accepted it because of you. It's been staying in my soul furnace all this time. I don't know if it's been devoured by other souls. Brother Jiang, you didn't come here for that soul, did you? Gai Donghuang smiled. That's right. If possible, return my soul to me. How many Shenluo coins did you give me back then? I'll return it to you. Jiang Yu nodded. What a joke. You were an emperor realm existence back then, and I reluctantly accepted that soul. Now you want to return it just like that? What kind of person do you think I am? Hee, human immortal? What a joke. Sect leader Jiang Xingzong has become a human immortal? What a joke. Gai Donghuang's expression suddenly changed, and his tone became unfriendly and mocking. The nearby disciples of the soul refining demon sect laughed when they heard that. Swoosh! Jiang Yu's expression turned extremely ugly as he stared at Gai Donghuang. I've always treated you as a good friend, but you… What? If you were still an immortal emperor, I would naturally be your good friend. But you're only a human immortal now, and you can't even compare to my disciples. What qualifications do you have to be my good friend? If you want the soul, you have to return all the Shenluo coins I gave you back then. Who destroyed my subordinates just now? I, a soul beast, will commit suicide here, and the rest of you can leave safely. Otherwise, all of you will have to stay in my soul refining demon sect. Gai Donghuang smiled. Jiang Yu did not speak further and looked at Ningqi. Ningqi laughed. Gai Donghuang, right? I don't care if you want to kick me when I'm down or take advantage of my misfortune. I want that soul. Give it to me, and we'll leave immediately. You're just an immortal monarch. Do you have the right to speak? Gai Donghuang looked at Ningqi and said sinisterly, How dare you? Even the Marquis of Divine Courage doesn't dare to speak to Senior Ning like that. You're just an emperor realm existence. Who do you think you are? Ji Qiaojin suddenly yelled. Swish! 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 Everyone's eyes fell on Ji Qiaojin. The expressions of Gai Donghuang and the rest changed slightly. Even the Marquis of Divine Courage didn't dare to speak to him like that. Ha ha ha! Gai Donghuang suddenly laughed. Following that, the disciples of the soul refining demon sect also laughed as if Ji Qiaojin had just said a great joke. I found it funny that Jiang Yu fell from the emperor realm to the human immortal realm. And now you say that even the #1 genius of the Saint Virtue dynasty doesn't dare to speak to him like that? Little girl, are you crazy or am I crazy? Gai Donghuang looked at Ji Qiaojin mockingly. It seems like you like to laugh. Ningqi said indifferently. Yes, I'm a person who naturally likes to laugh, so I have a wide circle of friends. However, I've never heard of an immortal monarch being able to make ancient transformation realm existences lower their heads in this world. Since you've made me laugh heartily today, I'll go easy on you later. Tell me a few more jokes. Tell me a few more jokes. If they can make me laugh, I might let you guys leave safely. Gai Donghuang smiled. What's so funny? Wang Chao landed in front of Ningqi and looked at Gai Donghuang curiously. The Divine Courage Marquis? Gai Donghuang stopped laughing and looked at Wang Chao in surprise. Brother Ning, I heard from Lin Zio that you've arrived at the soul refining demon sect, so I came all the way here. You didn't miss anything, did you? Wang Chao cupped his hands at Ningqi and smiled. Brother Wang, you came at the right time. This person likes to listen to jokes, but I'm stupid and can't think of any funny jokes. I wonder if Brother Wang has any? Ningqi smiled. Joke? Wang Chao's expression gradually became strange. Gai Donghuang no longer had any smile on his face, and he was extremely shocked. This kid really knows the Divine Courage Marquis? And from the way the Divine Courage Marquis addressed him, he seems to be very respectful. What's going on? I'm Gai Donghuang, the Hall Master of the Soul, Refining Hall of the Soul, Refining Demon Sect. Greetings, Divine Courage Marquis. Gai Donghuang's expression became a little ugly, but he quickly reacted and bowed to Wang Chao. The Divine Courage Marquis? When the disciples of the Soul Refining Demon Sect heard this, their expressions changed drastically. They couldn't believe it. Ji Qiaozhen looked at Gai Donghuang mockingly. Why aren't you laughing anymore? Chapter 30, 144. They were the ancient transformation realm cultivators of the soul refining demonic sect, perfected soul refined, and the Duke of England of the Saint Virtue dynasty. He was also an ancient transformation realm cultivator, but his cultivation was at the mid-stage ancient transformation realm. He was stronger than Wang Chao and perfected soul refined. It's the Marquis of Divine Courage. I was just talking to perfected soul refined about you. I didn't expect you to come to the soul refining demonic sect. The Duke of England looked like a wealthy businessman with a kind smile on his face. Perfected soul refined nodded at the Marquis of Divine Courage with a smile. Then his gaze swept across Ning Qi and the others. He was slightly stunned when he saw Jiang Yu. As the sect master of the sacred Jiang sect, Jiang Yu was quite famous in the great wilderness, so perfected soul refined knew him. However, his aura had fallen to the human immortal realm. It was truly surprising. Duke of England. Wang Chao was slightly surprised that the Duke of England had appeared in the soul refining demonic sect. I recently obtained a rather powerful soul. I'm planning to let perfected soul refine it. Perhaps I can get an ancient transformation realm soul beast. The Duke of England smiled calmly. I see. Wang Chao's eyes flashed with understanding. However, he was still shocked by the ancient transformation realm soul beast that the Duke of England mentioned. The cultivation of a soul beast refined from a soul would be 1 level lower or even 2 levels lower, depending on the purity and strength of the soul. If the Duke of England wasn't lying, didn't that mean he had obtained the soul of a Tao querying realm cultivator? Marquis of Divine Courage, why are you here today? The Duke of England smiled. I'm here for Brother Ning. Wang Chao looked at Ning Qi and smiled. Immortal Lord? Perfected soul refined, and the Duke of England looked at Ning Qi in confusion. The courageous God Marquis was a proud and aloof person. Even the experienced Gu Hua had to be careful when speaking to him, or else he would be scolded at any time. However, the Marquis of Divine Courage was so polite to an immortal lord. This inevitably made the two of them doubt Ning Qi's background. May I know why you've come to the soul refining demonic sect today? Perfected soul refined looked at Ning Qi and asked calmly, I've come today for a soul. Ning Qi smiled and his gaze fell on Gai Donghuang. At this point, can you return that soul to me? Soul. Perfected soul refined frowned slightly. Requests for souls were not rare. After all, most of the soul refining demon sect souls were purchased from others. The soul refining demon sect did not care how the other party obtained their souls. However, there was a rule. As long as a soul entered the soul refining demon sect, it would be impossible for it to return. This rule was only broken for ancient transformation realm existences. Since he's the brave God Marquis friend, then return his soul to him. Perfected soul, refiner nodded at Gai Donghuang. Gai Donghuang looked at Ning Qi, then at the Marquis of Divine Courage. Finally, he innocently cupped his hands and said, reporting to the ancestor, I have already refined the Marquis of Divine Courage's soul. I don't know where it is now. Perhaps it was bought by a cultivator, or perhaps it has already been destroyed. You're lying. You just said it's in the soul furnace and now you're changing your mind? Ji Qiaozhen angrily said. Taoist Master Soul refined frowned and glanced at Ji Qiaozhen. When he saw that she was only an abstruse immortal, he said with displeasure, Since when did a junior like you have the right to interrupt a senior's conversation? Don't you have any manners? Guy Dongwang chuckled and said, I have indeed refined it. However, everyone present could tell that he seemed to be holding a grudge against Ning Chi and the others. If Guy Dongwang really did that, then even the Marquis of Divine Courage and the Duke of England wouldn't be able to do anything. After all, in everyone's opinion, it was impossible for the two of them to fight over a soul. Taoist Master Soul Refiner had already become enemies with him. Take out the soul. Don't let things get ugly. Wang Chao frowned and looked at Guy Donghuang. Marquis of Divine Courage, I dare not lie to you. I have indeed refined it. Guy Donghuang smiled. He was relying on Taoist Master Soul Refiner and the Duke of England, so he wasn't afraid of the Marquis of Divine Courage. Since you have refined it, then you really can't take it out. Why don't I make the decision and let you pick a soul beast, as long as it's below grade 7? Taoist Master Soul Refiner smiled. 5 breaths. If I can't see the soul I want in 5 breaths, then there's no need for the soul refining demonic sect to exist. Ning Chi said indifferently. What did you say? Taoist Master Soul Refiner's expression turned cold. The Duke of England was also slightly stunned and looked at Ning Chi in surprise. Guy Donghuang was stunned. Then his eyes flashed with a sinister look. He had purposely angered Ning Chi. Now that Ning Chi had said this, even the Marquis of Divine Courage wouldn't be able to protect him. I won't repeat myself. Ning Chi looked at Taoist Master Soul Refiner and took out the Elder Supreme Elixir Furnace. When the fire Qilin flew out, a Tao Querying Realm aura instantly enveloped everyone. Tao Querying Realm? Taoist Master Soul Refiner and the Duke of England's expressions changed drastically. They looked at the fire Qilin with a hint of shock. Guy Donghuang felt even worse. He knelt down directly, causing the floor to crack. Because the fire Qilin and Ning Chi were telepathically connected, it knew what was happening outside and intentionally exerted more pressure on Guy Donghuang. Marquis of Divine Courage, what's going on? The Duke of England sent a voice transmission to Wang Chao. He looked at Ning Chi with a hint of shock. Duke of England, this fire Qilin is Brother Ning's spiritual beast. It has a Tao Querying Realm cultivation base. Wang Chao sent a voice transmission. Duke of England, ignore the matter between Brother Ning and the soul refining demonic sect for now. The sacred leader also plans to recruit Brother Ning. In the future, our Saint Virtue dynasty will have 2 Tao Querying Realm cultivators. I see. The Duke of England nodded his head in realization. Then he silently took a step back. 2 more breaths. Ning Chi said plainly, Guy Donghuang, hand over the soul. Taoist Master Soul Refiner reacted and looked at Guy Donghuang fiercely. I'll hand it over. I'll hand it over. Guy Donghuang's eyes were filled with fear. He hurriedly took out a furnace. It was different from an elixir furnace. This was specially used by the soul refining demonic sect to store souls. After the furnace was opened, a sharp howl came from inside. A translucent figure with disheveled hair flew out from the furnace. Her eyes scanned the surroundings coldly. Apart from a monstrous, murderous intent, there was no other emotion in her eyes. Wang Shui. This soul looked exactly like Wang Shui. Ning Chi was sure that it was her. However, Wang Shui's current state was very strange. Other than her soul, there seemed to be no other souls in the soul furnace. It was very likely that the other souls had been devoured by Wang Shui. Kill. Chapter 30, 145. Hearing Ning Chi's words, Wang Shui's soul froze. There seemed to be some changes, but immediately her eyes were filled with murderous intent again. She bit Ning Chi in a frenzy. Wang Shui's soul was probably at Xian immortal level, but no matter how she bit, she couldn't even break Ning Chi's skin. When Shui died, she wasn't even at the Transcendence realm, but now she has Xian immortal combat power. What kind of pain has she gone through all these years? Ningqi looked at Wang Shui's unconscious state, and his heart twitched. Beixian, her soul is filled with too many impurities. She must have devoured many souls of other attributes in a short period of time. We must convert these impurities to make her soul pure and clean. Only then will she be able to regain her consciousness. Fire Qilin said, "Is there any way?" Ning Qi looked at Fire Qilin. "The soul is the weakest thing. If she isn't that important to you, I can try to use mystic arts to remove the impurities in her body, but there's a chance of failure." Fire Qilin looked at Wang Shui and said, "Failure? What happens if I fail?" Ning Qi's eyes flickered. "If I fail, my soul will be destroyed, and I won't even have the chance to enter reincarnation." Fire Qilin said, "No, this method is too dangerous. Is there really no other way?" Ning Qi shook his head. He had finally found Wang Shui's soul. He couldn't let her take the risk of having her soul destroyed. There is the purifying spirit flower. If you can find the purifying spirit flower, you can cleanse the impurities in her soul and increase the strength of her soul greatly. She will have the strength of at least the beginner Tao querying realm. But the purifying spirit flower is a rare treasure even in Shenlua world. Once it appears, it will attract many forces. I'm afraid you won't be able to find it in this world. Fire Qilin thought about it, and his eyes lit up. But then he shook his head, feeling that the success rate of this method wasn't high. Purifying spirit flower? Beginner Tao querying realm? Venerable Soul refined and the others were shocked when they heard Fire Qilin's words. There was such a magical item in this world. It could allow a Xian immortal soul to advance to the Tao querying realm. However, they heard a very important piece of information from the Fire Qilin's words. The purifying spirit flower was something from the divine Luo world, and the Fire Qilin knew about it. Didn't that mean that it was very likely that she came from the divine Luo world? Then this kid, spiritual master soul refiner, and the Duke of England looked at Ning Qi at almost the same time, a similar guess rising in their minds. It was very unusual for someone like Ning Qi, who had a Tao querying realm spirit beast, to suddenly appear in the human race. There must be a reason behind this abnormality. I'm afraid that only that place would have someone like that. To be able to control a Tao querying realm spirit beast with a mortal lord cultivation. Perfected soul refined thought to himself. When he looked at Ning Qi again, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. The purifying spirit flower only grows in the divine Luo world. Ning Qi frowned slightly. The Fire Qilin nodded. In my memory, that is indeed the case. Perhaps there are other places as well, but I do not know. After a pause, the Fire Qilin glanced at Wang Shui and continued. With her current state, sooner or later, she will completely go crazy. At that time, even if she uses the purifying spirit flower, the consciousness that she recovers might not be her original self. After all, she has swallowed too many souls. Doesn't that mean we won't even have time to look for the purifying spirit flower? Ning Qi's heart skipped a beat. Sigh, let her stay with me for the time being. At least I can ensure that her current state will not worsen. The Fire Qilin sighed. She could feel the anxiety and pain in Ning Qi's heart. As long as Shui Er stays with you, her condition will not worsen? Ning Qi's eyes lit up, and he looked at the Fire Qilin with anticipation. If that was the case, he would have enough time to look for a purifying spirit flower to help Wang Shui recover her consciousness. It will worsen very slowly, but if it drags on for too long, I can only use my method. In that case, there is a risk that her soul will dissipate. The Fire Qilin said, Forget it. Let's delay it for as long as we can. Ning Qi nodded, after which the Fire Qilin brought Wang Shui into the cauldron. When Ning Qi put away the Elder Supreme Lord Cauldron, his eyes landed on Gai Donghuang again. You like to smile, Ning Qi said plainly. Gai Donghuang did not dare to reply and subconsciously looked at perfected soul refined. Don't look at him. Look at me. Ning Qi smiled faintly. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I can only blame myself for being stupid. Please let me go. I won't smile again in the future. Seeing that perfected soul refined had no intention of speaking, Gai Donghuang hurriedly said embarrassedly, Since you like to smile so much, I'm willing to give you a chance. Ning Qi smiled and said to Wang Chao, Brother Wang, bring this person along. Let's go back. What? Gai Donghuang's eyes were filled with fear. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to perfected soul refined. Patriarch, save me. If I'm taken away by them, I'll definitely die. This time I can't save you either. You saw that spirit beast just now. As long as this lad is willing, our soul-refining demon sect will be annihilated in an instant. Perfected soul, refined, replied, expressionlessly. Gai Donghuang was just an immortal emperor. When it was time to give up, he should give up. He was not willing to offend Ning Qi, who was suspected to be from the Shenluo realm, for the sake of an immortal emperor. After all, Ning Qi might have a terrifying force behind him. Otherwise, how could a mere immortal lord like him have the protection of a Tao querying realm spirit beast? Protect? Perfected soul refined. I'll be taking this person with me. Wang Chao smiled and pointed at Gai Donghuang. Today, the soul-refining demon sect has offended you. I hope that you won't take it to heart. Gai Donghuang will be my apology. Perfected soul refined ignored Wang Chao and cupped his fists towards Ning Qi. His tone was sincere, clearly trying to resolve the grudge between the soul-refining demon sect and Ning Qi because of Wang Shui. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Ning Qi nodded lightly. Duke of England, let's go together. Wang Chao smiled. All right, perfected soul refined. Let's talk about that next time. I'll make a move first. Duke of England nodded and bade farewell to perfected soul refined. Then Wang Chao grabbed Gai Donghuang and left the soul-refining demon sect with Ning Qi and the rest. From the beginning to the end, the cultivators of the soul-refining demon sect did not dare to make a sound. Only when Ning Qi and the rest had left did the crowd look at each other with strange expressions. Gai Donghuang was an immortal emperor, but he was captured just like that. Everyone could imagine how miserable Gai Donghuang's fate would be. Chapter 3146. On the way back, Wang Chao pointed out that the Ghost King was waiting for Ning Qi at the original sacred Jiang sect. At the same time, his words revealed a trace of dissatisfaction towards the Ghost King. Taoist Ning, the Ghost King has a strange temper. The Duke of England nodded in agreement. He could not get along with the Ghost King. In other words, in the huge Saint Virtue dynasty, other than the Ghost King's bloodline and Gu Hua, who was in an alliance with the Ghost King, the other people basically could not get along with the Ghost King. They could only try their best not to offend the Ghost King. After all, the Ghost King was the second strongest expert in the Saint Virtue dynasty. He had a high chance of becoming a Tao querying realm existence in the future. As long as Brother Ning lets the Ghost King see that Senior Fire Qilin, I think the Ghost King will be sensible enough to leave the great wilderness. Wang Chao smiled. He was extremely dissatisfied with the Ghost King's interference. At the same time, he had a feud with the Ghost King's bloodline. If Ning Qi could take him down a notch, Wang Chao would naturally be happy to see that happen. Ning Qi nodded noncommittally. His mind, however, was immersed in the dragon-slaying mall. There were many types of items in the mall, be it medicinal pills or spiritual materials, but unfortunately he couldn't find the purifying spirit flower no matter how many times he searched. It seemed that it was impossible for such a divine item to exist in the mall. There was only one way for Wang Shui to regain her consciousness. That was to head to the Shenluo world and find the purifying spirit flower. By then, not only would Wang Shui regain her consciousness, she would also become a Tao querying realm cultivator, A few days later, the group returned to sacred Jiang sect. Jiang Yu was on tenterhooks along the way. He was afraid that Ning Qi would kill him on the spot for finding Wang Muting and Wang Shui. To his relief, Ning Qi did not seem to care about his intentions and did not lock him in the creation domain. At the entrance of sacred Jiang sect, Ning Qi's gaze suddenly fell on Jiang Yu. You are also partly responsible for Shui's matter. I did not know about the relationship between you and her. Jiang Yu's expression froze, and he spoke with difficulty. The Duke of England, Wang Chao, Ji Qiaojin, and the rest looked at Ning Qi strangely. They had already guessed what Ning Qi was going to do. Gai Donghuang, whose life was in Wang Chao's grasp, also revealed a trace of fear in his eyes. It's not only because of Shui. It's also because of my mother and father. The grudges between us have been lingering for a long time. Today, we can finally put an end to it. Ning Qi said lightly, Ning Beixian, you're burning the bridge after crossing it. If it wasn't for me, how could you have come? Jiang Yu sensed Ning Qi's thoughts, and a trace of anger appeared on his face. However, before he could finish speaking, Ning Qi had already slapped his head. Bang! The terrifying power directly smashed Jiang Yu's body into a pile of minced meat. His spirit poked its head out and screamed as it soared into the sky, as if it wanted to escape. Whoosh! Ning Qi flicked his finger, and a strong wind pierced through Jiang Yu's soul. At this point, Jiang Yu's soul was completely dispersed, and he died completely. Congratulations, Brother Ning, for getting your revenge. Wang Chao chuckled. That's a load off my mind. Ning Qi smiled, and then his gaze fell on Gai Donghuang, causing Gai Donghuang to shiver in fear. However, Ning Qi did not attack Gai Donghuang after that. Instead, he walked into sacred Jiang sect. However, the moment he stepped into sacred Jiang sect, a strange change suddenly occurred. The scenery around him changed. In an instant, Ning Qi found that the distance between him and Wang Chao and the rest had widened by at least 10 miles. It was as if the earth had extended by a lot. Originally, when he just stepped into the mountain gate, he should have been by the side of the gate. However, the gate of sacred Jiang sect was now very far away. Not only that, the rest of the mountains and the buildings of the sect were also very far away. At the same time, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Boom! A black pillar fell down and sank into the ground not far from Ning Qi. When this pillar appeared, the invisible pressure became even stronger. Boom! Another black pillar fell down. Boom, boom, boom. In less than 3 breaths' time, hundreds of pillars fell from the sky. Ning Qi's body was almost suppressed to the point that he could not move. What's going on? The expressions of Wang Chao and the rest suddenly changed. This was obviously an array. However, why would someone ambush them in sacred Jiang sect? Was the real target Ning Qi, or was it someone else? When the Duke of England saw those black pillars, he suddenly gasped. His gaze swept across, and indeed he saw a familiar figure in mid-air. Ghost King. The Duke of England spat out these 2 words coldly. Ghost King? Wang Chao followed his gaze, and his expression suddenly turned cold. He finally knew who had created this formation that had appeared out of nowhere. Ha ha ha! The Ghost King casually threw, and a black shadow landed heavily beside Wang Chao and the rest. When Ji Qiaojin and the rest saw it, they instantly exclaimed, Master! Lin Zio was originally unconscious from his serious injuries. After being hit so hard, he woke up, but he did not even have the strength to stand up. Quick, inform Senior Ning. The Ghost King has set up a killing array to ambush him. Wang Chao waved his hand, and a stream of divine power entered Lin Zio's body. Lin Zio's injuries immediately improved. At least his life was no longer in danger. After doing all this, Wang Chao angrily shouted at the Ghost King, You and I have come under orders to visit Brother Ning, but you set up a killing array to ambush him. Ghost King, what are you trying to do? Duke of England, Let's work together to break this array. Wang Chao's voice rang in the Duke of England's ears. This is the 300 demon god sealing formation, unless it is a Tao querying realm being. Even if there were a dozen ancient transformation realm beings, they would not be able to break it. When the Ghost King was young, he entered a cave abode left behind by an ancestor and obtained an opportunity. You are still young and have not seen the power of this formation, but I have seen it when I was young. At that time, the Ghost King was only an emperor, but he relied on this array to kill an ancient Huan from the enlightened sacred lands. The Duke of England shook his head slightly. Wang Chao gasped. Killing an ancient Huan with the cultivation of an emperor? As proud as he was, he did not even think about it. From this, it could be seen that the 300 demon god sealing array that the Duke of England spoke of was extremely terrifying. I did not expect the Duke of England to be in the great wilderness. What a coincidence! The two of you will join forces with me to break the contract between this lad and that spiritual beast. This way, our Saint Virtue dynasty will have one more Tao querying realm spiritual beast. Why not? The Ghost King looked at the Duke of England and Wang Chao with a faint smile. When everyone heard this, they immediately understood the Ghost King's intention in setting up this array. He was actually planning to snatch Ning Qi's spiritual beast. Chapter 30, 147. Black mist billowed on the pitch-black pillars. Each pillar was like a black demon god staring coldly at Ning Qi. The power of the pillars was connected together, and it was like a huge mountain that could make it hard for people to breathe. Even an ancient transformation realm existence would be in the same situation as Ning Qi. They wouldn't even be able to move their fingers. It was obvious that the Ghost King had taken the fire Qilin into consideration. That was why he had set up an array that was specifically targeted at ancient transformation realm cultivators and used it on Ning Qi, who was merely a celestial lord. In this way, he was undefeatable. It was a pity that Ning Qi did not have the contract that the Ghost King wanted. The contract between him and the Fire Qilin was signed by the Silver Dragon. Even if there was such a thing as a contract, it would be with the Silver Dragon. Why aren't you talking? Are you scared? I purposely suppressed the power of the great Tao in your body. Your body and mouth can still move. The Ghost King looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Ghost King, you are too much. Brother Ning has a Tao querying realm spirit beast. He is a Tao querying realm cultivator. Sacred leader wants to rope him in, but you want to do the opposite? Wang Chao said with a serious expression. Whether it was public or private, he had to stand on Ning Qi's side. The former was a matter of principle. From the beginning, when he knew that Ning Qi had the Fire Qilin, which was equivalent to the battle power of the Tao querying realm, he was prepared to rope Ning Qi in for the Saint Virtue dynasty. If the Saint Virtue dynasty had another Tao querying realm existence, the power of the human race would also rise. As for the latter, he definitely did not want to see the Fire Qilin fall into the hands of the Ghost King. If that happened, given the Ghost King's personality, he would definitely not live past the second day. It was only because of the Holy Master that the Ghost King did not dare to blow things up and attack him. If the Ghost King also became an existence with the battle power of the Tao querying realm, the Sacred Master couldn't suppress him at all. What was even more terrifying was that the Saint Germain dynasty might fall into chaos because of this. Divine Courage Marquis, you are only a junior. Do I need your permission to do things? Duke of England, if you do not plan on helping me, then just stand there with the Marquis of Courage. Once I obtain a Tao querying realm spirit beast, the Saint Virtue dynasty will soon become a Saint Virtue, holy land. No, it should be the Ghost King, sacred ground. Yes, ha ha ha. A crazed look flashed in the Ghost King's eyes as he raised his head to the sky and laughed. Ghost King, your words are a little disgraceful. Where do you put the sacred lord? The Duke of England finally could not take it anymore and said in a deep voice. He really did not expect the Ghost King to have such a crazy idea. Was he planning to overthrow the Saint Germain dynasty? A change of dynasty? He had said this even before he had obtained the spiritual beast. If he had obtained the spiritual beast that was comparable to a Tao, querying realm cultivator, it was obvious that the faction led by the Ghost King would very likely split off from the Saint Virtue dynasty. Looks like you're also a stubborn person. The Ghost King glanced at the Duke of England. While the two sides were fighting, Ning Chi had been trying to take out the Grand Supreme, Lord Pilfurnace. However, other than his mouth, not only could he not move his body, he could not mobilize the power in his body at all. It was as if he had turned into a mortal and become a complete mortal. If the fire Qilin didn't come out today, he might really be in danger. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Ning Chi suddenly felt a warm feeling in his chest. Then a very weak power flowed into his body. Gradually, Ning Chi found that he could control his body again. That's strange. Isn't this the power of the meteor pendant to heal injuries? It can actually remove the seal. Ning Chi's mind moved slightly, and a flash of surprise flashed through his eyes. Originally, the mysterious power contained in the meteor pendant was very weak in Ning Chi's eyes. This was because the total amount of the power could at most heal some of Ning Chi's superficial wounds. The mysterious power was not enough for any more serious injuries. However, Ning Chi had never expected that the mysterious power in the meteor pendant would have such strength. There were other additional effects. At this time, the Ghost King also seemed to be a little impatient. He moved and landed not far away from Ning Chi, standing with his hands behind his back. You only have the cultivation of an immortal lord. As long as I think about it, your soul will immediately dissipate. Is it worth it to lose your life for a spiritual beast? The Ghost King said with a smile. Villains usually die because they talk too much. Ning Chi said plainly. The Ghost King's expression changed slightly. Before he could react, Ning Chi had already taken out the Lao Jun pill furnace. The fire Qilin let out a roar and broke through the air. The raging flames on its body instantly turned into a sea of fire. In an instant, the hundreds of black pillars in the surroundings were all melted. The 300 demon god sealing Grand Array. Because of this, it was broken. The fire Qilin was at the mid-stage Tao querying realm. The flames on its body were not something that a cultivator at the peak of the ancient transformation realm could withstand. The Ghost King had just turned around and was about to escape when he was instantly enveloped by the flames. However, the Ghost King did not turn into a skeleton on the spot. Instead, he seemed to be frozen and maintained his stiff posture, standing motionlessly in that ball of flames. After the array was broken, the feeling of the earth stretching out also disappeared. At this moment, the Ghost King's figure was in front of the mountain gate of Sacred Jiang Sect. He was only a few dozen feet away from Wang Chao and the others. From the moment the Ghost King had the absolute upper hand to the moment Ning Chi turned the tables, not even a breath had passed. Only then did everyone react. Brother Ning, please kill this thief. Fellow Taoist Ning, please have mercy. Wang Chao and the Duke of England spoke at almost the same time. A look of terror gradually appeared on the Ghost King's stiff face. He wanted to open his mouth to beg for mercy, but he found that he could not even open his mouth. He had been completely suppressed. The experts that the Ghost King had brought along with him, who had been hiding in the distance, looked at each other with pale faces. They could not believe that the Ghost King, who had set up the 300 demon god sealing Grand Array, would be defeated in an instant. At the same time, the aura on the fire Qilin's body made them feel shocked and terrified. Burn him, Ning Chi said indifferently. The fire Qilin nodded. With a thought, the Ghost King turned into a pile of white ash with a bang and fell to the ground. There was no process at all. The Ghost King had turned from a living, ancient transformation realm into white ash just like that. The system notification sounded. Ning Chi had obtained 10 million merit points from the Ghost King. Wang Chao looked at the ashes and suddenly let out a long laugh. The Duke of England's expression did not look good. No matter what, the Ghost King was a king of the Saint Virtue dynasty with a different surname. How to deal with him should be decided by the Sacred Lord. He sighed softly and wanted to say something. However, when he saw that the fire Qilin was staring at him, he immediately chose to shut his mouth. Chapter 30, 148. Ordinary cultivation resources were of little use to Ning Qi, but grade 9 pills that could increase one's cultivation were pretty good. Ning Qi had killed so many Emperor Realm existences before, so he didn't have many grade 9 pills in their rings. However, with the addition of the Ghost King and 2 Gui, Ning Qi's current wealth had surpassed that of an ordinary ancient transformation realm cultivator. Both of their rings contained grade 9 pills that could increase one's cultivation base. There were also grade 9 pills that could increase one's cultivation. It was very likely that Ning Qi wouldn't even need to derive the 3rd level of the 4-spirit sacred art. He could rely on these pills to increase his cultivation to the perfected immortal Lord Realm. Duke of England, the Ghost King deserved to die. You don't have to worry about this. I will report it to the Sacred Lord. Wang Chao looked at the Duke of England and smiled. AI. The Duke of England sighed. The Ghost King is indeed a bit ruthless. Even if he doesn't die in the great wilderness, he will die in the hands of others in the future. Cough, cough. Lin Zio coughed a few times and slowly walked up to Ning Qi with a hint of shame on his face. He cupped his hands and bowed. Senior Ning, I couldn't notify you in time when the Ghost King set up the array formation. It's fine. This has nothing to do with you. Ning Qi waved his hand. Lin Zio heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Ning Qi would vent his anger on him. Brother Wang, help me cripple this person's cultivation. Leaving him at the human immortal realm should be enough. Ning Qi smiled at Wang Chao. Guy Donghuang's expression suddenly changed. Senior Ning, I deserve to die. Please give me a chance, Senior Ning. His eyes suddenly lit up. Senior Ning, I know the soul refining art. I can help Senior Ning restore the soul's consciousness. Even a 3rd step cultivator can't restore Er's consciousness safely. You? Ning Qi glanced at Guy Donghuang indifferently. Guy Donghuang's expression became extremely unsightly. He naturally knew this, but he was like a mortal who had fallen into the water. As long as he could grab something, he would try to grab as much as he could, hoping to buy some time. He didn't expect Ning Qi to not believe him. Well, if you knew that this day would come, why did you do it in the first place? With Brother Ning's temperament, if you obediently hand over that soul, not only will Brother Ning not blame you, but you will also be able to form a good relationship with him. Wang Chao patted Guy Donghuang's shoulder and said, Pup! It was like a leaking ball. Streams of gas dispersed from Guy Donghuang's body. His body was like a dried piece of cured meat, shrinking several times in an instant. From a strong man, he had become a skinny old man. His cultivation had also dropped to the initial stage of the human celestial realm, which was unstable and could drop to the human celestial realm at any time. Guy Donghuang's expression became extremely desperate. He looked down at his body in disbelief as his hands gradually trembled. The cultivation that he had painstakingly cultivated had turned to nothing just like that. Regret, unwillingness, and all sorts of other emotions filled him. At the same time, Guy Donghuang felt a faint sense of relief. At least he wasn't killed with a single palm strike like Jiang Yu, leaving nothing behind. He was still alive and had a chance to make a comeback in the future. Isn't that Guy Donghuang from the soul-refining demonic sect? Lin Zio thought to himself with a strange expression. From Wang Chao's words, he seemed to have understood why Guy Donghuang had offended Ning Qi. From today onwards, you will stand here. Ning Qi pointed to the mountain gate of Sacred Jiang sect and smiled at Guy Donghuang. You want me to guard the gate? All right. Guy Donghuang nodded his head. As long as he could keep his life, he was willing to do anything. No, I want you to laugh here. Ning Chi smiled. Laugh? Gai Donghuang stared at Ning Chi with his mouth agape. He suddenly wanted to slap himself in the face. If he hadn't laughed so much in the soul-refining demonic sect, he wouldn't have had to suffer such humiliation. Senior, Gai Donghuang looked at Ning Chi hesitantly. If you don't like to laugh, then die. Ning Chi smiled. Ha 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 ha. Gai Donghuang threw his head back and laughed loudly. As he laughed, tears streamed down his face. Seeing this, Ning Chi called for everyone to enter sacred Jiang sect, leaving only a few disciples of the ancestral nether courtyard to guard the mountain gate with Gai Donghuang. How did this guy offend Senior Ning? To think that he was a martial emperor just a moment ago. In the blink of an eye, he's even weaker than us. What a pity for his cultivation! The disciples of the ancestral nether courtyard looked at Gai Donghuang strangely. Brother Ning, I must go back and report to the Holy Lord about the Ghost King's death. There are many experts in his faction. If we don't suppress them immediately, I'm afraid there will be chaos. As for the Ghost King's sudden attack on you, the Saint Virtue dynasty will definitely give you an explanation. Wang Chao solemnly cupped his hands at Ning Chi in the sacred Jiang sect master hall. Then I'll see the two of you off. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. Not long after the two left, Ning Chi called Lin Zio over and threw him a ring. Ancestral nether courtyard master, there are some pills in here. Although there aren't many, they should be of use to you. The ring belonged to Gai Donghuang. Lin Zio scanned it with his divine will and was pleasantly surprised. He repeatedly cupped his hands at Ning Chi and thanked him. I might not stay here for a period of time. If you want to return to the ancestral nether courtyard, leave a few disciples behind to watch over Gai Donghuang. Ning Chi smiled. What, Senior Ning, you're leaving? Lin Zio was slightly shocked. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. Without waiting for Lin Zio to speak, he stood up and walked out. He soared into the sky and flew towards the lake. He had found Wang Muting and Wang Shui. The former was now in the creation domain with Little Yu, and the rest, although the divine Luo mystic realm was rich in resources. Ning Chi still had to return to the immortal world. After all, he did not know how the demon race would react after Tu Gui's death. If they sent a third step demon, Ning Chi would at least be able to resist them for a while in the immortal world. At the same time, the fire Qilin had advanced to the intermediate Dao querying realm. Ning Chi no longer had to worry about whether the girl sent by Jiang Tianshu was still in the Heaven Dao Pavilion. When he returned, he would destroy the Tian Dao family's nest. A few days later, Ning Chi returned to the lake again. Perhaps it was because a group of heavenly bull race cultivators had died nearby, but Ning Chi did not encounter any humans along the way. Instead, he encountered many other foreign races. The auras of these foreign races were extremely powerful. Compared to those of the same cultivation level, humans were probably no match for them. They could not catch up. Soon, Ning Chi found his previous position and dived into the water. After waiting for a while, Ning Chi's eyes flashed with shock. The meteor pendant did not react at all. Ning Chi suddenly had a bad premonition. However, Jiang Yu was already dead, so it was impossible to ask him. Ning Chi instinctively took out the All-Heaven Talisman to see if he could use it to return to the Heaven Dao Pavilion. In the end, the All-Heaven Talisman could not even be activated in the divine Luo mystic realm. Chapter 30, 149. Ning Chi tried for about 14 to 16 hours under the water, but he still couldn't open the tunnel. The meteor pendant's energy was slowly recovering, but no matter what Ning Chi tried, the meteor pendant didn't respond. Even though the meteor pendant's energy had recovered to its original level, it still couldn't open the tunnel. Open a passageway. Ning Chi was a little suspicious. Was it because he was suppressed by the Ghost King's 300 demonic god sealing formation, and the meteor pendant helped him out of the situation? But in the end, the energy that could open the passage was lost? If that's the case, I'm afraid I'll have to stay here for a while. Fine, I'll try to break through to the Emperor realm here." Ning Qi sighed in his heart. Then he turned back and returned to sacred Jiang sect. Lin Ziyou was surprised to see Ning Qi return, but at the same time he was pleasantly surprised. In the following period of time, Ning Qi accompanied Wang Yuding and Little Yu as they strolled around the great wilderness. However, he spent most of his time in the top-notch cultivation training ground, consuming the elixirs that the Ghost King and Tu Gui had left behind for his cultivation. In this period of time, the news of the Ghost King's death set off a storm in the Saint Germain dynasty. The news was spread by people with intentions, and it quickly spread throughout the entire Saint Germain dynasty. Even the other 8 dynasties, 5 major sects, 3 sacred grounds, and first-rate, second-rate, and third-rate forces were spread. However, the unrated powers all received the news. Everyone knew that there was an existence comparable to the Tao querying realm in the great wilderness. At this moment, a bloody purge was taking place in the capital of the Saint Germain dynasty. All of you are stubborn. From the day you followed the Netherworld King, you should have known that this day would come for you. Wang Chao stood in front of a large courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back. Beside him stood the Duke of England and 2 other ancient transformation realm cultivators. The 4 of them were surrounded by corpses. There were only a few people whose auras were similar to Wang Chao's. They stared at Wang Chao and the others in a sorry state. They were all heavily injured, and their auras were extremely weak. Courageous God Marquis, Duke Ing, Imperial Dragon General, Third Consecrator High, you are all despicable and shameless. We will definitely break out of this encirclement and report this matter to the Sacred Master. No need. Without the permission of the Sacred Master, the 4 of us would not have come here, Wang Chao said calmly. The other party was very surprised and looked at Wang Chao and the other 3 in disbelief. How could this be? Even if the Ghost King is dead, we are still meritorious subjects of the Saint Virtue dynasty. Why did the Saint Lord send you to kill us? He, the Duke of England smiled and said, before the Ghost King died, he said something outrageous. The Holy Master was very displeased after hearing it. So, if you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for choosing the wrong team and choosing to stand on the Ghost King's side. Didn't you realize from the beginning that the Ghost King was a lunatic? The Imperial Dragon General was the leader of the Imperial Dragon Army in the imperial capital of the Saint Virtue dynasty. At the same time, he was also a late-stage ancient transformation realm expert. He smiled and said, "When I was young, I felt that the Ghost King's head wasn't very good. However, his natural talent in cultivation is stronger than mine, and that's why he has the status he has today. Of all the things you shouldn't have done, you shouldn't have thought of rebelling. And you even showed it on your face. Tell me, don't you deserve to die? The 3 of you don't need to talk too much nonsense with these people. Just kill them and be done with it," Hai-Sen said sinisterly. He was a close official of the Saint Virtue dynasty. Even though he was just a consecrator and did not have much power, his status was still there. As long as the Saint Lord was strong, he would not have to worry about cultivation resources. He could live a very comfortable life. When he found out that the Ghost King actually had, how could the Ghost King not be ruthless and cripple the Ghost King's bloodline? Impossible. The Ghost King definitely didn't have any intention of rebelling. You guys are deliberately framing him. That's right. It was the Marquis of Divine Courage. He had a feud with the Ghost King, and that's why he lied to the Holy Master. This time the Ghost King and the Marquis of Divine Courage went to the Great Desolate together. Why was the Ghost King dead, but he was able to return to the imperial capital safely? The few of them revealed a look of panic on their faces. In reality, the Ghost King would often reveal a hint of ambition in front of them in private. Sometimes it was precisely this hint of ambition that spurred them to follow the Ghost King with all their hearts to see if there would be a better development. However, it was just ambition. The Ghost King had never planned anything. They were certain of this. But now they were going to be wiped out by blood because of the Ghost King's ambition? I heard this with my own ears, and I saw what the Ghost King did with my own eyes. Actually, the Ghost King offended a cultivator comparable to the Tao querying realm. Even if we didn't do anything, the Holy Master would have sent someone else to replace us. We just happened to be there. The Duke of England said with a faint smile, "You guys have worked hard to cultivate. You are all ancient transformation realm existences, and your deaths will be a great loss to the Saint Virtue dynasty. Unfortunately, compared to a Tao querying realm cultivator, you guys aren't worth much. We'll fight out with them. The world is so big, and I don't believe that there's no place for us to go. As long as we leave the Saint Virtue dynasty, we'll seek refuge with the 3 holy lands." The ancient transformation realm subordinates of the Ghost King looked at each other and finally believed that the other party wouldn't hold back. They weren't willing to die in vain. An hour later, the Imperial Dragon General personally crushed the last early-stage ancient transformation realm existence. The experts of the Ghost King's line were all dead, and the Holy Master had no intention of cleaning up the remaining small fries. The matter with the Ghost King has been resolved. Now, we have to go to the Longhorn Bull clan to hand over the Shenluo stone mine. Then, this matter will be completely over. Wang Chao said, "I'll leave this matter to the Duke of England and the Marquis of Divine Courage." The Imperial Dragon General smiled and then left with the 3rd priest of Hai. A few days later, Wang Chao and the Duke of England completed the handover of the Shenluo stone mine. The Saint Virtue dynasty had 3 Shenluo stone mines, and now one of them had been destroyed. All the higher-ups felt uncomfortable. After all, this directly affected their interests. However, when they thought of the Ghost King's fate, no one dared to say anything. No one dared to say anything. Great Wilderness, Sacred Jiang Sect. Wang Chao carried a few bloody heads as he flew through the air. Gai Donghuang, who was laughing day and night at the mountain gate, couldn't help but tremble when he saw Wang Chao. Then his gaze fell on the heads in Wang Chao's hand, and he was even more shocked. The owners of these heads are all ancient transformation realm existences. They're top-notch experts. Chapter 3150. Ningqi looked at the 4 heads and smiled at Wang Chao. "Brother Wang, is this your idea or that person's?" "Both. The main thing is that the Ghost King is rebellious and offended Brother Ning. The Holy Lord feels that if he is not exterminated, there will be trouble in the future." Wang Chao smiled. "Little Qi, we have guests?" Wang Muting walked into the hall with little Yu, and little Qi beside her. The 3 of them saw the 4 heads on the ground, but their expressions didn't change. They had seen many heads, not to mention that little Yu, and little Qi had participated in the war against the demons for many years. He had killed countless demons with his own hands. He had seen scenes that were even more disgusting than this. "Mother, this Brother Wang is the Saint Virtue dynasty's Marquis God Courage," Ningqi introduced with a smile. Wang Muting and the other 2 had never met the Marquis God Courage. "Marquis God Courage?" Wang Muting's eyes moved, and she smiled at Wang Chao. "So you are the #1 genius of the Saint Virtue dynasty, the Marquis God Courage. I didn't expect you to be so young." Wang Muting's memories were still there, so she had naturally heard of Wang Chao. However, with her cultivation back then, she didn't have the chance to meet such a big shot. Even Jiang, you couldn't meet Wang Chao. No, Madam is too polite. Wang Chao quickly cupped his hands. Although Wang Muting's cultivation was only at Xianamortal, she was Ningqi's mother. This was enough for Wang Chao to treat her differently. "Since you have something to say, the 3 of us won't disturb you any longer." Wang Muting nodded with a smile and was about to leave with the 2 girls. Seeing this, Wang Chao immediately said, "Actually, it's not something too special." He looked at Ningqi and said with a smile, "The Holy Lord asked me to come here for another matter. He hopes to see Brother Ning. I wonder if Brother Ning can come with me to the imperial capital?" Ning Qi didn't mind. He also wanted to see the only Tao querying cultivator in the Saint Virtue dynasty. In fact, when he realized that he couldn't leave the god Luo mystic realm for a while, Ning Qi had some ideas. Since he was going to stay here for a while, he might as well recruit some experts, so that he could bring it back to the celestial world to help defend against the devil race. It was not a problem to ask for a Tao querying cultivator's help. However, not many people would be willing to let him enter the creation domain and return to the Heaven Tao Pavilion with him. At that level, every step had to be taken with extreme caution. Even Ning Qi would not trust others for no reason. Shao Qi, why don't we go to the imperial capital together? I know a few good friends in the imperial capital, and I haven't seen them for many years. The imperial capital is also very prosperous. Yuer and Linger can also go there to play. Wang Yuding smiled. Okay. Young master, bring us along. Little Yu. I was pleasantly surprised. Zwillinger also nodded. Young master, we've already explored the great wilderness. We want to see how prosperous the Saint Virtue dynasty's imperial capital is. It would be best if the three of you could go together. Wang Chao said happily. All right, let's make a trip to the imperial capital then. But Brother Wang, you're the local tyrant there. The safety of my mother and two younger sisters, Ning Qi smiled. Brother Ning, don't worry. In the imperial capital, no one would dare to cause trouble in the brave god constabulary. Once we reach the imperial capital, the four of you can stay in the brave god constabulary. When the time comes, I'll give Madam and the two younger sisters a token. They can do whatever they want in the imperial capital. When Wang Chao said this, his eyes revealed a trace of confidence. Although he was very polite to Ning Qi and even seemed to be trying to curry favor with him, in reality, even in the eyes of the experienced Guhua, Wang Chao was very arrogant. He would scold people of the same generation and would not give face to anyone. Otherwise, he would not have killed a descendant of the Ghost King and was targeted by the Ghost King. Therefore, there were not many people in the imperial capital who dared to provoke him. Moreover, once Ning Qi and the other three reached the imperial capital, all the higher-ups would receive the news. Who would dare to provoke the family of a Tao querying cultivator? That's good. Let's go. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Before leaving, when Lin Zuyo heard that Ning Qi and the other three were going to the imperial capital, he quickly volunteered to be Ning Qi's housekeeper. Ning Qi thought about it and nodded in agreement. However, he asked for one person from Lin Zuyo, and that was Ji Qiaozhen. Back in the soul refining demonic sect, this girl was not intimidated by experts like Gai Donghuang and Venerable Soul Refining. She had spoken up for Ning Qi, and in Ning Qi's eyes she was a good seedling. She could stay by Wang Yuding's side as a maid. After all, Ning Qi had always treated you, and Ling, as his younger sisters. It was not good to ask them to do some service work. The imperial capital of the Saint Virtue dynasty was quite far from the great wilderness. However, Wang Chao could take the official road, which was the kind of transportation array that individual cultivators could not use. It saved a lot of time. They only spent 2 to 3 days to reach the imperial capital without passing through the city gates. Greetings, Marquis God Courage. The imperial capital's transportation array was guarded by people. When the soldiers saw Wang Chao, they quickly cupped their hands in greeting. At the same time, an extremely fat cultivator walked over quickly. When he saw Wang Chao, he smiled and flattered. I was wondering why the magpies kept chirping today. So the Marquis God Courage is back. Damn fatty, your mouth is quite sweet. Wang Chao smiled and scolded. It seemed that he had a good relationship with this Emperor Realm fatty. After the fatty finished flattering Wang Chao, his gaze landed on Ning Qi and the others. His heart skipped a beat when he thought of Wang Chao's recent actions of cleaning up the Ghost King's bloodline. He clearly guessed the identity of Ning Qi and the others. Brother Ning, let me introduce you. This damn fatty is called Wuda. He is responsible for guarding this transportation array. In the future, Brother Ning can come and go as you please." Wang Chao smiled. After a pause, he looked at Wu De. "This is the great wilderness king, Brother Ning. Why aren't you greeting him?" "Oh, I was wondering why the magpies kept chirping today. So the Marquis God Courage isn't a distinguished guest. The great wilderness king is the distinguished guest." Wu De immediately flattered Ning Qi. Although Ning Qi's aura was only at the immortal Lord realm, even the commoners in the imperial capital knew that a Tao, querying realm spirit beast had appeared in the great wilderness. Great wilderness king? Ning Qi looked at Wang Chao with a smile that was not a smile. "Why don't I remember having such a nickname? Brother Ning, the matter of you killing the Ghost King is no longer a secret. The great wilderness king is what the subordinates call you. After hearing it occasionally, I feel that it suits Brother Ning. If Brother Ning doesn't like it, I can tell them not to call you that." Wang Chao smiled. "There's no need. It sounds quite nice." Chapter 3151. Amidst Wu De's flattery, Ning Qi and the others followed the Marquis of Courage God out of the teleportation array. Not far from the teleportation array was the area of the Saint Virtue dynasty's capital that only the nobles and officials could live in. On the road, there were many Grand Unity Realm and Immortal Lords, and even a few Emperor Realm experts. Wang Chao had once told Ning Qi that there were at least 300 Emperor Realm experts in the Saint Virtue dynasty. This number included second-rate faction leaders like Lin Ziyou, and half of the Emperor Realm experts were directly under the Saint Virtue dynasty's jurisdiction. This number seemed high, but in reality, in the huge Saint Virtue dynasty, the Emperor Realm experts were considered top figures. In the imperial court, they were considered first-class characters. It was difficult for ordinary cultivators to see one. However, there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the imperial capital, especially in the brave God Marquis residence. There were also high officials of holy virtue living there, so Emperor Realm experts were not that rare. Not long after, Ning Qi saw a lake. Beside the lake were willows that exuded a fresh green glow. Further ahead was a luxurious mansion built beside the lake. There was a plaque hanging above, "Courage God Marquis Residence." Marquis! The guards at the entrance of the Marquis residence saw Wang Chao and quickly bowed respectfully. Wang Chao nodded slightly and led Ning Qi and the others in. "Who are those people?" "The Marquis is personally leading the way." The guards looked at each other in surprise. Their gazes fell on the backs of Ning Qi and the others, and they were secretly shocked. The Divine Courage Marquis was normally very proud and aloof. As a guard of the Marquis Palace, they were very clear on this. Today, Wang Chao had given them a slight nod. Normally, Wang Chao would not even look at them. "I heard that the Marquis has a good relationship with the Great Wilderness King. Since they received orders to go to the Great Wilderness, could they be—" As a guard said this, his body trembled slightly, and his eyes burned with passion. "Could it be that the Great Wilderness King has come?" The other guards heard this, and felt that this was a very likely guess. They could not help but be excited. One had to know that the Great Wilderness King was equivalent to a Tao querying expert. If she could come to the Courage God Marquis residence, their status would naturally rise. The news quickly spread. The housekeeper of the courageous God Marquis Manor, Wang Chao's wife, and a few elders rushed to the guest hall. Under Wang Chao's introduction, they all met Ning Qi and the others. At this time, Wang Muting displayed her excellent social skills. She chatted happily with Wang Chao's wife. Her attitude made people feel close to her, but it didn't make people look down on her. She appeared to be gentle, like a spring breeze. At the same time, after arranging the food and lodging, Ning Qi and Wang Chao walked towards the palace together. "Brother Wang, I didn't expect you to be married." Ning Qi smiled at Wang Chao. "Brother Ning, I have lived for so many years. How can I not get married? It's a pity that my wife and I have been married for a long time, but because of our cultivation, it's hard to have a son." Wang Chao smiled and shook his head. Oh! Ning Qi smiled but did not say anything. This was a family matter, and he did not intend to intervene. However, the Niwa ship had artificial breeding methods. If there was a chance, he could do Wang Chao a favor at little cost. However, he did not know if Wang Chao would understand such a method. If he revealed the method easily, it would inevitably cause misunderstandings. Divine Courage Marquis, you want to enter the palace to see the sacred master? A voice came from behind the two of them. Wang Chao's footsteps paused slightly, and he turned around. Immediately, a fake smile appeared on his face. So it's the Cauldron State Duke. The person who came was a sturdy old man with a few guards standing behind him. However, these guards' auras were even stronger than Lin Zio's. They were all Emperor Realm existences. At the same time, the old man also emitted the aura of the mid-stage ancient transformation realm, which was a small realm stronger than Wang Chao. Brother Ning, the Cauldron State Duke has a daughter who is one of the 3 wives of the Ghost King. This time, the Ghost King's bloodline was purged, but because of the Cauldron State Duke, his daughter was spared. However, his daughter's son was also on the purge list. Wang Chao's voice sounded in Ning Qi's ears, revealing the old man's origin. Ning Qi was slightly stunned. So, because of me, the Cauldron State Duke's little grandson also died? This could be considered a death feud, right? This person looks unfamiliar. The Cauldron State Duke looked at Ning Qi with a smile. However, deep in his eyes, there was a flash of killing intent and anger. This emotion was concealed by the smile on his face. Those who were not extremely familiar with the Cauldron State Duke would not be able to see or sense it. The Cauldron State Duke is so well informed. There's no reason that you don't know who Brother Ning is. The Marquis of Divine Courage smiled. Oh, it turns out to be the great Wilderness King. I have been disrespectful. When I was still in the imperial capital, I had heard of the great Wilderness King's reputation. My good-for-nothing son-in-law was killed by the great Wilderness King. You have helped my Saint Virtue dynasty to eliminate a threat. I have been looking for an opportunity to thank the great Wilderness King for this matter. Let's go to my mansion for a chat. The Cauldron State Duke laughed and said. His voice was extremely loud. Many civil and military officials, who were also walking towards the imperial palace, looked over. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at Ning Qi. That's the great Wilderness King. He's indeed just an immortal lord. It's only because he has a Tao, querying realm spirit beast that the Marquis, God, Courage values him so much. Don't care about his cultivation. He has a Tao, querying realm spirit beast, which means he has the combat power of the Tao querying realm. He deserves respect. The arrogant Ghost King still died in his hands. This time, the Ghost King lineage, including the Ghost King himself, lost a total of 5 ancient transformation cultivators. It's all because of the great Wilderness King. I wonder where this person came from. Why haven't I heard of him before? A Tao, querying realm spirit beast, is highly valued in the demon race. How did it become his spirit beast? Everyone secretly communicated with each other. Cauldron State Duke, the Sacred Lord wants to see the great Wilderness King. I think your suggestion should be put aside for another time. The Marquis God Courage smiled and said to Ning Qi, Brother Ning, let's go. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. He walked towards the imperial palace with the Marquis God Courage. From the beginning to the end, he did not greet the Cauldron State Duke. The Cauldron State Duke looked at the back of the two of them. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and he became extremely cold. My lord, this person is just at the immortal lord realm. That spirit beast doesn't follow him all the time. Why don't you let me strike him and kill him to take revenge for the little master? Chapter 3152. You think I haven't thought about it? The Cauldron State Duke transmitted his voice coldly. The guard was stunned for a moment and immediately shut up. He could already feel the dissatisfaction of the Cauldron State Duke. How did the Ghost King die? Have you forgotten it so quickly? Not to mention that the Marquis of Divine Courage has been protecting this kid. Even if it was this kid, how do you know that he didn't have other means to save his life? If he missed, then you and I will be the ones to die. My Cauldron State Duke is a big family. Can we afford to gamble? The Cauldron State Duke sneered. My lord, I didn't consider it thoroughly. The guard cupped his hands and said with an ugly expression, Hee, after the Heavenly Bull tribe took a Shinluo stone mine, they settled this matter. However, they may not know that it's not that the Sacred Lord can't find the person, but that he is unwilling to hand over this kid. As long as we send the news to the Yellow Bell tribe, there will naturally be people who will help us find trouble with this kid. At the same time, send a message over. With the pride of the demon race, if they know that a demon has become a spirit beast of the human race, they will come and take a look. The corner of the Cauldron State, Duke's mouth rose slightly. He had often used this method of killing with a borrowed knife since he was young. As long as he didn't care about the consequences, it was almost always effective. Yes, my lord, I will do this now. The guard hurriedly nodded, turned around, and quickly left. Brother Ning, the Cauldron State Duke is very sinister. He may not care whether the Ghost King dies or not, but as far as I know, he loves his little daughter and grandson very much. This time, he may secretly trip us up. However, Brother Ning, don't worry. I have already ordered people to keep an eye on the Cauldron State Duke. As long as he has any tricks, I will know immediately. Wang Chao smiled at Ning Qi as he walked. His method is nothing more than killing with a borrowed knife. Brother Wang, you can order people to pay attention to the movements and whereabouts of the Cauldron State Duke's subordinates. Ning Qi smiled. Wang Chao's eyes moved. He felt that Ning Qi's words made sense. He immediately scanned with his divine sense and transmitted his order. Along the way, as long as the Imperial Guards saw Wang Chao, they would immediately let him pass. No one dared to come forward to check his identity. Ning Qi and Wang Chao quickly arrived at the courtyard closest to the Holy Master's residence. At this time, a few Imperial Guards would come forward to check Wang Chao's identity token. At the same time, they would also inquire about Ning Qi's identity. After learning that Ning Qi was the great Desolation Queen who had recently been in the limelight in the capital, the guards' expressions all changed. Brother Ning, these are the Imperial Dragon Army, the personal guards of the Sacred Master. The Imperial Dragon General joined forces with me this time to eradicate the remnants of the Ghost King. His contributions cannot go unnoticed. If there's a chance next time we can meet him. Wang Chao smiled at Ning Qi, but very quickly he corrected himself and said, there's no need for next time. Seems like the Imperial Dragon General is also here. Under the lead of a guard, the two of them entered a large hall in a courtyard. On the main seat sat a middle-aged man with an impressive bearing. Beside him stood a general completely wrapped in armor. It was likely that he was the Imperial Dragon, General Wang Chao had mentioned. Ning Qi's gaze swept across and landed on the middle-aged man. It was likely that this person was the Holy Master of the Saint Virtue dynasty, an early-stage Dao querying realm cultivator. Ha ha ha! It is the Saint Virtue dynasty's fortune that Daoist Ning could come today. The Holy Master of the Saint Virtue dynasty stood up and bowed to Ning Qi with a big smile. Even the Ghost King had not received such treatment in the past. The Imperial Dragon General's gaze also landed on Ning Qi at the first instant. There was a hint of scrutiny in the depths of his eyes. Holy Master is too polite. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. This time the Ghost King's actions really shocked me. I hope that Daoist Ning will not blame him. He has reaped what he sowed. I wonder if Daoist Ning is satisfied with the outcome? The Holy Master of the Saint Virtue dynasty smiled. Naturally, I am satisfied. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. As long as you are satisfied. I was afraid that Taoist Ning would misunderstand my Saint Virtue dynasty. The Holy Master of the Saint Virtue dynasty smiled. I heard that the Holy Master lost a Shenluo stone mine because of me. I am a little embarrassed. Ning Qi smiled. The Holy Master of the Saint Virtue dynasty did not expect Ning Qi to bring this up. He was still thinking about how to change the topic, so he went with the flow and said, "If Taoist Ning stays in the Saint Virtue dynasty, that Shenluo stone mine is nothing. Yes, I will be in the wilderness for a short period of time." Ning Qi nodded slightly. "That's good. Taoist Ning, do you know what the people call you recently? They all call you the Great Wilderness King. How about this? I will issue a decree to grant Taoist Ning the title of the Saint Virtue dynasty's Great Wilderness. From now on, the wilderness will be Taoist Ning's territory." The Holy Master of the Saint Virtue dynasty looked at Ning Qi expectantly. "In that case, thank you, Holy Master." Ning Qi cupped his hands and smiled. The other party had expressed enough goodwill, and Ning Qi planned to develop his power in the wilderness so that he could bring it back to help the celestial world defend against the demons. With the title of Great Wilderness King, it would be perfectly justifiable. The Saint Virtue dynasty would also have another Tao querying realm cultivator. For both sides, it was killing two birds with one stone. Wang Chao and General Yulong did not expect things to go so smoothly. They thought that Ning Qi would be more reserved. After all, besides the Saint Virtue dynasty, there were the other 8 dynasties, not to mention the 5 major sects and 3 holy lands. Any one of them could probably give Ning Qi more than the Saint Virtue dynasty. Treatment, following which, orders were passed down one after another. Very soon, the people of the imperial capital received the news. They knew that the existence they called the Great Desolate King had already received orders from the Holy Master to be conferred the title of king with a different surname. His title was Great Desolate, and he had become the Great Desolate King in name only. From now on, the territory of the Great Desolate would belong to Ning no matter who trespassed into Ning Qi's territory. Ning Qi had the power to kill them. At the same time, similar decrees would be passed down level by level until the entire Saint Virtue dynasty knew of this matter. Bang! A good mahogany table was smashed by the Cauldron Country Duke. The guard, standing at the side, was trembling with his head lowered. Great Wilderness King? Saint Virtue is crazy. They just conferred the title of king to a guy of unknown origin? Won't I have to call him king when I see him in the future? The Cauldron Country Duke could not help but laugh out of anger. Father, you must avenge, sure. If not for him, Ji would not have been beaten to death by Hai San. A woman suddenly rushed in. Her eyes were red and swollen. It seemed that she had been crying for a long time, but now there were no more tears. Hai San deserves to die. That Great Wilderness King also deserves to die. Don't worry, I am planning this. In a month or so, there will be the Titan God race, the Longhorn Bull race, and 7 or 8 other races coming to the capital for a competition between the geniuses. At that time, I will force the Great Wilderness King to participate. Chapter 30:153. The Shang, the Holy Lord, made Ning Qi the Great Wilderness Queen and allocated a house not far from the brave god Marquis Palace for Ning Qi. However, Ning Qi did not plan to go there for now. After all, the house had been empty for a long time. There were no maids or servants, and he had to personally clean it up. Even when Ning Qi and the brave god Marquis left the palace, the Shangda Holy Lord did not mention seeing the fire Qilin. This showed that he trusted Ning Qi. In reality, from the fact that Ning Qi could kill the Ghost King, his strength was enough to be conferred the title of king. Therefore, it was not important how strong the fire Qilin was. At the very least, it was enough to know that it was a Tao, querying realm spiritual beast. Returning to the brave god Marquis Palace, Ning Qi found that Wang Muting and the others were not there. After asking, he found out that Wang Muting had brought Yu heir and Ling heir to visit a good friend. In a courtyard on the outskirts of the imperial capital, Wang Muting and a woman were sitting together, chatting happily. Little Yu, and Zueling were standing at the side, occasionally listening to their interesting conversation. They would laugh and express their opinions. This girl was a good friend that Wang Muting had made during her travels. They had known each other for many years, and because they had traveled together, the two were close. Ying, why have you come to see me from the great wilderness all these years? After chatting for a while, Wang Muting suddenly spoke. Lin Ying's expression changed slightly and she smiled. It's really a lot of trifling matters. Anyway, it's all the same. Didn't you come to see me? Trifling matters? Did something happen in your family? Oh, right, you told me that the Lin family is a large family in the Shangde dynasty. Why don't I see many servants today? Where is your husband? Wang Muting asked with a strange expression. Little Yu heir and Zueling heir instinctively used their divine will to scan the house. In this house, including the four of them, there were only 8 or 9 people. How could this be considered a large family? Fian, did you come to the capital this time for Xingzongjiang? Lin Ying seemed to want to change the topic. She still called Wang Muting by her original name, and did not know that Wang Muting had already remembered everything. Xingzongjiang is no longer here. Wang Muting sighed. What? Even Xingzongjiang? Lin Ying was a little shocked, but she quickly reacted and comforted her. Fian, don't worry as long as you are still alive. What was the reason for holy sect Jiang being destroyed? Wang Muting hesitated for a moment, as if considering whether to tell Lin Ying the truth or not. In the end, she suddenly heard a sharp and mocking shout from outside. Lin Ying, you bitch, what are you doing inside? Lin Ying, you bitch, why are you hiding in there? Today, your Lin family is almost completely wiped out. Do you still have the face to continue living? When Lin Ying heard this voice, her face suddenly changed, becoming extremely pale, and her body could not help but tremble. Lin Tian and Lin King, Lin Spirit Lin Long Lin Wang. Wang King is a long Lin kingdom, Shi family, Tian Queen Lin Tian not. Lin Ying looked at Wang Muting awkwardly. Under Wang Muting's stern gaze, she finally told Wang Muting what had happened. It turned out that a few years ago, after Lin Ying returned to the imperial capital, she didn't travel anymore. Instead, she chose to get married. Wang Muting knew about this and had even attended the wedding. However, the development of the matter made Wang Muting frown deeply. Not long after they got married, Lin Ying realized that she didn't like her current husband. During a few trips, she got to know the Yan family's son-in-law from the imperial capital. Under the attacks of the son-in-law, Lin Ying's line of defense wasn't broken for a long time. The two of them secretly spent a good time together. However, the matter was discovered by the Yan family. The head of the Yan family was a 4th-rank official. Although his position was not very high in the capital, he was much more powerful than the Lin family. He also had an emperor realm cultivator. Although the Lin family claimed to be a large family, the strongest person was only an immortal lord. After the matter was discovered, Lin Ying's husband immediately divorced her and chased her out of the family. When Lin Ying returned to the Lin family, she was also looked down upon. Initially, they thought that this matter was over. However, they did not expect that the Lin clan would suffer the revenge of the Yan clan. In just a few decades, the Lin clan was either banished, imprisoned, or beheaded. Out of the thousands of clansmen, only Lin Ying was left, and a few loyal old servants. During this time, the young lady of the Yan family came to humiliate Lin Ying every time. She even brought her son-in-law along. I didn't expect so many things to happen in these years. Wang Muting looked at Lin Ying with a complicated expression. She thought of when Lin Ying was young. She was high-spirited and had a free and easy personality. During her travels, there were many young men who pursued her. But now, Fian, you look down on me, right? Am I very cheap? Lin Yingying laughed at herself. I don't care about your family affairs. As long as you don't do evil or kill the innocent, you will always be my friend. Wang Muting took a deep breath and said with a serious expression, Really? Lin Yingying looked at Wang Muting in surprise. She thought that Wang Muting would immediately choose to break up with her after knowing about this matter. Right at this moment, the sound of footsteps grew closer and closer. In next to no time, a woman with heavy makeup led a group of people in. By her side was a thin man at the initial stage of the mysterious immortal realm, and his cultivation was much lower than Lin Yingying. The man's gaze flickered as he looked towards the ground. He looked at the ground. Lin Yingying, you bitch, so you are hiding here. Oh, there are guests here today. The young lady of the Yan family glanced at Lin Yingying with a faint smile. Her gaze immediately fell on Wang Muting. When she saw little Yu, and Zuoling, a trace of jealousy flashed in her eyes. This was because the two women were many times better than her in terms of appearance and temperament. Even in the entire imperial capital, there were not many women who were comparable to the two women. Yan Yusher, what do you want me to do? If you want to be ruthless, just kill me. Lin Yingying looked at the other party with a pale face and said, Kill you? How is that possible? Death is a very easy thing for you. Only when you live a life worse than death will you know that I, Yan Yusher, will not let anyone touch the man I like, even if I throw him into a cesspool. Yan Yusher smiled. The skinny man beside her couldn't help but tremble when he heard this. He subconsciously raised his head and looked at Lin Yingying. A trace of self-blame flashed in his eyes. His lips moved, but he didn't say anything in the end. Killing is just a matter of nodding your head. You have already beaten the Lin family to such a state. Why are you still being so overbearing? Wang Muting said indifferently, Where did you come from, bitch? This is between me and Lin Yingying. Who are you to interfere? Yan Yusher suddenly looked at Wang Muting and scolded. Chapter 3154. Two little girls. Consecrator Zhao, take them down for me. Yan Yusher sneered, and an old man walked out from behind her. He looked at little Yu, and Zuoling, with a faint smile and extended his hand. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the two girls and brought them in front of him. Immortal Lord? Wang Muting's expression suddenly changed. She didn't expect the other party to be so decisive and directly attack them. Yan Yusher, this has nothing to do with them. Let them go. I don't care how you humiliate me. Lin Yingying immediately shouted. I like these two girls and plan to bring them back as maids. Consecrator Zhao, look after them and don't let them run away. Yan Yusher smiled. Don't worry, Mississippi. With me here, they won't be able to escape. Consecrator Zhao said with a smile. Little Yu, and Zuoling, could only move their eyeballs. They were a little anxious. If Wang Muting was in danger here, how would they explain it to Ningqi? As for you, slap yourself 5 times, and I'll let you leave safely. You're not a good person to be with a slut like Lin Yingying. Yan Yusher smiled at Wang Muting. Wang Muting looked at Yan Yusher with a serious expression. Let them go, and I won't argue with you about what happened today. This is the token of the courageous God Marquis residence. I think you should recognize it. As she spoke, Wang Muting took out a token. Wang Chao had specially instructed his wife to give it to Wang Muting and the other 2 girls so that they could move freely in the imperial city. The token of the courageous God Marquis residence. Lin Yingying was stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect Wang Muting to be related to the courageous God constabulary. Then, Lin Yingying's face suddenly revealed a trace of joy. If this token was real, wouldn't the feud between her and the Yan clan be resolved? Yan Yusher, the skinny man beside her, esteemed Elder Zhao, and the servants of the Yan clan that she brought with her this time were all shocked after hearing Wang Muting's words. Their gazes fell on the token in Wang Muting's hand. This token seems to be real. Consecrator Zhao looked deeply at Wang Yuding and then transmitted a message to Yan Yusher. There was a trace of fear in his tone. The token of the courageous god, constabulary, Yan Yusher's expression changed slightly. Since Executive Zhao said it was true, then it was 90% likely to be true. However, she was here today to humiliate Lin Yingying. If she retreated because of this token and the news spread, wouldn't she be the one being humiliated? Yan Yusher's expression changed a few times. After a few breaths of silence, she suddenly shouted, "Consecrator Zhao, this woman actually dared to forge the token of the brave god, Marquis Mansion. Quickly take her down. I want to personally take her to the brave god, Marquis Mansion, to punish her." This exalted Zhao's expression changed. The other side had the token of the divine courage, Marquis Manor. If they still wanted to make a move, wouldn't that directly offend the divine courage Marquis? Who in the imperial capital did not know that the god Courage Marquis had recently destroyed the Ghost King faction. He was like the sun in the sky and even knew the Tao, querying realm cultivator in the great wilderness. If one offended him, even if the Yen family head came out to protect them, it would not end well for them. Sinecure Zhao, don't forget who it was that helped you achieve a breakthrough to high immortal realm. Yan Yusher said coldly, "Young mistress, this, all right." Consecrator Zhao hesitated for a few breaths of time before grabbing the token in Wang Yuding's hand and crushing it. He was careful. As long as the token was destroyed, there would be no evidence. The divine courage Marquis could also accuse them of suspecting that the token was fake and was destroyed during the fight. This way, there would at least be some room for negotiation. Wang Yuding's expression changed slightly. She did not expect that the other side would still dare to make a move despite knowing that it was the token of the brave god Marquis Mansion. Now that the token was destroyed, it was likely that the other side would not back down even if it meant offending the brave god Marquis Mansion. Kill, that be *TCH, Lin Yingying. She has lived for so long. It is worth it. Yan Yusher ordered again. She knew that today was her last chance. If she did not kill Lin Yingying, she might not have another chance in the future. "How dare you?" Wang Yuding took a step forward. Her expression was extremely cold. "If you dare to harm Yingying today, I will annihilate the entire Yen family." Annihilate the entire Yen family? Yan Yusher was so angry that she laughed. Holding a fake token. "Do you really think that you are some big shot? I know everyone in the Saint Virtue dynasty who has the qualifications to annihilate the entire Yen family. Unfortunately, I don't know you." "Oh, is that so? Then do you know me?" Just as Yan Yusher finished speaking, a deep voice suddenly sounded outside the hall. Then 2 figures walked in side by side. Behind them were a few spies from the brave god, Marquis Mansion. When Consecrator Zhao heard this voice, his body could not help but tremble. The aura that was suppressing the 2 women immediately dissipated. "Young master." The 2 women quickly walked to Ningqi's side and pointed at Yan Yusher. "This woman insulted the mistress. She deserves to die. The brave god Marquis." Yan Yusher stared blankly at Wang Chao. A trace of disbelief flashed in her eyes. A person like Wang Chao was usually elusive. Why would he appear here today? When the Yen family servants that she brought saw Wang Chao, they all began to tremble. Especially Consecrator Zhao. He was so frightened that beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. "Do you know me?" Wang Chao asked Yan Yusher plainly. Ning Qi comforted the 2 children. When he saw that Wang Yuding was not in danger, he calmly looked at Yan Yusher. He wanted to see how Wang Chao would deal with this matter. At this moment, Wang Chao was extremely angry. If it was not for the spies that had been following Wang Yuding and the others and reported that the 3 of them were in danger, he would have lost all his face. Previously, he had boasted that he could do whatever he wanted in the capital with the token of the brave god, Marquis Mansion. In the end, the token was destroyed in the blink of an eye. This was a slap to the face of the brave god Marquis mansion. You are the brave god Marquis. The arrogance on Yen Yusher's face was replaced by fear. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. Do I have the qualifications to annihilate the entire Yen family? Wang Chao said plainly. Thump. Yen Yusher was so frightened that she knelt on the ground. The rest of the people, including consecrator Zhao, also quickly knelt down. Wang Chao had just confiscated the Ghost King's family. The Yen family's influence in the capital was worlds apart from the Ghost King's. As long as Wang Chao leaked a word, he would not even need to do anything personally. Numerous forces and families would join forces to suppress the Yen family. Please forgive me, brave god Marquis. I really don't know how I offended you to make you so angry. Yen Yusher lowered her head and said, Go and call the Yen family head over. Chapter 3155. Yen Quan, you really have guts. The daughter you taught doesn't even put my courage god Marquis in her eyes. Wang Chao looked coldly at Yen Quan. Although Yen Quan was an immortal emperor, he was covered in cold sweat from Wang Chao's words. He subconsciously looked at Yen Yusher and Zhao Gongfeng, then quickly said, My daughter is blind and offended the courage god Marquis, esteemed guest. I hope that the courage god Marquis can forgive my daughter this once for my sake. Father, the courage god Marquis, I have never seen this girl before. When she suddenly took out the courage god Marquis token, I thought it was fake. I was about to capture her and bring her to the courage god Marquis. Yen Yusher immediately removed herself from the blame, as if she thought it was a misunderstanding, which was why the subsequent events had happened. Courage god Marquis, although my daughter did something wrong, there was a reason. What do you think? Yen Quan smiled. Destroying the token of the courage god Marquis is not a big deal. However, I heard that your daughter insulted my esteemed guest. If you want to ask for forgiveness, ask Brother Ning. Wang Chao said, This little brother. Yen Quan's gaze subconsciously fell on Ning Qi, but then his expression changed as if he remembered something. You are the great wilderness queen? Yen Quan's voice trembled slightly. Damn it, a mere immortal lord could stand together with the courage god Marquis and be called an esteemed guest. Besides the great wilderness queen, who else could it be? Thinking about this, Yen Quan wanted to kill Yen Yusher on the spot. Of all people to offend, she had to offend such an existence. The Yen residents would definitely bleed. Great wilderness queen? Yen Yusher suddenly raised her head and looked at Ning Qi with a trace of fear in her eyes. Could the woman she offended be related to the great wilderness queen? Zhao Gongfeng had his head lowered, but when he heard the words great wilderness queen, his body trembled. He subconsciously raised his head and looked at Ning Qi. You recognize me? Ning Qi said. Who doesn't recognize the great wilderness queen in the imperial capital? Yen Quan smiled, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. Young master, not only did this woman insult mistress, she also told this old man to suppress me and Ling. Little you, suddenly said, Matriarch. When Yen Quan heard these two words, his face immediately turned pale. High official Zhao hurriedly muttered, I was only following orders. I didn't go all out. Lin Ying was becoming more and more confused by the situation in front of her. First it was the divine courage Marquis, and now it was the great desolate king that everyone mentioned. Just what kind of relationship did these two have with Wang Muting? Mother, how did that woman insult you just now? Ning Qi looked at Wang Muting. At this moment, Yen Quan and the others were on the verge of fainting from shock. This woman is actually the mother of the Grand Desolation King? What a joke! If Yen Yusher really insulted her, even if the Yen residence was destroyed, the Holy Lord would not care about this matter. How could this be? Yen Yusher subconsciously looked at Wang Muting in disbelief. Wang Muting was only a Xian immortal. How could she be the mother of the great wilderness king? Fian actually has such a big son? And the great wilderness king? Lin Yingying looked at Wang Muting in shock. There were countless questions she wanted to ask, but she knew that now was not the time. When this matter was over, she had to get to the bottom of it. At the same time, Lin Yingying felt a sense of relief. This time, she could finally get rid of the nightmare that had plagued her for all these years. With the desolate king's appearance, the Yen residents would not dare to make things difficult for her even if they were given 10,000 guts. The scolding is a bit unpleasant, so I won't repeat it. Wang Muting smiled. Ningqi nodded. He already knew what to do. He said lightly, "This woman and that old man can stay. The rest can leave." Father, Patriarch, Yen Yushi and high official Zhao looked at Yen Quan, their eyes filled with fear. If the two of them were to stay, they would probably end up in a miserable state. Great Wilderness King, Divine Courage Marquis, my Yen residence is willing to do our best to make amends for my daughter. I hope that the two of you can, for the sake of the Cauldron State Duke, please spare my daughter this time. Yen Quan hesitated for a moment before he finally brought up the Cauldron State Duke. Only then would Yen Yushi have a chance of survival. As for High Official Zhao's life, in Yen Quan's eyes, if he could be sacrificed to appease Ning Qi's anger, then he could be sacrificed casually. Oh, he's from the Cauldron State, Duke's line. Ning Qi smiled at Wang Chao. Wang Chao nodded slightly. He can be considered a very loyal lackey of the Cauldron State Duke. He has done many dirty things for the Cauldron State Duke. When Yen Quan heard the word lackey, a trace of anger rose in his heart. His head could be severed and blood could flow. But the Divine Courage Marquis did not care about his colleague and humiliated him. He was an Emperor Realm existence, after all, a fourth-grade official of the Saint Virtue dynasty. Outside the imperial capital, no matter where he went, he would be respected. Where is Yen Quan? The Cauldron State Duke has ordered for Yen Quan to quickly head to the Cauldron State Duke residence. A duck's voice suddenly rang out, and a few figures appeared in front of everyone. The one leading them was a skinny middle-aged man with a gloomy aura. There was no white beard on his face, and his voice was different from a normal person's. With one glance, it was obvious that he was a eunuch. However, this eunuch strength was a bit strong, similar to the guard of the Cauldron State Duke. They were both grand perfection emperor existences. When Yen Quan heard the eunuch's voice, his eyes flashed with joy. When High Official Zhao came to call him, he had already sent someone to the Cauldron State Duke to avoid any accidents. Oh, so the Divine Courage Marquis is also here. When the eunuch saw Wang Chao, his face revealed a trace of fake surprise. He then smiled and looked at Yen Quan. What are you waiting for? Bring your people and come with me. Yes, yes. Many thanks to Eunuch Fang. Yen Quan quickly nodded and called Yen Yushi and the others to leave with the eunuch. During this time, Yen Quan was on tenterhooks, but he believed that the Divine Courage Marquis would not directly attack him. As long as he could leave today, he would hide Yen Yushi and find a way to resolve the grudge between him and Ning Qi. The hatred of the past. Divine Courage Marquis, I still need to report back, so I won't stay any longer. Eunuch Fang smiled at Wang Chao and was about to leave with his people. From the beginning to the end, he did not even look at Ning Qi. It was unknown if it was intentional or not. Lin Yingying let out a sigh of relief. This was good. The matter would not be blown out of proportion. After today, the Yen residents would not target her. Sending a eunuch to take people away. It seems that I, the great Wilderness King, am still not ranked in the eyes of the Cauldron State Duke. Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Eunuch Fang's footsteps stopped. Yen Quan's eyes revealed a trace of fear. He brought Yen Yushi and the others to hide behind Eunuch Fang. So it's the great Wilderness King. I am Qinyang. I did not recognize the great Wilderness King just now. My apologies. Fang Qinyang smiled insincerely and cupped his hands. Fang Qinyang, Even if your godfather, the great eunuch, came here, he would not dare to act rashly. You, a little eunuch, want to take Yen Quan and the others away? You are underestimating me and the great wilderness king. Chapter 3156. Fang Qingyang revealed an awkward expression and cupped his hands at Ning Qi and Wang Chao. Great wilderness king, divine courage marquis, please forgive me for not being able to comply. The Cauldron Nation Duke has ordered me to take Yen Quan's family away and leave his daughter here. How can I do that? Wang Chao's expression suddenly changed, and he struck out with his palm. An early-stage ancient transformation realm cultivator, like Fang Qingyang, simply couldn't withstand it. With a bang, Fang Qingyang's body was sent flying and smashed into a wall. He was crushed by the rubble and couldn't get up for a long time. Divine courage marquis, you? Fang Qingyang's subordinates looked at the divine courage marquis in shock. They didn't expect him to not even give face to the Cauldron Nation Duke. Seeing this, Yen Quan's face turned pale. If the divine courage marquis really had a falling out with the Cauldron Nation Duke, then he might be able to escape because of his official position. But his daughter would definitely die. Yen Yusher seemed to have thought of this as well, and a trace of regret flashed in her eyes. If she had known this would happen, she would have come tomorrow. She wouldn't have bumped into the great wilderness king's mother, who happened to be related to Lin Yingying. After a few breaths, the rubble suddenly exploded. Fang Qingyang coughed up blood as he stood up and looked at the divine courage marquis coldly. Divine courage marquis, although I'm a eunuch, I still have an official position. My official position was personally given to me by the Sacred Lord. Are you planning to betray the Sacred Lord by attacking me today? Rank 3 eunuch Fang Qingyang betrayed the Saint Virtue dynasty today. Wang Chao smiled. In the next moment, his figure suddenly appeared in front of Fang Qingyang. Fang Qingyang's face revealed a trace of disbelief. Wang Chao actually slandered him like this? He didn't have any tricks at all? When it comes to framing and covering up, I'm better than you. Wang Chao's voice sounded in Fang Qingyang's ear, and the next moment his palm landed on Fang Qingyang's head. Fang Qingyang felt the aura of death, and his eyes revealed a trace of fear as he screamed. Divine courage, Marquis, I was wrong. Too late. Bang. In the blink of an eye, Fang Qingyang turned into a mist of blood, not even leaving a corpse behind. When Yen Quan and the others saw this scene, their hair stood on end. Even an existence like Fang Qingyang was killed. They finally saw how arrogant and despotic the God Courage Marquis was. He didn't even put the other party's status in his eyes. It must be known that even a marquis or a duke wouldn't be able to do such a thing. If he didn't dare to do such a thing in the imperial capital, he would inevitably be held accountable by the Holy Lord. Thump! The guys brought by Fang Qingyang knelt on the ground and looked at Wang Chao in horror. Go back and send the message. Wang Chao said calmly. Yes, yes. The few of them did not dare to stay any longer. They quickly got up and ran. Yen Quan also wanted to follow, but was stopped by Wang Chao. Did I say you could leave? Divine courage, Marquis. Aye. Yen Quan stared blankly at Wang Chao. Brother Ning, you decide how to deal with them. Otherwise, you can just kill them all and put an end to it. Wang Chao smiled at Ning Qi. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Yen Quan's face revealed a trace of disbelief. Did Wang Chao's words mean that he was also included? Killing 2 imperial court officials. This, even if it was the divine courage marquis, he would probably be attacked by the other officials, right? Mother, what do you think we should do? Ning Qi looked at Wang Muting and smiled. Yen Quan suddenly felt a trace of hope in his heart. His life was now in Wang Muting's hands. He quickly slapped Yen Yusher's head. Unfilial daughter, quickly kowtow and apologize. Father, you want me to apologize to her? Yen Yusher looked at Yen Quan in disbelief. Seeing that she was still so stubborn, Yen Quan felt despair in his heart. Even if he did not offend the great, desolate monarch today, he would offend others in the future. Subsequently, he grabbed Yen Yusher's head and pressed it to the ground. Bang! Yen Yusher's head immediately hit the bluestone floor, creating a hole in the floor. Bang, bang, bang. Under Yen Quan's control, Yen Yusher was like a marionette, constantly kowtowing to Wang Yuding. When Yen Yusher reacted, she was unable to resist Yen Quan. She felt humiliated, and her eyes were filled with resentment. Bang, bang, bang. Besides the sound of Yen Yusher's kowtowing, there was only the sound of everyone's breathing. During this time, no one spoke. Wang Yuding just watched indifferently. Lin Yingying's eyes revealed a trace of relief. Over the years, she had been constantly suppressed and humiliated by Yen Yusher. Her spirit was on the verge of collapse, but now she had regained a trace of confidence in life. As for Yen Yusher's husband, the skinny man still had his head lowered, not even daring to look in Yen Yusher's direction. They want Yusher to die. A trace of despair surged in Yen Quan's heart, and he suddenly exerted force. Bang! Yen Yusher's head exploded like a watermelon. Yen Quan had killed his daughter with his own hands because he knew that the divine courage marquis had even killed Fang Qingyang. If he did not sacrifice Yen Yusher, he might also die today. Once he died, the Yen residence would definitely fall apart. His daughter could be born again, and Yen Yusher was only one of his dozens of daughters. Although she was the one he loved the most, she could also be sacrificed at a critical moment. When Yen Yusher died, the skinny man, who was not far away, finally raised his head. He looked at Yen Yusher with a trace of hatred in his eyes. When Lin Yingying saw that her enemy, who had killed thousands of people in the Lin family, had died, she looked at Wang Yuding with a trace of gratitude in her eyes. If Wang Yuding had not been here today, not only would she have been humiliated by Yen Yusher again, but she would also have been continuously humiliated in the future. Yen Quan, you are really ruthless. You can even kill your own daughter. Wang Chao said indifferently. Yen Quan took a deep breath and smiled. He said sincerely, Yusher did something wrong, so she naturally has to be punished. I wonder if the divine courage marquis and the great desolate king are satisfied with this? You are so ruthless to your own people, so you must be even more ruthless to outsiders. Wang Chao said indifferently. Ning Qi looked at Wang Chao and knew that Yen Quan would not be able to leave today. Ning Qi liked Wang Chao's character. Wang Chao, you are overbearing. Yen Quan let out a roar of despair. His body suddenly soared into the sky, preparing to leave. However, just as he turned around, Wang Chao kicked him in the back. Yen Quan's body flew out like a cannonball, landing heavily on a deserted street. When he landed, he was already gone. When he landed, he was no longer breathing. A few passers-by came over. Who is this? Wait, it seems to be the Yen residence's patriarch. Chapter 3157. Brave God, Marquis Mansion. Because Wang Yuding was afraid that Lin Yingying would be punished, she directly brought her along with the remaining servants of the Lin family. This was the first time Lin Yingying had come to a place like the Brave God, Marquis Mansion. The servants behind her were pleasantly surprised. They finally believed that they would not have to suffer in the future. This time, 3 people from the Yen family died. 1 from the Cauldron State Duke's mansion, Yen Quan and his daughter died, and Zhao Gongfeng was killed by Wang Chao. According to Wang Chao, he had planned to send the others on their way, but Wang Yuding had spared their lives. When Lin Ziyou and Ji Qiaojin found out that Wang Yuding's group of 3 had encountered danger outside, they blamed themselves endlessly. Next, Ji Qiaojin followed Wang Yuding closely, never leaving her side. As Lin Ziyou was a man, it was not very convenient for him to do so. As such, he told Ji Qiaojin to contact him directly if anything happened. Cauldron State, Duke's mansion. After the Cauldron State, Duke heard the accounts of those who escaped death. He expressionlessly closed his eyes. They secretly looked at each other, feeling very nervous. Fang Qingyang had died, but they had survived. They could be spared from death, but they would not be able to escape punishment. The Divine Courage Marquis didn't give any face at all and killed Yan Quan and Fang Qingyang. This is not only a provocation to me, but also to all the officials of the court. Since he doesn't follow the rules, I want to see if the Saint Master will still protect him. A while later, the Cauldron State Duke slowly opened his eyes. Following this, letters were sent by his subordinates to various high-ranking officials. Some of these officials were under the Cauldron State Duke's command, while others were not. However, when they received the Cauldron State Duke's letter and read it, their expressions changed greatly. Fang Qingyang, a rank 3 eunuch, was dead. Yan Quan, a rank 4 official, was dead. Both died at the hands of the Marquis God Courage. The great, desolate king was present. The Cauldron State Duke did not hide anything and wrote down the grievances between the two sides in detail. To kill an official of the royal court just like that, if we were to encounter such a thing, would we all die? The Marquis God Courage does things without fear. In the long run, won't we tremble when we see him? The Saint Virtue dynasty is different from sects and holy lands. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. The next day, morning court. Ning Qi was the great wilderness king, and he could come or not. Naturally, he did not want to be entangled in such matters. At that time, he had reached a tacit understanding with Saint Virtue, Saint Master. When it was time for him to act, he would act. Normally, he would stay wherever he pleased. It was as if the great wilderness had been separated from the Saint Virtue dynasty and given to Ning Qi. It was just that Ning Qi was nominally a prince of the Saint Virtue dynasty. Therefore, at this moment, Ning Qi was in seclusion in a top-grade training ground. He planned to break through to the intermediate immortal monarch stage. After he broke through this small stage, he would bring Wang Muting and the others back to the great wilderness to reorganize. The morning court of the Saint Virtue dynasty would only be held every 7 days. Occasionally, the Saint Virtue Saint Lord would be in seclusion and the morning court would be cancelled for a period of time. The atmosphere of today's morning court was a bit different. When the court was about to end, the hall was silent. After a while, the Cauldron State Duke suddenly stood up and said to the Sacred Lord, "Sacred Lord, I want to impeach the Divine Courage Marquis for being arrogant and killing a court official." "Sacred Master, I also want to impeach the Divine Courage Marquis." "Sacred Lord, the Divine Courage Marquis killed Eunuch Fang and Yan Quan. These two are court officials. If he can kill them this time, he can also kill us in the future. Sacred Lord, if we don't heavily punish the Divine Courage Marquis, we will all be on tenterhooks. Just because of a small grudge, he killed them. What does he take us court officials for?" "Sacred Lord," one official after another stood up to impeach the Divine Courage Marquis. Of the hundreds of officials in the court, at least 90 stood up. The rest were England's ancient transformation realm experts. They looked at each other and didn't say anything. In this situation, it wasn't good for them to say anything. The Duke of England sighed inwardly. The Divine Courage Marquis temperament really needed to be changed. Before the court, they had already received the news. The Saint Virtue, Saint Lord's eyes moved slightly. His gaze swept over everyone before landing on the silent Wang Chao. He said, "Divine Courage Marquis, is what they said true?" "It's true." Wang Chao nodded. "No matter what the reason is, you don't have the right to kill a court official. However, in view of your contributions to the Saint Virtue dynasty," the Saint Virtue, Saint Lord slowly said. The Duke of England's eyes revealed a trace of a smile as he coldly looked at Wang Chao. No matter how the Holy Lord punished Wang Chao today, Wang Chao would at least lose face in front of the hundreds of officials. Only by letting people know that Wang Chao couldn't do whatever he wanted in Saint Virtue. Saint Virtue still belonged to the Holy Lord. Saint Virtue was still the leader, so he could use the officials to resist Wang Chao in the future. "Saint Lord, please wait. A voice came from outside the hall. Ningqi sat on the fire qilin and walked into the hall step by step. The fire qilin's aura made it hard for the officials in the court to breathe. This included the England's ancient transformation realm experts. The Saint Virtue, Saint Lord's eyes moved and landed on the fire qilin. Even he could feel a heavy aura from the fire qilin. This meant that the other party was at least at the middle stage of the Tao-seeking realm. It's the great desolate king. Everyone's eyes flashed with shock. In reality, apart from a few people, most of the officials had never seen Ningqi. They had only heard of his existence and the power of his spirit beast. Seeing him today, the officials who had stepped forward to impeach the Marquis of Divine Courage subconsciously took a step back and returned to their positions. So it's Taoist Ning. The Saint Virtue, Saint Lord stood up and bowed to Ningqi. Wang Chao saw Ningqi appear and smiled. He looked at the Cauldron State Duke and saw the Cauldron State Duke's ugly expression as if he had eaten dog shit. Wang Chao couldn't help but laugh wildly in his heart. So many people wanted to impeach him. How could he not have received news beforehand? Even among the officials who had just stepped forward, there were more than a dozen of them who had been instructed by him. Saint Lord, this matter started because of me. The Marquis of Divine Courage is not at fault. Ningqi smiled. Great, desolate king. Even if you are a king with a different surname, you can't be so unbridled in the imperial capital. Killing officials is not at fault? Do you think that the Saint Germain dynasty is your palace? The Cauldron State Duke had no choice but to stand up and scold him. If he didn't say anything today, the officials below would not dare to say anything. Allowing the people below to insult my mother is not too much even if it's extermination, right? Do you think I'll swallow my anger because of those rules? Ningqi looked at the Cauldron State Duke with a faint smile. He paused. As far as I know, there are no middle-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivators in the human race. My spirit beast is at the middle stage of the Tao-seeking realm. Do you believe me if I say that I will kill you today? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The atmosphere in the hall became extremely silent. They looked at the fire qilin in fear. Chapter 3158. Ningqi's words were really shocking. Even the Cauldron Country Duke's expression began to change at this moment. In God Luo mystic realm, the strongest were Tao querying cultivators. However, there were strong and weak ones too. Even in the early stage of Tao querying realm, the Tao querying cultivators of the three holy lands were all stronger than the Holy Lord of Saint Virtue. This was also why they could become the holy lands of the human race. However, in the Tao querying realm, any small realm was extremely difficult to break through. How many years had it been since the human race had a middle stage Tao querying realm cultivator? Everyone couldn't remember. And if Ningqi's spirit beast was really at the middle stage of Tao querying realm, then the human race would have another one with the power of a middle stage Tao querying realm cultivator. This way, the human race would definitely jump up and enter the 100 races list. They would no longer be in the awkward, transcendental state of being outside the list. The Ding country Duke finally understood why Wang Chao would stand on Ningqi's side. For Ningqi, he would rather kill a court official than be afraid of the Holy Lord of Saint Virtue's punishment. Marquis God Courage, you are not kind. The Ding country Duke transmitted. Ding country Duke, why do you say that? You were there when Senior Fire Qilin attacked. Can't you see that it is stronger than the Holy Lord? But today, I know that Senior Fire Qilin is indeed at the middle stage of Tao querying realm. Wang Chao's lips moved, and a smile appeared in his eyes. Do you believe it? Ningqi looked plainly at the Ding country Duke. The Ding country Duke's face was ashen and he didn't speak. Of course he believed it. If the other party's spirit beast was really at the intermediate stage of the Tao querying realm, he would have killed him in front of the Holy Master. The Holy Master would not have offended Ningqi because of him, a minister duke. How many years had it been since he had been so humiliated? The Ding country, Duke couldn't remember, but he really wanted to wave his sleeves and leave. He didn't want to face the pressure from the fire Qilin again. Fellow Taoist Ning, please don't be impatient. If this matter is really as fellow Taoist Ning said, and the people below were treacherous and insulted fellow Taoist mother, then I will definitely give fellow Taoist Ning a satisfactory explanation. The Holy Lord cupped his hands and smiled. Thank you, Holy Lord. Ningqi cupped his hands and smiled at Wang Chao. Brother Wang, let's go. Saint Lord, this lowly official will take his leave first. Wang Chao cupped his hands toward Saint Virtues, Saint Lord, and bid farewell. Thereafter, he left the main hall with Ningqi. Everyone looked at the two figures with different thoughts, but they knew that from today onwards, Wang Chao, who was unbridled and hailed as the #1 heaven's favorite of the Saint Germain dynasty, had found a thick thigh that could not be thicker. From now on, whenever they saw Wang Chao, they had to avoid him. He did not dare to offend her in the slightest. But soon their thoughts quietly changed. The human race now had a battle power equivalent to the middle stage of the Tao querying realm, and this battle power was from the Saint Virtue dynasty. If there were no surprises, the Saint Virtue dynasty would probably be the leader of the human race in the future. As the civil and military officials, they would definitely be the first to enjoy the benefits. Thinking of this, even the officials that did not get along with the divine, Courage Marquis, began to plan in their hearts. They wanted to pay a visit to the divine, Courage Marquis Palace. The Cauldron Country Duke could already sense that the gazes of many officials in his faction had changed a little when they looked at him. Saint Lord, that spiritual beast of the great wilderness king, may not be at the middle stage of the Tao querying realm. With our abilities, I'm afraid we cannot identify this. The Cauldron Country Duke suddenly said. Everyone's expression changed. Are you saying that even I can't identify this? The Saint Virtue, Saint Lord said plainly. I dare not, but we have to be careful. If the news spreads, it will attract other foreign races to probe. If we make a mistake, I'm afraid, the Cauldron Country Duke bowed with his hands cupped. It is very strong. The Saint Virtue, Saint Lord suddenly smiled. I can feel the aura of the great wilderness king's spiritual beast. It is very strong. At least, it is stronger than the middle stage, Tao, querying realm existences that I met when I visited the dragon race, demon race, and three-eyed race. How is it possible? The Cauldron Country Duke stared at the Saint Virtue, Saint Lord in shock. The others were also shocked by this sentence, but they believed that the Saint Virtue, Saint Lord would not joke about this. Countless officials were surprised and delighted. Cauldron Country Duke, I hope that your next actions will not disappoint me. If there is nothing else today, let's end the court. The Saint Virtue, Saint Lord smiled and left. Let's go. I recently obtained a treasure. I can send it to the brave God Marquis residence. Oh, you plan to visit? Then bring me along. The group of civil and military officials talked in low voices as they left. Only the Duke of Cauldron and the officials of his faction remained where they were. But a few officials hesitated, cupped their hands towards the Cauldron Country Duke, and left. Let's go. The Cauldron Country Duke took a deep breath and regained his composure. He brought the remaining officials who had not chosen to betray him and left the hall. Saint Lord, you do not plan to punish the Marquis of Brave God today, right? General Yulong stood behind the Saint Virtue, Saint Lord, and said softly. The Saint Virtue, Saint Lord slowly turned around and smiled at him. You know the Marquis of Brave God's personality, and so do I. Compared to the Cauldron Country Duke, I hope to groom him more. Naturally, I will not punish him easily. Don't think that the Marquis of Brave God can do whatever he wants in the Saint Virtue dynasty, but he has a bottom line. If the Saint Virtue dynasty is invaded, he will stay behind to fight. Other than you, he will be one of them. General Yulong nodded. Indeed. He paused for a moment, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Holy Lord, could it be that today you— That's right. I wanted to see how strong the great wilderness king's spiritual beast is. The Saint Virtue, Saint Lord sighed. I did not expect that spiritual beast to be a Tao, querying realm middle stage, cultivator. Since this is the case, the great wilderness king's background is even more intriguing. Background? General Yulong was slightly shocked. The Duke of England and the Marquis of Brave God said that the great wilderness king might be from the divine Luo world. The Saint Virtue, Saint Lord smiled. General Yulong took a deep breath. Divine Luo world? Regardless of whether this background is real or fake, a battle power that is comparable to the Tao-querying realm middle stage is worth roping in. These few years, the human race has been suppressed for too long. The people below have probably forgotten that the human race was once above the leaderboard. They were in existence on the same level as the dragon race, the demon race, and the three-eyed race. The Saint Virtue, Saint Lord sighed. The great wilderness king is the only hope that I have seen in all these years. Not only is she the hope of the Saint Virtue dynasty, she is also the hope of the human race. Chapter 3159. Divine Courage, Marquis Residence. After Ning Qi and Wang Chao returned, they looked at each other and smiled. Brother Ning, didn't you see Duke Ding's old face? It's like a pig's liver. It's so ugly. Wang Chao laughed. After today, this person will keep a low profile and won't dare to play any tricks. If there's nothing else, we will return to the wilderness. Ning Qi smiled. Return to the wilderness? So soon? Wang Chao was startled, then quickly said, Brother Ning, it won't be long before the Titan God race, the Sky Bull race, and the other 7 foreign races will come to compete with forces similar to our Saint Virtue dynasty. Why don't you return to the great wilderness after the competition is over? Competition? What kind of competition? Ning Qi's eyes moved. It's a competition between the younger generations of the clan. In recent years, we have always lost miserably. I'm afraid that this time will be no exception. But with Brother Ning around, at least they wouldn't dare to ridicule Sacred Master and scrupulously. Wang Chao smiled bitterly. Ning Qi suddenly realized that this should be an ordinary exchange between the Saint Germain dynasty and the 7 foreign races. Otherwise, the competition would definitely be held in the 3 Holy Lands and not the Saint Germain dynasty. He reckoned that the strength of the 7 foreign races was only average within their own race. When will the competition start? Ning Qi asked. There are still 20 days. Some foreign races should have already set off. Wang Chao said. All right, but I will be in seclusion during this time. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Duke Ding's residence. A woman ran to Duke Ding's side in tears. Before she could open her mouth, Duke Ding slapped her away and sent her crashing to the ground. Everyone was shocked and subconsciously looked at the woman. Father you? The woman covered her face in shock and looked at Duke Ding in disbelief. Don't bother me about Jie. Duke Ding said indifferently. But Jie is your grandson. Don't you feel heartache seeing him die innocently? The woman was in disbelief. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. She didn't know why Duke Ding's attitude changed so quickly. Wang Chao has a new backer. The Cauldron Country Duke looked at the woman. The unknown kid he invited from the great wilderness has a middle-stage, Tao-querying realm spirit beast. What? Although the woman's cultivation level was not high, she was the daughter of the Cauldron High Duke after all. She knew the general situation of the human race very well. She knew what a mid-stage, Tao-querying cultivator's combat power meant to the human race. This meant that their strength far surpassed that of the 3 sacred grounds, 5 major sects and 9 dynasties. Even if more than 20 cultivators at the initial stage of Tao-seeking realm joined forces, they would only be able to fight a cultivator at the intermediate stage of Tao-seeking realm to a draw. Wanting to win a cultivator at the intermediate stage of Tao-seeking realm with such numbers was no different from a fool's dream, unless they had the advantage of the right time and the right place. Only when there were more than 40 early-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivators and more than 10 of them could they have a chance of victory. This was because many years ago there had been an incident where dozens of early-stage Tao querying realm cultivators surrounded and attacked a mid-stage Tao querying realm cultivator. Back then, those dozens of early-stage Tao querying realm cultivators were under the command of one of them. They calculated to the extreme and unleashed their peak strength. They basically didn't waste any of their battle prowess. They used everything they had and finally managed to kill that mid-stage Tao querying realm cultivator. Because of this, over 30 early-stage Tao querying realm cultivators lost their lives. And that commander was the current leader of the Heavenly Bull tribe, Han Haisha, whom all the tribes of the Heavenly Bull tribe respected as their ancestor. Because of that battle, Han Haisha was able to rise, and the Heavenly Bull tribe became the 17th major tribe on the 100 Races leaderboard. How is this possible? How can a spirit beast at the intermediate stage of Tao, querying, realm, be controlled by the human race? Is the great wilderness king a human? The woman muttered to herself in shock. Whether she is or not, we will naturally know in the future. For the next period of time, keep quiet. Let's take revenge for Ji-er in the future. The Cauldron High Duke said coldly. Yes. The woman nodded. The moment she turned around, her expression was extremely ferocious. After the woman left, the Cauldron High Duke said to his subordinates, "Has the news been spread?" "My lord, the news has been spread. The demons seem to have received the news. I'm afraid they will send people to the imperial capital in a few days." A middle-aged man with a mustache who looked like a military advisor cupped his hands together. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. The demon clan is tyrannical. They won't allow other demons to become other people's spiritual beasts. Even the Three-Eyed Clan and the Dragon Clan don't enslave demons. So don't worry, my lord. This kid's only outcome is to become food for the demons. Very good. The Cauldron High Duke laughed grimly. If he is not of my race, he will definitely have a different heart. If this kid is at the intermediate stage of the Tao querying realm, I will not go against him. But he has a spirit beast at the intermediate stage of the Tao querying realm, with the body of an immortal lord. He dares to be arrogant in front of me. I will let him die a horrible death. In the top-notch cultivation training ground, Ning Qi was consuming the Tier 9 immortal pill, the Emperor Heart Spirit pill, which could increase his cultivation level. At the same time, he was consuming the Tier 9 demonic pill, the Overlord Body Spirit pill, which Tu Guay had left behind to temper his body. The 3 divine techniques were circulating in his body at the same time, constantly increasing his immortal Tao cultivation level and fiendish Tao cultivation level. At this moment, his fiendish Tao cultivation level had fallen by an entire realm from his immortal Tao cultivation level. If he only relied on the elixirs left behind by Tu Guay to break through to the fiendish lord realm, he would probably have to seclude himself in the top-notch cultivation training ground for 100,000 to 200,000 years. This was equivalent to hundreds of years in the outside world. However, if he could absorb the power left behind by the heart of the demon ancestor, which was sealed by the silver dragon, Ning Qi felt that it would not be a problem for him to break through to the 3rd step in a short period of time. However, there were 2 things that he could not solve at the moment. One was the problem of his mind. The other was the advancement mission of the system. After a few decades, the great Tao power in Ning Qi's 8th immortal meridian was getting thicker and thicker. Because he had consumed many Emperor Heart Spirit pills, coupled with Ning Qi's current talent, and because of the Immortal Bone Tribulation and the Grand Unity Immortal Tribulation, his foundation and comprehension had been raised to the extreme. He successfully broke through to the immortal realm and became a mid-stage immortal lord. His battle strength had increased once again. The moment he broke through, Ning Qi felt that the circulation of the confining dragon-elephant technique had become a little strange. The confining dragon-elephant technique, which was originally circulating according to the usual route, suddenly changed. Ning Qi immediately thought that he had gone berserk. However, when the system notification sounded, he knew that his breakthrough had coincidentally broken through the bottleneck of the confining dragon-elephant technique. The prison suppression gate in his sea of consciousness had already opened a small gap. Boundless power surged out from within and filled Ning Qi's body. Chapter 3160. Ning Qi looked at the confining dragon-elephant sacred art in the status panel with a slightly moved expression. The change was too sudden and too big. Originally, the 13th level was the consummate level, but now the limit is actually the 99 level? If I cultivate to that realm, how terrifying would that be? The confining Dracophant Saint art and the Four Spirit Saint art both have the word saint in them. Could there be a connection between them? Ning Qi's expression became a little solemn. The Four Spirit Sacred Art was the cultivation technique of the four sacred clans in the divine Luo world. Its grade naturally far surpassed that of the lower realm. It was just that other than back in the central continent, cultivation techniques were divided into grades. The higher one's realm, the stronger the cultivation technique was, in fact, no one would bother to differentiate. After all, everyone's cultivation technique belonged to them. Only the practitioner himself would know how strong or weak a secret manual was. Others would not be able to judge it. Only those commonplace secret manuals would have different grades. Ning Qi didn't know what level the confining dragon-elephant art belonged to, but he could tell that it was at the top of the immortal world. Now that the confining dragon-elephant technique had become the confining dragon-elephant sacred technique, did that mean that it was comparable to the secret techniques in the divine Luo world? Every level of the confining dragon-elephant art is several times harder than the previous level, but the benefits are also several times greater. Ning Qi's eyes were filled with joy. He did not expect to receive such a pleasant surprise from his breakthrough to the intermediate immortal realm. The changes in the confining dragon-elephant art made him more confident about his future cultivation. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to give up on this cultivation technique that had accompanied him for many years. He had to find a stronger cultivation technique to cultivate. The confining dragon-elephant saint art also has 33 auxiliary manuals. The immortal arts and divine abilities that I condensed in the past are still there, so they will naturally improve along with the advancement of the confining dragon-elephant saint art. It's equivalent to me having 33 methods that are comparable to the Shenluo world. Ning Qi believed that even in the God Luo world, it wouldn't be a weak cultivation technique if he cultivated it to the extreme of the 99 levels of heaven. Madam, has Brother Ning not come out yet? Wang Chao came to the courtyard where Ning Qi was and saw Wang Yuding and the other women sitting in the courtyard chatting. He hesitated for a moment before coming to the front of the women and cupping his hands. A trace of envy flashed in Lin Yingying's eyes. In this period of time, she saw that Wang Yuding's status in the divine Courage Marquis was incomparably high. Even the legendary divine Courage Marquis was extremely polite to Wang Yuding. This caused Lin Yingying to be jealous of Wang Yuding for a few days. But later, she felt ashamed and dispelled this idea. What was left was envy. Courageous God Marquis, little Qi is still in closed-door cultivation. When he comes out, I will have Qiaozhen inform you. Wang Yuding smiled. Ji Qiaozhen stood obediently behind her. She had adapted to her current identity very well. At this moment, in the interspatial ring on her finger, there were resources that Ji Qiaozhen could not get even if she struggled for 10,000 years. There were all kinds of level 7 elixirs and many level 8 elixirs, which were all given to her by Ning Qi. All right, the 7 foreign races have already arrived at the imperial capital. Tomorrow is the day of the competition. My courageous God Marquis will also send a dozen juniors to compete. It's fine if Brother Ning does not come out in time. Madam, You can come with me to watch the competition." Wang Chao smiled and said, "Competition?" Lin Ying was slightly startled. Then she pinched her fingers and counted the time. She could not help but exclaim in surprise, "The Sacred Race's Heaven's Pride Battle has begun!" To our Saint Virtue dynasty, this is just a simple competition. It is not the Sacred Race's Heaven's Pride Battle. Wang Chao smiled and shook his head. However, there seemed to be a trace of loneliness in his smile. "Brother Wang, what is the Sacred Race's Heaven's Pride Battle? Didn't you say that this competition is used to see which of the 8 races juniors are stronger?" Ningqi smiled and walked towards Wang Chao. Brother Ning has broken through? Congratulations." Wang Chao could immediately feel that Ningqi's current aura was stronger than before. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, he immediately relaxed. He thought that Ningqi had been stuck at the early Immortal Lord stage for a long time and had broken through at this time. Young Master has become stronger again. Little Yu'er sighed. "I'm afraid that Ling, and I will not be able to catch up." "That's right." Zueling shook her head. "You too." Wang Muting glanced at them with a smile, then stood up and said, "Let's go." Soon, everyone was led away by Wang Muting, leaving only Ningqi and Wang Chao in the courtyard. "Madam's bearing does not seem like that of a profound immortal," Wang Chao said. He felt that Wang Muting would sometimes suddenly emit an indescribable majesty. Even an ancient transformation realm existence like him could feel the pressure. This was thought-provoking. Ningqi looked at Wang Chao with a smile and did not speak. "All right, I didn't intend to tell you about this. In truth, the reason the 7 alien races have come to the Saint Virtue dynasty is for the Sacred Race's Heaven's Pride Battle. Every time we compete, the Sacred Race's Heaven's Pride Battle is held. If you can take first place amongst the 8 races, then you can participate in the Sacred Race's Heaven's Pride Battle. Our Saint Virtue dynasty has been at the bottom for tens of thousands of years. On the other hand, the 3 Holy Lands, the 5 major sects, and the other 8 dynasties will occasionally have geniuses qualified to participate. However, in the end, they didn't even reach the gates of the 3 Holy Lands." Wang Chao sighed. As he explained, Ningqi gradually understood what the Sacred Race's chosen battle was. It was different from the competitions he had participated in the past. First, the 3 Holy Lands would draw a list of names. Then, each foreign clan would challenge the person on the list in order. Only by defeating all the opponents on the list would one be able to enter the territory of the 3 Holy Lands and challenge their Sacred Race's geniuses. This was called the Sacred Race's chosen battle. If one won, the guaranteed reward would be worth at least 5 Shenluo stone mines. However, over the years, very few people had obtained this reward. Only the top 10 clans had the slightest chance of winning it. To put it bluntly, it's a pilgrimage. You'll have to fight your way through and finally compete with the geniuses of the 3 Holy Lands? Ningqi smiled. That's right, it's a pilgrimage. The 3 Holy Lands use this as a warning to the other 105 races. Everyone knows who the master of the Shenluo mystic realm is. However, who would dare to not participate in the Sacred Race's chosen battle? It's just that this battle has nothing to do with our Saint Virtue dynasty. Let me tell Brother Ning, this is because almost everyone, including the Holy Lord, treats the Saint Race's Pride of Heaven battles as an ordinary competition. Chapter 3161. But fortunately, this time Brother Ning is here. Even if the Saint Virtue dynasty loses, they will not have to bear too much ridicule. The 7 major races have all arrived and are now in the palace. Why don't Brother Ning come with me to explore the other side? Wang Chao said. Looks like Brother Wang doesn't care about the Sacred Race's genius battle as much as you seem. Ningqi said with a faint smile. Wang Chao gave an awkward laugh. If we can advance once, even if we can't reach the 3 sacred clans, it would still be enough to wash away our shame. Brother Ning might not know this, but our Saint Virtue dynasty was actually a vassal state of the Heavenly Eagle dynasty a long time ago. It was only when the Saint Virtue, Saint Lord, broke through to the early stage of the Tao seeking realm that we established our own dynasty. The Heavenly Eagle dynasty is ranked in the top 3 among the 9 great dynasties, and the Saint Virtue dynasty has been jointly suppressed by the Heavenly Eagle dynasty and the other 7 great dynasties over the years. The Saint Virtue dynasty is already the weakest among the 9 great dynasties. If we can advance once, it will be good to slap the Heavenly Eagle dynasty in the face. Ning Qi's eyes flashed. So the Saint Virtue dynasty was so young. He thought it had been passed down for many generations. But in fact, it was only established after the Saint Virtue dynasty's sacred leader broke through. Are there any restrictions to this battle? Can an ancient transformation realm existence like Brother Wang participate? Ning Qi asked curiously. No. The lowest limit is a mortal lord, and the highest is a mortal emperor. Even primordial unity and ancient transformation cultivators can't participate, and they can't be more than 10,000 years old. Wang Chao shook his head with a bitter smile. Although my age is indeed below 10,000 years old, my cultivation realm has already surpassed it. Below 10,000 years old. Ning Qi's expression became a little strange. If he didn't count the time he spent in the top training ground, he might be below 10,000 years old. But if he counted the time he spent in seclusion, he might be more than 100,000 years old. He didn't expect Wang Chao to be so young. No wonder he was called the number 1 genius of the Saint Virtue dynasty. How do you judge the age? Ning Qi said with a strange expression. If someone deliberately hides their age, can you tell if they are 1,000 years old, 10,000 years old, or 100,000 years old? Brother Ning, you don't know? Wang Chao's eyes flickered, and then he smiled. That's simple. He took out a jade slip. This is a small magic treasure refined from a longevity stone. Although its rank isn't high and it doesn't have much power, it can detect a person's true age without too much error. As he spoke, he glanced at Ning Qi. A white light shot out from the longevity stone and landed on Ning Qi. Then, a line of numbers appeared on the longevity stone. 8,888 years old. Brother Ning, you are already more than 8,000 years old? Wang Chao looked at the number and subconsciously exclaimed. Then he immediately reacted and changed the topic, his eyes revealing a trace of embarrassment. Ning Qi glanced at the lifespan stone, and while cooperating with Wang Chao to change the topic, he sighed in his heart. Even though the longevity stone didn't reveal his true age and only calculated the time that Ning Qi spent outside the top-notch cultivation training grounds, he was still looked down upon even though he was more than 8,000 years old. Judging from Wang Chao's expression just now, he must have been extremely shocked. It seemed like there were many immortal monarchs in the god Luo mystic realm who were over 8,000 years old. It should not be rare. In fact, what Wang Chao was truly shocked about was that he was certain that Ning Qi was from the god Luo mystic realm. In that place, true geniuses could reach the second step in as little as 100 to 200 years, or as long as 300 to 400 years. No matter how poor one's aptitude was, 2,000 to 3,000 years should be enough. However, Ning Qi was already more than 8,000 years old and was still a mid-stage immortal monarch. This was beyond Wang Chao's expectations. Logically speaking, someone with a mid-stage Tao querying realm spirit beast in the god Luo mystic realm would definitely be a disciple of a big family or sect. His aptitude shouldn't be so low. How could a person with low aptitude have a mid-stage Tao querying realm spirit beast? He couldn't figure it out. After chatting awkwardly for a while, Wang Chao's expression gradually returned to normal. He smiled at Ning Qi. Brother Ning, let's go to the palace. This time, the leaders of the 7 races are all at the early stage Tao querying realm. If we can suppress them before the competition, the Saint Virtue dynasty might stand a chance. Yes, Wang Chao didn't think about Ning Qi's age anymore. After all, Ning Qi had a mid-stage, Tao-querying realm spirit beast. All right, Ning Qi smiled and nodded. After the sacred race's prodigy battle ended, he would return to the great wilderness to cultivate the confining dragon-elephant sacred art in seclusion. Although his current age had exceeded the god Luo mystic realm's standard for prodigies, Ning Qi believed that the gap would become shorter and shorter. At that time, he would definitely be a prodigy according to the divine Luo mystic realm standard. Imperial Palace. The Saint Virtue, Holy Lord, sat on the dragon throne. Behind him stood the Imperial Dragon General, Hai San, the Duke of England, and more than a dozen ancient transformation realm existences. On both sides of the palace sat 7 figures. These 7 figures had different appearances. Some looked like humans, while others didn't look like humans at all. One of the figures even sat on a specially made giant chair. He was about 50 to 60 feet tall and looked like a huge monster. There were many ancient transformation realm cultivators standing behind these 7 figures. At this time, the existence that was 50 to 60 feet tall looked at Shengda with a faint smile. Shengda, I heard that a mysterious cultivator has appeared here. He has a spiritual beast that is comparable to the intermediate stage Tao-querying realm. Who spread this rumor? How come I don't know about it? Hector, as one of the 99 divine guards of the Titan god race, you can't be like others and believe rumors so easily, right? Saint Virtue smiled. It might not be a rumor. I heard that this cultivator has some grudges with the Heavenly Bull race. So you used a Shinluo stone mine to shut that guy from the Yellow Bell tribe up, right? The early stage Tao-querying realm cultivator from the Heavenly Bull race smiled. How can a Shinluo stone mine win over a mid-stage Tao-querying realm cultivator? Actually, our Saint Virtue dynasty does have one more Tao-querying realm cultivator, but he's only at the early stage. Saint Virtue smiled and shook his head. Everyone's eyes flashed with suspicion. Although they had heard the news on the way here, they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, so they couldn't believe it. In fact, they believed Saint Virtue's words more. After all, a mid-stage Tao-querying realm cultivator was already a top-notch figure in the god Luo mystic realm. If such a person had really appeared, they couldn't have known about it only now. No matter what, Saint Virtue, go call that person over. Let's all get to know each other. An old man with a pale face, black lips, and hair casually draped over his shoulders smiled. This was a Tao-querying realm cultivator from the corpse race. I've already asked the Marquis of God Courage to inform the great Wilderness King. Everyone, please calm down. Saint Virtue smiled. Chapter 3162. Isn't this the Saint Virtue dynasty's courageous God Marquis, the #1 prodigy of this generation, Wang Chao? A few young-looking ancient Waitians walked in front of Ning Qi and Wang Chao and blocked their way. At the same time, not far behind them, there were a few ancient Waitians and a large group of Emperor Realm existences. Ning Qi glanced at them and looked at their status panel. He found that these people were cultivators from the 7 great alien clans. Ning Qi's gaze lingered on the cultivator from the Titan clan for a moment longer. There were Titans in the celestial world, but they weren't strong. On the contrary, the Titans in the central continent were above average. The Titan race in the god Luo secret realm seemed to be much stronger than the Titans Ning Qi had seen before. Their bloodline aura was also denser. No wonder they were ranked 53rd in the god Luo secret realm. Finally, Ning Qi's gaze landed on the ancient Huans who stopped them. In the end, Ning Qi's gaze fell on the few ancient Huas who had stopped them. One was ancient Huas from the Sky Bull tribe, one was ancient Huas from the Corpse tribe, and one was ancient Huas from the Rock tribe. The 3 had unfriendly smiles on their faces as if they had known Wang Chao for a long time. So it's the 3 of you. Why are you stopping me? Wang Chao glanced at the 3 coldly. Do you still remember the sacred race prodigy battle? In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. I didn't think that the loser would become an ancient Hun and be known as the #1 prodigy of the Saint Virtue dynasty. Compared to you, the other 8 dynasties, 5 sects, and 3 sages are much stronger. Why don't we make a bet? If your Saint Virtue dynasty loses again, why don't you give me the title of prodigy? I come from the Sky Bull race and have a noble bloodline. I believe your holy lord will agree. The Sky Bull race's ancient Hun smiled faintly. Hee hee! A burst of laughter came from nearby. Whether it was the ancient Huans or the emperors, they all looked at Wang Chao with mockery. The human race had been weak for a long time, and the Saint Virtue dynasty was the weakest among the 17 top forces. Almost every time the sacred race prodigy battle, the Saint Virtue dynasty would be mocked. Childish. Wang Chao sneered. Ling Yu, you were almost beaten to death by me back then. You've held a grudge against me for so many years. Every time you come, you have to mock me. Aren't you tired? As soon as he said this, Hua Gu of the Heavenly Bull tribe, whose name was Ling Yu, had a change of expression. A strong, murderous intent swept out from his body and enveloped Wang Chao and Ning Qi. Wang Chao, Brother Ling was caught off guard by your sneak attack, but you still lost in the end. That's the truth, so you have to be careful with what you say. Otherwise, my disciples won't be able to hold back and kill all the heaven's favorites of the Saint Virtue dynasty. That wouldn't be good. Hua Gu of the corpse race said indifferently, Brothers, let it be. Don't bother with him. The competition of the Saint Virtue dynasty will be the same as last time. There is no need to speak with such a person. The rock spirit race's Hua Gu smiled. The skin all over his body was as hard as stone, and it was yellowish-brown in color. Ning Qi felt that this fellow's defensive power had probably reached an extremely terrifying level. Are you done? Ning Qi said faintly, If you're done, then move aside. Haven't you heard that a good dog doesn't block the way? Ling Yu abruptly turned to look at Ning Qi. Gu Hua of the corpse race and Gu Hua of the rock spirit race also turned to look at Ning Qi. Those ancient Huas and Emperor Realm geniuses who were watching the show looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. From the beginning to the end, they had never put this mid-stage immortal duke in their eyes. Who would have thought that he would actually say such a thing? The human race is getting more and more daring. What makes you think that with your intermediate immortal lord cultivation base, you are qualified to challenge me? Do you believe that even if I smack you to death today, the Tao-seeking experts of your race wouldn't even dare to fart? Ling Yu's murderous intent seemed to have solidified, and it completely enveloped Ning Qi. Roar! The fire Qilin let out a long roar and appeared beside Ning Qi. It looked at Ling Yu coldly, and the intermediate Tao-seeking aura swept out in all directions. Those who were watching the show felt their legs turn to jelly. They were actually forced to their knees by this mountain-like aura. Plop! Ling Yu was the first to bear the brunt, facing 70% of the fire Qilin's aura. He knelt on the ground without hesitation. He couldn't even stand up if he wanted to. Dozens of figures flew out from the hall far away. With Shang De's group of 8 in the lead, they rushed over instantly. However, including Shang De, no one dared to get too close to the fire Qilin's aura. I don't believe it. Ning Qi looked at Ling Yu plainly. Tao-seeking realm demon? You are the great wilderness queen with a Tao-seeking realm spirit beast? Ling Yu looked at Ning Qi in shock. Hua Gu of the corpse race and Hua Gu of the rock spirit race, who were kneeling beside him, had expressions that had changed several times since the fire Qilin had appeared. They had not expected that such an existence would actually walk together with Wang Chao. Stop! What are you doing? The Tao-seeking realm existence of the heavenly bull race, who was standing beside Shengde, let out an angry roar. What kind of joke was this? The heavenly bull race was ranked 17th on the 100 races leaderboard, and they had a late-stage Tao-seeking realm patriarch. Even the weakest heavenly bull race would not humiliate the human race. If news of this spread, he would be punished by the tribe leader. Hector and the rest of the Tao querying realm beings did not make a sound. Instead, they felt the oppressive aura from the fire Qilin. Then they all looked at Saint Virtue. This was clearly a spirit beast in the middle stage of the Tao querying realm. They almost believed Saint Virtue's nonsense. Can't you see what I'm doing? Ning Qi glanced at him coldly. Swallow him. Roar. The fire Qilin let out another long roar and bit towards Lingyu, swallowing him whole. In reality, when Lingyu was swallowed by the fire Qilin, he had already been digested by the flames on the fire Qilin's body. Not even a scrap was left, and he would only become a pure power. It would enter the fire Qilin's body. Ding! The system notification sounded. Another 10 million merit points entered his account. Everyone stared at this scene, dumbfounded. Even Sheng had not expected Ning Qi to really attack. It's over. Even the arrogant Wang Chao could not remain calm at this moment. Don't kill me. The remaining 2 Hua Gu of the corpse race and Hua Gu of the rock spirit race hurriedly begged for mercy. At this moment, they did not care whether Ning Qi was human or not. Even a Hua Gu of the heavenly bull race like Ling Yu had been swallowed. If they continued to hold on for the sake of face, they would most likely die. At that time, even if their race avenged them, so what? Chapter 3163. I deserve to die. Come and kill me now. Ning Qi looked at the Tao querying realm cultivator from the sky bull race indifferently. You. The other party glanced at the fire Kirin, clenching and unclenching his fists, loosening and clenching them again. This repeated countless times, but he still didn't dare to make a move. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Ning Qi smiled. Hector and the other Tao querying realm experts looked at each other with strange expressions and remained silent. The matter at hand had nothing to do with them. Naturally, they would not be stupid enough to get involved. This time, among the 7 major clans that came to the Saint Virtue dynasty, only the Sky Beetle tribe had a late-stage Tao querying realm expert. The strongest would be at the middle stage Tao querying realm. Therefore, whether it was Ning Qi or the Heavenly Bull clan, they couldn't afford to offend either side. Are you the great wilderness queen of the Saint Virtue dynasty? Good. Today you killed Huagu of my Heavenly Bull clan. I, Longsher Duo, will not let this matter go. You and your human clan. Just wait for my Heavenly Bull clan's wrath. I want your human race to be completely annihilated in the divine Luo mystic realm. Longsher Duo looked at Ning Qi viciously, and his words made Hector and the others a little scared. Although there were many races in the divine Luo mystic realm and there were conflicts between them, the 3 sacred clans were like 3 blazing suns hanging high in the sky. Under their jurisdiction, no matter how deep the enmity between clans was, annihilation had never occurred. Because of this, it would only cause the divine Luo secret realm to fall into endless strife, and in the end it would affect everyone. Today, when Longsher Duo said this, one could imagine how angry he was. Longsher Duo, your words are too serious. Exterminate the human race? Do you think the 3 sacred clans don't exist? Saint Virtue said calmly, Ha ha ha, I did say something indiscreet just now. I was impolite. Longsher Duo suddenly smiled, but then he changed the topic and his eyes revealed boundless killing intent. Saint Virtue, although the 3 great saint clans protect the order of the divine Luo secret realm, do you think the 3 great saint clans will help if my Sky Bull clan only wants to annihilate your Saint Virtue dynasty? Do you think that the 3 holy lands of the human race will the 5 great sects and the other 8 dynasties help you? Saint Gerd's expression changed slightly. Seeing this, Longsher Duo immediately grinned at Ning Qi and said, I swallow him. Ning Qi said lightly. The fire Qilin leaped up and appeared directly in front of Longsher Duo. Its speed was so fast that even an early-stage Dao-querying realm like Long Sherduo could not react to it. You dare! Long Sherduo's eyes were filled with anger. He looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. From the beginning to the end, he had never thought that Ning Qi would let the intermediate stage Dao-querying realm spiritual beast attack him. Was Ning Qi really not afraid of the wrath of the Heavenly Bull tribe? Hector and the others watched dumbfounded as the fire Kirin swallowed Long Sherduo whole. They saw with their own eyes that before Long Sherduo's mortal body even came into contact with the fire Kirin's teeth, he had already been incinerated into pure energy. Not even ashes were left. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leaping levels to kill an early-stage Dao-querying realm existence. Ding! This is an epic kill. Your achievement points will be doubled. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining 200 million merit points. The system notifications rang out one after another. After the fire Qilin swallowed Long Sherduo, the merit points that were originally difficult to gather had skyrocketed to over 200 million merit points. It was more than enough to derive the third level of the Four Spirit Saint art. Burp. After the fire Qilin swallowed Long Sherduo, it walked elegantly to Ning Qi's side and let out a melodious voice. I'm a little full. Then go and take a nap to digest. Ning Qi smiled. The fire Qilin nodded and leaped back into the Laojun elixir furnace. The atmosphere instantly froze. The ancient Waitians that Long Sherduo had brought along looked at Ning Qi dumbfounded. They could not believe that their patriarch, the leader of the Charging Mountain tribe and an early-stage Dao-querying realm cultivator, was killed just like that. Hector and the other Dao-querying realm existences looked at Ning Qi with a tinge of fear in their eyes. A storm was brewing in their hearts. They had dealt with Long Sherduo many times before, so they naturally knew how strong he was. However, even so, he was still easily devoured by the other party's spirit beast. Everyone trembled as if the lips were gone and the teeth were cold. Wang Chao was also stunned. As for Shengda, his mouth was slightly agape as he stared at Ning Qi. You killed our patriarch. One of the ancient Waitians from the Heavenly Bull tribe said, subconsciously. He still could not believe that a human would dare to kill a Dao-querying cultivator from the Heavenly Bull tribe so brazenly. Although the Heavenly Bull tribe was ranked 17th on the 100 Races leaderboard and had many more early-stage Dao-querying realm cultivators than a weak tribe like the human tribe, a Dao-querying realm cultivator was extremely valuable and had a terrifying status. Oh yes, and you guys. Ning Qi smiled and called out the fire Qilin again. Eat more. The moment the fire Qilin appeared, the ancient Waitians from the Heavenly Bull tribe looked terrified. They could not care less and fled in all directions. It was a pity that their speed was nothing in the eyes of the fire Qilin. In less than a breath's time, all the ancient Waitians were swallowed by the fire Qilin. Then it was the Emperor Realm existences that they brought. Ning Qi's merit points broke the 300 million mark. At this point, there was no longer a Heavenly Bull tribe cultivator present. At this moment, the Corpse Race's Dao-querying cultivator suddenly shouted at the Corpse Race's ancient Huatian who was kneeling in front of Ning Qi. How did you offend the great Wilderness King just now? Quickly kowtow and apologize. The rock spirit Dao-querying cultivator also reacted and shouted. The two men finally came to their senses and kept kowtowing to Ning Qi. Even Long Sherduo was dead. If they did not make amends, they would probably follow in the footsteps of the Heavenly Bull tribe. Hector looked at this scene and suddenly had a serious expression. In his view, the war between the Heavenly Bull tribe and the Saint Virtue dynasty was obviously unavoidable. Brother Ning, you are too impulsive. Perhaps there is still room for a mere ancient Huatian. Now that you have killed Long Sherduo, I am afraid that the Heavenly Bull tribe will really start a war with the Saint Virtue dynasty. Saint Virtue finally reacted and smiled bitterly at Ning Qi. His heart was extremely heavy, and he was already thinking about the Saint Virtue dynasty's retreat. Saint Lord, since we have already offended him, the Heavenly Bull tribe will not let the Saint Virtue dynasty off. Letting him go is just releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Ning Chi smiled. Although he knew that this was true, Saint Virtue's mind was in a mess and he did not know how to answer. Actually, Saint Virtue does not need to worry. This is the pilgrimage time. If the Heavenly Bull tribe wants to start a war, they will have to wait until after the pilgrimage. Chapter 3164. After Long Sherduo died, everyone once again returned to the main hall. The corpse race and rock spirit race both heaved a sigh of relief because Ning Chi did not attack again. This was the sacred race genius battle, also known as the Battle of the Saints. While there had been some accidents, the competition had to continue. Hector and the others asked. No one dared to label Ning Chi as a mere immortal lord anymore. At the very least, Ning Chi was an existence that could kill them easily. When Wang Chao spoke to Ning Chi, his tone was very low-key. Wang Chao could not help but sigh in his heart. Before he and Ning Chi arrived, this group of Tao-querying realm beings were definitely not this obedient. They must have said a lot of sarcastic things. Now that they realized that Ning Chi could threaten their lives, they did not dare to say anything harsh. After chatting for a while, Hector and the others bade farewell. In reality, after Long Sherduo died, they had wanted to leave. However, they were afraid that Ning Chi would misunderstand and do something terrifying. As such, they suppressed the faint fear in their hearts and chatted for a while longer. Titan God race, rock spirit race, corpse race, blade mantis race, Gue race, steel crab race, sky bull race. Ning Chi muttered to himself and then looked at Saint Virtue. Of these 7 races, besides the sky bull race, the others don't rank high? Xingda nodded. The Heavenly Bull race has a late-stage Tao querying realm cultivator and is ranked 17th. Next is the Titan God race. They have 2 mid-stage Tao querying realm cultivators and 99 early-stage Tao querying realm cultivators. They are ranked 53rd. The Corpse race is ranked 59th. They also have 2 mid-stage Tao querying realm cultivators and 70 early-stage Tao querying realm cultivators. The Rock Spirit race is ranked 69th. They have 1 mid-stage Tao querying realm cultivator and 38 early-stage Tao querying realm cultivators. The Blade Mantis race, the Ho race, the weakest, is the Steel Turtle Crab race. They are ranked 95th. Their overall strength is similar to the human race, but because of their race's special trait, their defense is extremely terrifying. They are ranked 95th. Pausing, he continued, but after today, the 100 races ranking will change. The human race should be able to enter at least top 70. After 70, there are no mid-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivators? Ning Chi's eyes flickered. Saint Virtue nodded. Above 20, there are late-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivators. As for the perfected ones, they only exist in the 3 holy races. In other words, the human race doesn't have to fear any other races below 20, right? Although there is a difference in overall strength. The middle stage of the Tao querying realm is a form of deterrence. I don't think he will attack easily. Ning Chi said. Not bad. Shangda pondered for a moment, and then a flash of understanding flashed in his eyes. He subconsciously thought that with Ning Chi, the human tribe could reach the top 70, but in fact, the races ranked below 20 would not have to fear, and at least have the right to talk to them as equals. Brother Ning, Sacred Master, the Heavenly Bull Clan. Wang Chao suddenly said, last time, the Heavenly Bull tribe had lost a few immortal monarchs and dozens of primordial immortals, and the Shangda dynasty had to compensate them with a Shenluo stone mine. Now that the Heavenly Bull tribe had lost a Tao-seeking cultivator, a few ancient transformation cultivators, and a dozen Emperor realm cultivators, they would at least have to fight it out. Let's take it one step at a time. Shengda looked at Ning Chi with a wry smile. Tao, friend Ning, If the Tao querying realm cultivators you killed this time, we really don't have to be afraid. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Bull tribe has a late-stage Tao querying realm cultivator. If he makes a move, I'm afraid the Shangda dynasty won't be able to hold on. Sacred Master, do you still not understand? When I killed that ancient transformation cultivator, this enmity was already formed. One more Tao querying realm cultivator or one less makes no difference. But are you sure that the Heavenly Bull tribe's late-stage Tao querying realm cultivator will make a move? Shouldn't they send some more mid-stage Tao querying realm cultivators? Will they surround and kill us? Ning Qi said with a faint smile, "That's true." Shengda touched his chin and nodded slightly. Sai, if we can get a good ranking in the Sacred Races Heaven's Pride Battle and enter the eyes of the 3 sacred races, wouldn't the enmity of the Heavenly Bull tribe be easily resolved? Wang Chao sighed. Difficult. Shengda looked at him and slowly shook his head. The next day, the arena of the Shangda dynasty was covered with a super defensive enchantment. Even if an attack reached the ancient transformation realm, it wouldn't be able to break it and wouldn't threaten the innocent spectators. There were as many as 1,000,000 seats around the arena, and it was rarely opened to the public. It would only be used during major events. High officials and nobles were already sitting on the special stands. Even Wang Muting and Wang Chao's wife were sitting on the exclusive high stand of the courageous god marquis residence. Below them were the seats for the ordinary cultivators. At this moment, the Titan god and the other 5 foreign races were also sitting on their respective platforms. Countless gazes filled with curiosity, hostility, displeasure, and fear fell on the 6 foreign races from the audience seats. However, at this moment, the 6 foreign races didn't roar and make fun of the human race like they did in the past. They didn't yell at the human race or defend themselves. In order to boost their morale, the 6 alien races were all very obedient today, keeping their heads down. Hey, I've been counting. Why is the Heavenly Bull tribe missing? Did the Heavenly Bull tribe not participate in the Sacred Races Heaven's Pride Battle? No, I saw the Heavenly Bull tribe come to the imperial capital with my own eyes. They were so arrogant. How hateful. Many high-ranking officials and family members of the Saint Germain dynasty had a trace of suspicion in their hearts. Even many people in the audience noticed this. However, they didn't know what had happened to the Heavenly Bull tribe because the news had been blocked by the Shangda dynasty. Hector and the others didn't spread it either. Who knew if they would also become the target of Ning Qi, the great wilderness king? Suddenly, 8 bronze thrones flew out of the arena and floated in the air around the arena. When everyone saw this, they knew that the Tao querying realm was coming. Strange. The 6 foreign clans each have a Tao querying realm senior. Including the holy leader, there are 7 in total. Why are there 8 bronze thrones? Is it the Tao querying realm of the Heavenly Bull tribe? But where are the geniuses of the Heavenly Bull tribe? Everyone was even more puzzled. Only some people seemed to have guessed something. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the figures descended onto the bronze chairs. Not long after, the bronze chairs were filled with people. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to the person who was definitely a stranger to them. Could that be the Great Wilderness King? Yes, it should be the Great Wilderness King. It seems like the rumors are true. The Great Wilderness King is indeed comparable to the Tao querying realm. In this case, doesn't our Shangda dynasty become the strongest among the 9 dynasties? We aren't weaker than the 5 major sects, right? Chapter 3165. Fian, you really have a good son. Lin Yingying sat next to Wang Muting, her eyes filled with envy. When she saw her good friend's son sitting together with these legendary Tao querying realm giants, she always had a surreal feeling, as though everything that had happened was a dream. Wang Muting smiled, but she sighed in her heart. Ning Qi was able to grow to where he was today, and she actually didn't help much, other than the people from the brave god constabulary. The 1,000,000 cultivators in the spectator seats all had their gazes on Ningqi. They were observing this newly ascended Tao querying realm cultivator. Some of the young talents had jealousy in their eyes. For example, the disciples from the Cauldron State Duke residence. Not only were they jealous, but they were also hostile. In their view, Ningqi was just an immortal monarch. Although such an existence was not at the bottom of the Saint Virtue dynasty, he could only be regarded as a middle-level figure. He was not even in the emperor realm. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, he might be strong, but in the eyes of the noble children of the imperial capital, he was basically a nobody. He was someone he could ignore. However, because he had a mid-stage Tao querying realm spirit beast, he was able to sit together with the other 7 Tao querying realm existences with his immortal lord cultivation level. Their statuses were equal. On the contrary, the 6 foreign cultivators who were supposed to be extremely arrogant couldn't help but tremble when they looked at Ningqi. They immediately looked away and didn't dare to look at Ningqi again. Because just yesterday, Ningqi had his spirit beast devour a heavenly bull race cultivator in front of everyone. The actions of several ancient transformation heavenly bull race cultivators were enough to intimidate them. I think we can start now. Hector looked at Ningqi and Shengda with a smile. Yes, everyone is almost ready, right? Shengda nodded. It's about time. We can begin. The rest nodded. They just wanted to end the battle quickly and leave the Saint Germain dynasty. Very quickly, the emperors and immortal lords from the various races entered the arena. The battles were very boring in the eyes of these Tao querying realm experts. But to the spectators below, it was naturally very exciting. Just like in the past, the geniuses of the Saint Virtue dynasty were eliminated one after another. There were 50 participants, 10 of whom were in the emperor realm, and 40 were immortal monarchs. Many of them were personally trained by the Marquis of Courage God Wang Chao, but they were eliminated one by one. Their rankings were the same, and they had the absolute upper hand in this competition. The Emperor Realm experts of the Titan God clan would transform into giants whenever they wanted, as if they could destroy everything with a single punch. It's over. Our Saint Virtue dynasty only has one person left, and he's even an immortal monarch. He will definitely be eliminated. I knew this would be the result. In fact, the reason I came here today was to see how strong the geniuses of the other alien races are. The battles are indeed interesting. The human beings in the audience didn't care about the result of the Saint Germain dynasty. They just felt a little melancholy and then focused their attention on the other races. Cauldron State, Duke, sat quietly on his high platform. He didn't speak from beginning to end, but his eyes occasionally glanced at the bronze chair where Ningqi was sitting. Soon. I'll let you run wild for a while longer. Cauldron State, Duke's fingers lightly tapped on the armrest of the chair, and a faint smile appeared on his face. After observing for a long time, Ningqi could already see that the Emperor Realm experts of the Saint Virtue dynasty were probably not a match for the Emperor Realm experts of the Tiandao clan, let alone their aptitude. Before the competition, he used the longevity stone to measure the age of 3 Emperor Realm experts, and they were only 3,000 years old. 3,000 years old, in the immortal world. A 3,000-year-old Emperor Realm expert would only be a human immortal or earth immortal. But in the Shenluo secret realm, there was a 3,000-year-old Emperor Realm expert, but they were still defeated by the other 6 alien races. The only Emperor Realm expert was extremely strong, and he defeated the Emperor Realm expert of the Rock Spirit race and the Emperor Realm expert of the Corpse race. He was defeated by an Emperor Realm expert of the Titan God clan. The Titan God clan only used a dozen punches to knock the Emperor Realm expert unconscious, but there seemed to be a tacit understanding. In this competition, none of the human contestants died. At most, they were seriously injured. If it was in the previous competitions, the death rate would be more than 80%. Daoist Ning, I've let you see a joke. When there was only one contestant left from the Saint Germain dynasty, Saint Germain smiled awkwardly at Ningqi. It's fine. In a pilgrimage like this, a loss is a loss. Ningqi smiled and shook his head. This was originally an event organized by the 3 sacred clans to establish their dominance. So what if they won or lost? Even if they won, it would not change the overall situation of the human race. It's a pity that this time the 3 sacred clans will not only reward 5 Shenluo stone mines, but they will also be able to choose a treasure from their sacred clan's treasury within a certain range. The reward is a notch higher than in the previous competitions. Saint Germain sighed softly. Sacred clan's treasury? Ning Qi's eyes flickered. Saint Lord, is there a purifying spirit flower in the sacred clan's treasury? Purifying spirit flower? I don't think so. Saint Germain was taken aback, then shook his head. He already knew what the purifying spirit flower was from Wang Chao, but before this, he had never heard of it. Clearly, in the Shenluo secret realm, there was no such heaven-defying item that could allow a soul to leap to the Tao querying realm. No, then are there any essence flames? Ning Qi asked casually. The essence of fire? There seems to be quite a few, but these things are not very useful. Saint Germain shook his head. There's the essence of fire. Ning Qi was taken aback and his eyes flickered. But he did not know if the essence of fire that Saint Germain mentioned was useful for the fire Qilin. The flame that the fire Qilin had absorbed previously did not seem to be well received in the Shenluo secret realm. The Sky Bull race had only sent a few immortal lords with Tai to collect it. Seems like I can make a trip to the 3 sacred clans. If it is useful, it should not be too difficult to get. Ning Qi was deep in thought, but he did not intend to participate in the competition and get first place to ask the 3 sacred clans for the essence of fire. This was because Ning Qi could not even defeat the emperor-level existences sent by the Titan gods, let alone the other races. The immortal slaying gourd could only be used once, and was clearly not suitable for this kind of continuous competition. After this competition, Ning Qi planned to derive the Force-Spirit sacred art first. Defeated. The last contestant of the human race had been defeated. Although this was expected, the faces of the human race did not look too good. Following closely behind was the Rock Spirit race, the Blade Mantis race. In less than half a day, the competition had ended, and the Titan God race had won. Thank you for letting me win. Hector smiled and cupped his hands at the crowd, especially Ning Qi. If Ning Qi had not massacred the Sky Bull race, the Titan God race would not have been in the first round. As long as this was the case, he had already given an explanation. Even if he failed in the following competition, it did not matter. Then that's it. Great Wilderness King, Saint Germain, we will leave first. The corpse race asked as he stood up. As soon as his voice fell, a sun suddenly appeared in the sky, emitting a terrifying heat. Chapter 3166. This is the middle stage of the Tao-seeking realm. Hector and the other Tao-seeking realm existences were shocked. The aura of this sun was too terrifying. It had far surpassed the early stage of the Tao-seeking realm. Did the Heavenly Bull tribe send someone to the Saint Virtue dynasty so quickly? The rock spirit asked. He glanced at Ning Qi with a strange expression. If that was the case, there would be a great battle to enjoy. Saint Virtue's expression first became serious. Then he heaved a long sigh of relief. Then he became extremely serious again because he already knew who the other party was. Although there were a few Tao-seeking realm cultivators in the middle stage of the Tao-seeking realm from the Heavenly Bull tribe, the aura that could burn everything only existed in the demon race. The Golden Crow demon race. The royal family of the demon race, the true ruler of the demon race. There were many branches in the demon race, but they were called the Saint race because of the Golden Crow tribe. The Tao-seeking realm cultivator in front of them was from the Golden Crow tribe. The cultivators below held their breath and stared blankly at the scorching sun and the dazzling light. Those with weaker cultivations did not dare to look again after a few breaths. They could only lower their heads and peek from the corner of their eyes. When Wang Chao saw this sun, his expression suddenly changed. He looked in the direction of the Cauldron Country Duke. Indeed, he saw a clue on the Cauldron Country Duke's face. I see. He didn't care about the overall situation of the human race and passed the news to the demon race. He wants to use the demon race as a knife to harm Brother Ning. Wang Chao's mind raced, and his expression became serious. The Golden Crow demon race was strong, and their light shone above the 100 races. If the Golden Crow demon race insisted on taking the fire Qilin away, even if the entire human race rebelled, they could not stop the other party, not to mention the 3 holy lands, 5 sects, and other dynasties. They would not be so united to offend the Golden Crow demon race for the Saint Virtue dynasty. After a few breaths, a figure walked out of the sun. When this figure appeared in front of everyone, the dazzling light gradually faded, and everyone could finally see the face of the newcomer. It was a woman with a voluptuous figure. She was dressed very sexily. Except for her important parts, the rest of her wheat-colored skin was exposed. Hector was startled when he saw the woman's face. He hastily cupped his hands and saluted. Titan Divine Guard Hector greets the Golden Crow Valkyrie. The other Tao Queering Realm beings also hurriedly bowed. They were truly shocked. They did not expect to meet the battle goddess of the Golden Crow clan's most powerful force, the Martial God Palace, today. Among the Golden Crows, the Martial God Palace had great responsibilities and great authority. It was responsible for supervising the entire monster clan and was also the personal guard of the monster clan's master. The Valkyrie's status in the Martial God Palace was even higher because only the most outstanding female Golden Crows could receive this title. It was very difficult for the Crow tribe to give birth, and the strength of the offspring they gave birth to depended on the woman. It was not hard to imagine how high the status of a female Golden Crow who could obtain the title of goddess of martial arts would be. I never thought that the demon race would actually send a female martial god. Ha ha ha! Great desolate king, are you going to survive this time? While Cauldron Country Duke was shocked, he was also extremely happy. No need for formalities. Jingwu Zhiga glanced at Hector and the rest and said softly, "Has the Sacred Race Prodigy tournament over here ended?" Jingwu Zhiga paused and asked again, "It has already ended." Hector replied respectfully. Seeing how Hector's muscular body was so respectful to a petite lady, the crowd understood the Golden Crow clan status among the 100 races even more deeply. It has already ended? Very good. This way, it will not affect the sacred race. Jinwu Zhiga nodded, then swept his gaze across and landed it on Ning Qi. The other party is here for me? Ning Qi's eyes flickered slightly. He could already sense the indistinct hostility in Jinwu Zhiga's eyes. He did not need to think to know that the other party's real target was probably the Fire Qilin. I heard that a human race cultivator enslaved the demon race's Tao Querying Realm. Is it you? Jinwu Zhiga looked at Ning Qi with a trace of doubt in her eyes. It was hard for her to imagine that a Tao Querying Realm demon would be enslaved by a mere intermediate stage immortal lord. When the demon race received this news previously, they did not dare to delay and spread it all the way to the Martial God Hall. That was why she chose to make a trip down, personally. However, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was amiss. The human race would not even dare to enslave an ordinary demon, let alone a Tao Querying Realm cultivator. So that's why. Hector and the others exchanged glances and stood aside tactfully. They had no intention of interfering in this matter. They had already guessed that if the demon race knew that a human possessed a spirit beast at the intermediate stage of the Tao Querying Realm, they would definitely make a move. However, they had not expected them to act so quickly. Enslave? I wonder who spread this rumor. When have I ever enslaved a Tao, querying realm demon? Ning Qi cupped his fists and smiled at Jinwu Zhiga. Jinwu Zhiga looked at Ning Qi from head to toe, frowned slightly, and didn't say anything. The atmosphere instantly became very quiet. I heard that the great wilderness king does have a spirit beast that is at the Tao querying realm. Otherwise, how could a mere immortal lord be able to sit together with the other Tao querying realm seniors? A voice suddenly sounded from the crowd below. It seemed like he was talking to himself, but in reality, everyone present could hear him clearly. However, when everyone wanted to look for that figure, they realized that he was no longer at his seat. This sentence was very clear. Ning Qi did have a Tao querying realm spirit beast. Jinwu Zhiga's expression turned cold. Release the demon that you have enslaved, and then follow me back to the sacred ground to await punishment. Xing sighed in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the rock spirit race's Tao querying realm smile at Ning Qi. Great wilderness king, since the Valkyrie is here, there's no point in hiding. This damn thing. If I knew this, I would have asked Brother Ning to kill him as well. Wang Chao was already very nervous. Now that Ning Qi was continuously hit by two people, he was infuriated. Roar! Fire Qilin let out a long roar and flew out from the Laojun elixir furnace. She landed beside Ning Qi and immediately looked at Jinwu Zhiga. Golden Crow race? Fire Qilin frowned slightly. Qilin? When Jinwu Zhiga saw Fire Qilin, he lost his composure and looked at Fire Qilin in disbelief. Are you talking about her? She is my good friend and not a demon that I have enslaved. Ning Qi smiled and said, Why would a Qilin appear in God Luo mystic realm? Jinwu Zhiga's eyes became flustered. After hearing Ning Qi's words, he asked subconsciously, Who are you? Why are you with the Qilin race, the leader of the demon race in God Luo world? Qilin race, the leader of the demon race in God Luo world? Chapter 3167. Hector and the other Tao querying realm experts saw an emotion that shouldn't exist in the eyes of the Valkyrie. That was fear. The Valkyrie of the martial god palace of the demon race was the symbol of fearlessness. Even if she encountered the Tao querying realm experts of the dragon race and the three-eyed race, she wouldn't feel fear. Everyone's expression turned solemn. From Jinwu Zhiga's expression and words, they could finally confirm one thing. The spirit beast owned by the great wilderness king of the Saint Virtue dynasty had an extraordinary background. It was very likely to be from the Shenluo world. Only the Shenluo world could make one of the three sacred clans feel fear. The Cauldron State Duke's expression changed. He instinctively looked towards the Fire Qilin and his face turned green. He had thought that Jinwu Zhiga would suppress Ning Qi after seeing the Fire Qilin. In that case, he would be able to take his revenge and get rid of an existence that threatened his position in the Saint Virtue dynasty. But Jinwu Zhiga's attitude made him have a bad feeling. I have signed the life and death contract with her. We should be together, right? Ning Qi smiled at Jinwu Zhiga. Life and death contract? Jinwu Zhiga didn't know what it was, but she could tell that it was a form of contract. What she wanted to ask was why a mere immortal lord could sign a contract with a Qilin, and not the relationship between Ning Qi and the Fire Qilin. Beixian, do you want me to devour this intermediate Tao querying realm expert of the Golden Crow race? The flames on her body are beneficial to my cultivation. The Fire Qilin spoke slowly. Wait. Jinwu Zhiga hurriedly waved his hand. Sage, I am not your enemy. The demon race has always had a close relationship with the Shenluo world. What happened today was a misunderstanding. Sage, Hector and the others revealed looks of shock as they subconsciously looked at the Fire Qilin. The Valkyrie of the Golden Crow race actually called Sage by the great wilderness king's spirit beast. What is a Qilin? I've never heard of it, but the Valkyrie said that the Qilin race is the leader of the demon race in the Shenluo world. It must be an extremely powerful race that is many times stronger than the 3 sacred clans. In other words, the human race has a backer that is even stronger than the 3 sacred clans. You could say that the eyes of the human cultivators below gradually burned with passion. When they looked at each other, they could see a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. The human race had been weak for a long time. Perhaps this was the chance to change the situation of the human race. After several shocks, seeing such a reversal, Sheng De not only confirmed his guess about Ning Qi's origin, but also let out a long sigh of relief. Since the Valkyrie of the Golden Crow clan said that the Fire Kylan was a saint, there should be a buffer between the hatred between the Saint Germain dynasty and the Longhorn Bull clan. Is it a misunderstanding? The Fire Qilin looked towards Ning Qi. In reality, she already knew what Ning Qi was thinking. He had no intention of devouring this golden crow. After all, this was their territory. No one could guarantee that the Golden Crow race would not retaliate with full force. At that time, even the Fire Qilin would not be able to withstand the opponent's late-stage Dao Querying Realm, or even Dao Querying Realm. Realm Great Circle. Yes, it's a misunderstanding. They thought I was enslaving you. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Since it's a misunderstanding, I'll continue to sleep. The Fire Kylan said faintly. Then it leaped up and returned to the Elder Supreme, Lord Elixir Furnace. Only when Ning Qi put away the Elder Supreme Lord Elixir Furnace did Jinwu Zhiga's expression look better. She looked at Ning Qi again with a complicated expression. Ning Qi was a human, but he had signed a contract with one of the Qilins of the demon clan in the Shenluo realm. In this way, his identity became very strange. She did not know if this news would cause a stir in the demon clan. Miss, I wonder who spread the rumors previously. Did you come here for nothing? Ning Qi cupped his hands at Jinwu Zhiga. Such a form of address between peers was not inappropriate in the eyes of the crowd. Even Jinwu Zhiga felt that it was natural. Hearing Ning Qi's words, Jinwu Zhiga's eyes moved slightly. That's right. The person who spread the news not only made her come here for nothing, but also almost made her offend a Qilin. Perhaps the cultivators below didn't know and thought that between the Shenluo mystic realm and the Shenluo realm, only the former could ascend. However, she was the Valkyrie of the Golden Crow clan. She had personally seen an existence from the Shenluo realm descending to the Shenluo mystic realm. If she offended a Fire Qilin and angered the demon clan in the Shenluo realm, the Golden Crow clan's position in the Shenluo mystic realm would be replaced at any moment. Cauldron State, Duke's expression suddenly changed. He subconsciously looked at the middle-aged military advisor beside him. Don't worry, Lord. This time, the news was spread without any traces. Those who knew about it are all dead. It's impossible to trace it back to you. The middle-aged military advisor hurriedly transmitted his voice. That's good. Cauldron State, Duke nodded slightly and heaved a sigh of relief. This time, he did not succeed in killing with a borrowed knife. Instead, he found trouble for himself. Thinking of this, Cauldron State, Duke's expression darkened again. He already knew that if he wanted to use such a method in the future, the possibility of success would be almost zero. It seems to be someone called Cauldron State Duke. Is he from your Saint Virtue dynasty? Jinwu Zhiga asked. The voices on the scene suddenly disappeared, and it became extremely quiet. The millions of cultivators in the audience turned their gazes and landed on Cauldron State Duke. Internal strife? It's really a human. Hector's eyes surged with a trace of mockery as he looked at Cauldron State Duke. I didn't expect Cauldron State Duke to do such a thing. The officials of the Saint Virtue dynasty who were present at the scene couldn't believe it. It was fine if they fought on normal days, but they didn't expect Cauldron State Duke to disregard the future of the Saint Virtue dynasty and secretly snitch on the demon clan. Even the officials of Cauldron State Duke's faction had an extremely ugly expression. Cauldron State Duke turned his neck slightly and looked at the middle-aged military advisor. The meaning in his eyes seemed to be asking, "Didn't you do a clean job? Why did the other party immediately announce my name?" The middle-aged military advisor's face turned red. Then he turned his head awkwardly and didn't dare to look at Cauldron State Duke again. He didn't know how Jinwoo Jiga knew about this, but from this point, it could indirectly show how powerful the demon clan was. The other party could actually break through the fog that he deliberately set up and directly find Cauldron State Duke. Cauldron State Duke? Oh, so it's Cauldron State Duke. I recognize this person. Here, the old man sitting there is him. Chapter 3168. Everyone gasped. The name Cauldron High Duke came out of Jinwoo Jiga's mouth, and he still wanted to deny that someone wanted to frame him? What was the reason? Could it be that someone knew that the Golden Crows would change their attitude after seeing the fire Qilin? From Jinwoo Jiga's aura, it was clear that he did not come with good intentions. Everyone looked at the Cauldron High Duke speechlessly, admiring his thick skin. "Sure, I will investigate this matter." Jinwoo Jiga nodded. The Cauldron High Duke was relieved. "Follow me back to the Monster Clan," Jinwoo Jiga said. The Cauldron High Duke was slightly startled. Then a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Back to the Monster Clan? Was the other party planning to torture him? "Cauldron State Duke, since someone framed you, you should go back with the goddess of martial arts. The demon clan is fair. They will not wrongly accuse a good person, nor will they wrongly accuse a bad person. On the day you clear your name, I will personally go to the demon clan to pick you up," Saint Virtue suddenly said. The Cauldron High Duke's expression became extremely ugly, as if he had eaten a mouthful of dog shit. Then Jinwoo Jiga cupped his hands at Ning Chi. "If you have time, you can come to the Monster Clan as a guest." Of course, of course." Ning Chi smiled and cupped his hands back. Jinwoo Jiga nodded and grabbed. The Cauldron High Duke was instantly sucked into her hand. Then Jinwoo Jiga turned into a sun again, bursting out a scorching aura, and disappeared in front of everyone. The people of the Cauldron High Duke Public House stood dumbfounded. Then they became a little uneasy. If the Cauldron High Duke was captured, the High Duke Public House would lose its backbone. The middle-aged military advisor suddenly felt something and looked in one direction. He happened to see the Marquis of Courage God looking at him. The middle-aged military advisor's heart skipped a beat, and his face showed a flattering smile. Wang Chao sneered and looked away, no longer looking at him. Great Wilderness King, this is my message charm. If you need anything, you can use it to inform me. If there is anything you need help with, just let me know. Because the pilgrimage is still going on, I have to rush to the next battlefield. I can't stay for long." Hector suddenly took out a jade talisman and handed it to Ning Chi. He smiled apologetically and left with the Titan gods. The Tao-querying realm experts of the rock spirit race, corpse race, blade mantis race, hoe race, and steel turtle crab race exchanged glances. Then they left with Ning Chi a message talisman before leaving with their subordinates. Hector's actions made them realize that Ning Chi might have a close relationship with the Golden Crow clan because of the fire Qilin. If they could befriend Ning Chi, it would be equivalent to befriending the Golden Crow clan. This would be extremely beneficial to the various clans in the divine Luo mystic realm. Big, take care, everyone. Ning Chi smiled as he sent off the few Tao-querying realm cultivators. He glanced at the message talisman in his hand and put it away with a flip of his palm. Although the 6 Tao-seeking experts weren't very strong, if he could offer them something they couldn't refuse, he could take them back to the immortal world to help defend against the devil race. That way, he could crush the heavenly Tao clan elder's plot to kill him with a borrowed knife. Holy Lord, if there's nothing else, I'll return to the great wilderness first. Ning Chi smiled at Shangda. There's nothing else for now. I'll send you off, Taoist Ning. Shangda smiled and said, not long after, Ning Qi bid farewell to Wang Chao and brought Wang Yuting and the others back to the great wilderness. Because of Wang Yuting, Lin Yingying was also in the group. As soon as Ning Qi left, Shengde suddenly waved his hand. An incomparably majestic and mysterious power poured out from his sleeve and directly entered the eyebrows of the 1,000,000 cultivators present. The 1,000,000 cultivators revealed a trace of confusion in their eyes. Then they regained their senses. They didn't know what had happened to them. But whenever they wanted to talk about what had happened today, they suddenly realized that they didn't know where to start. Strange, I seem to have forgotten something. Someone muttered to himself. Wang Chao saw this and revealed a trace of doubt in his eyes. He transmitted a message to Shengde. Holy Lord, what are you doing? I've temporarily sealed a portion of their memories. They'll recover in 10 years. Shengde smiled. After a pause, he continued, If the Longhorn Bull clan knows what happened today, I'm afraid they'll hide in the back and strike. It's better to wait for them to strike and then tell them about the relationship between Daoist Ning and the Golden Crow clan. In this way, we can conveniently ask the Golden Crow clan to resolve this grievance. So that's how it is. But the other 6 foreign clans will inevitably spread the news. Wang Chao pondered. The memories of the rest of the officials were also temporarily sealed by Shengde. Only he was not, but even so, the news could not be blocked. Don't worry, they won't say anything. The corner of Shengde's mouth slightly rose. After leaving the Shengde dynasty, Hector suddenly turned to the ancient transformation and Emperor realm prodigies he brought with him and warned. Don't leak the news of what happened this time, understand? Everyone nodded, not fully understanding. Whether they understood or not, Hector had already spoken. How could they refute? A similar scene also happened among the 5 foreign clans that left the Shengde dynasty. They were all warned not to leak the news. The Longhorn Bull clan may have hit an iron plate this time. I'm really looking forward to it. Hector's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. Great wilderness. Top-level cultivation training ground. System. Derive the 3rd heaven of the 4-spirit Saint Art. Ning Qi's heart moved. Deriving the 3rd heaven of the 4-spirit Saint Art will deduct 100 million merit points. Does host confirm derivation? Confirm. His merit points were deducted in an instant. Following that, the circulation speed of the 4-spirit Saint Art also increased. First, a hazy white light enveloped Ning Qi's body. Then, the white light gradually became more dazzling. Before long, Ning Qi's body was bathed in a halo of light, completely concealed by it. Tightly sealed, Ning Qi's aura continued to rise. After an unknown period of time, the 4-spirit Saint Art in the attribute panel had reached the 3rd heaven. Boom! Surging power madly surged into Ning Qi's 8th immortal meridian from a sea of consciousness. Ordinary people would need many years to break through the bottleneck of a minor realm. But under the impact of this wave of power, it was instantly broken. Late-stage immortal lord. His aura continued to rise.